This guy's a cook, but everyone absolutely trashes his food, saying it tastes like straight-up garbage. What they don't know though is that Wu Jin is actually reincarnated. In his past life, he was the absolute strongest, conquering entire continents as the heavenly demon king himself. But his real passion, cooking. And in a world ruled by war and raw power, that meant absolutely nothing. Now that he's been reborn into the modern world, his dream of becoming the ultimate chef and living off his craft finally seems possible. But there's a catch. Everyone still thinks his food is trash. His co-workers, his boss, even his own brother who literally spit it into the sink after just one bite. Everything changes when a culinary spirit shows up tied to a magical grimoire packed with otherworldly recipes. She spent millennia searching for a chef worthy of a contract, and after tasting Wu Jin's cooking, she finally found her guy. But to actually unlock the recipes in the grimoire, Wu Jin has to dive into the dungeons. And that's exactly where the Demon King makes his comeback, completely obliterating everything in his path. Only this time, instead of just swinging a sword, he's also serving up a plate of food. Born in 2011, Wu Jin was orphaned shortly after his parents died in the gate accident. He was taken in by his friend's parents who, despite already having a son, treated him like family. A short time later, his adoptive father also died in a gate-related accident, an event that drastically affected him and awakened the memories of his past life. Back in the kitchen, Wu Jin thought something was wrong, remembering that he had finally escaped the world of martial arts to dedicate himself to cooking. He felt he would now have his chance, but most people in this world didn't like his food, which confused him since in his previous life, his dishes were adored by the elders to the point that one of them had fainted from pleasure. Currently, the protagonist was cooking sausages with vegetables at home when his foster brother, Sean-ho, arrived. Upon entering, Sean-ho noticed a different smell and found Wu Jin savoring the food he had just prepared. Suspicious, he asked if Wu Jin was responsible for the dish. Wu Jin confirmed and offered him a piece to try. Still hesitant but starving, Sean-ho decided to accept, thinking that anything would taste good and that maybe Wu Jin had improved his cooking. However, as soon as he put the food in his mouth, he spat it all out, feeling as if he would have died if he had chewed even once. He rushed to drink some water, convinced the food had been made with rotten vegetables. Startled, he looked to the side and saw a package of cherries on the table. He then asked Wu Jin if he had used cherries in the recipe. Wu Jin explained that he opted for cherries instead of sugar as they added a tart and refreshing flavor that sugar couldn't provide. Sean-ho said he understood, mentioned he was going to take a shower, and suggested that Wu Jin finish the rest of the food. Alone, Wu Jin reflected that it had been almost a year since his reincarnation and that despite his total dedication to cooking, his food continued to be disapproved of. He started thinking of ways to improve, but upon tasting his meal again, he concluded it was actually good. While taking a shower, Sean-ho was indignant that Wu Jin had put cherries in the food, considering him crazy. He wondered how something could taste so bad and why Wu Jin insisted on cooking that way. A bit thoughtful, Sean-ho reflected that his brother's true talent wasn't in the kitchen. He remembered the night their parents were killed by a monster and how Wu Jin had easily defeated it. He concluded that they had both awakened their powers that day, but Wu Jin was incomparably stronger, having probably reached S rank. Sean-ho thought that if Wu Jin became a hunter, he would be a legend and they could fight together to avenge their father. Suddenly, a mysterious girl appeared and began to describe Wu Jin's dish. She defined it as a simple combination of meat with vegetables and some kind of sauce, commenting that it was the second most delicious thing she had ever seen. Wu Jin was surprised it wasn't the first. The girl stated that the secret to elevating the dish to that level must be in the sauce, making Wu Jin reflect that she truly understood cooking. She then asked if she could know the name of the meal. He replied that it was called cherry soya, which led her to conclude that the flavor was defined by either the cherry or the soy. As she ate, Wu Jin questioned her about her identity. The girl then revealed herself as the secret spirit of the culinary arts. She explained that spirits made contracts with humans to enhance their skills, and that she, specifically, was a resident of the Cooking Grimoire's dungeon. Her mission was to clarify that this world's cuisine was inferior and that people's palates were ignorant. She claimed to possess countless recipes that didn't exist there, which Wu Jin could learn, and added that he would be able to complete the ultimate flavor, a dish no one had ever discovered. The spirit said that her sole reason for existing was to achieve this final flavor. She continued, saying that she had met many chefs, but none had been capable enough to form a contract with her. However, she admitted she had only thought that way until that moment. Still confused, Wu asked what she was trying to say. The spirit argued that after tasting his dish, she realized he would be able to complete the ultimate recipe, and then asked if they could make a contract. Suddenly, Wu Jin realized the spirit must be linked to an item Ho had looted, which meant she should belong to his brother. However, the spirit girl argued that she hadn't made a contract with anyone yet. Wu Jin replied that the proposal sounded good to him, but there was one condition. At that instant, a light from the sky illuminated the place and the contract was sealed. A smart panel appeared in his vision, informing him that he had become a dungeon chef. Wu Jin was confused by the amount of information he received so quickly. The spirit said they finally had a contract and that he could check the journal for more details. Upon doing so, Wu Jin noticed the system showed him as level 1 with no access to recipes, which made him indignant since he had conquered the world's martial arts. The girl despaired, explaining that this wasn't his true level, nor did it mean he was inexperienced. In fact, the level indicated the status of his cooking grimoire and his proficiency with it. The spirit explained that he could evolve through missions and recipes from the grimoire, but Wu Jin accepted not having access since he wasn't a hunter. The girl informed him that the ingredients for the dishes were in the dungeons, places he wasn't allowed to enter. Wu Jin understood the situation and asked if he would gain access to the recipes if he became a hunter. The spirit confirmed, saying that after he passed the tutorial tower, he would have access to the grimoire's missions and recipes. Wu Jin remembered that his brother, Ho, had said the tutorial tower opened every 3 months. He looked at his smartphone, seeming to have an idea. Meanwhile, Wu Jin's boss thought resentfully that maybe he had been a little harsh with him, but concluded that he needed to say what he had said. Reflecting, the boss admitted that Wu Jin was perfect at everything in the kitchen, except for the ingredients he used, and that he alone handled the workload of 3 people. Suddenly, a message from Wu Jin arrived on his phone. He assumed the reason for the contact was the previous day's confrontation and felt bad about it. However, the message was a notice that he was quitting. After the gate incident, mysterious towers appeared all over the world. It was discovered that those who completed their challenges could use mana. The interior of the towers changed shape each time someone entered, and only those who defeated the monsters and overcame the traps could obtain this power. Despite the dangerous conditions, the number of challengers grew, attracting people blinded by wealth and fame, many of whom spent fortunes in the tutorial towers. The starting point was a place filled with desires and pleas. Inside one of these towers, a hunter was surprised by the attack of a green slime. He managed to dodge nimbly and then advanced to strike the monster's core. With the blow, the slime exploded, defeated, but it left behind only fluids and its core. The hunter was furious as he had struggled to kill 4 slimes and none of them had dropped any weapons. Upset, he complained that all he got were useless fluids and that he had already spent 20 million just on the tutorial. Exhausted, he lay down on the floor saying he needed an hour of rest to recharge his strength. Still lying down, the hunter reconsidered his rest time, thinking the hard work he had done so far had earned him the right to 2 hours of rest. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed that more people had arrived at the tower. He judged them as strange, scorning the fact that they had entered the place without even leather armor. The newcomers were Wu and his cooking spirit. The protagonist noticed he had been teleported in the blink of an eye and commented to his companion that this method was much more convenient than the ones used in the Central Plains. The spirit girl observed that Wu Jin's attire was very different from the clothes of the others present. Wu Jin then remembered that it had been half a year since he had recovered his memories. And although he thought he had adapted enough to this society, he looked with curiosity at the other hunters' equipment. Suddenly, one of the hunters warned Wu Jin about an approaching monster, insisting that he hurry before the prey was stolen. A slime was advancing rapidly in his direction, but Wu Jin didn't seem to care even as the other man shouted for him to be careful. With a single blow, he exterminated the creature and reflected that he should have brought some armor as he would need to be careful on the long road ahead. At that moment, a grimoire screen opened informing him that ingredients could be registered and asking if he would like to do so. Wu Jin was confused by the message, assuming the ingredients in question were from the slime he had just defeated. His attention was diverted when 3 hunters approached shouting, calling him a bastard and intimidating him not to loot the monster's items. Distracted by his new cooking system, Wu Jin didn't hear them. 2 other men joined the group, telling him not to play tough and that they had faced much tougher battles. Frightened, the spirit girl commented on the hostile stares they were receiving and asked Wu Jin to drop the items. Realizing the situation was getting tense, he picked up a sword that was lying on the ground. As he prepared for combat, Wu Jin reflected that before his arrival in the Central Plains, this place was a complete mess. In a fighting stance, he considered this a fitting start for his climb up the tower. The three hunters also armed themselves and became alert. One of them commented that it seemed Wu Jin wanted to fight, adding that if they got hurt, they could receive treatment outside the tower, but their chances of climbing would decrease. One of the men suggested they retreat as they had no weapons, but the group's leader disagreed and decided to advance. They told Wu Jin he wasn't special just for having a sword, reminding him that he was surrounded. The protagonist was not intimidated and thought that at least these men knew military combat strategies. One of them quickly attacked him from behind with a piece of wood, but Wu Jin hit and disarmed him with a single blow using the pommel of his sword. Annoyed, the second hunter charged forward, but his attack was easily sidestepped. Wu Jin used the attacker's own weapon to send him flying. The last man stood paralyzed with fear as Wu Jin walked toward him and defeated him by throwing a piece of wood. The spirit girl was surprised by her master's movements. Wu Jin thought that if he were in the Central Plains, he would have broken those men's necks in an instant, but concluded that he should follow the laws of this world and continued on his way. As he proceeded, Wu asked the girl if only he could see the screen. She replied that all contractors could see each other's grimoires. He then wanted to know if he could register the ingredients, and she confirmed that he could even if he wasn't an official hunter. At this, Wu Jin quickly clicked the yes option on the pop-up. He was surprised by the new screen that opened confirming that the ingredient slime fluid had been registered. Assuming that all the items he had looted before were also there, he decided to check them one by one. Soon, he found a recipe called slime pudding, but he didn't have permission to view it. The girl explained again that he couldn't see the recipe yet. She continued, desperately explaining that it wasn't the grimoire's fault, but rather the fact that he wasn't an official hunter yet. The spirit then remembered that the grimoire had already passed through the hands of many ignorant people who didn't understand its true value. She was certain that, in thousands of years, no one like Wu Jin had been so prepared for the grimoire, and she decided she couldn't let him go. Before Wu Jin could finish his sentence, the girl shouted in his ear begging him to accept anything but the cancellation of the contract. Confused, he watched her cry as she pleaded with him not to give up on her. The protagonist then clarified that he was just asking if he could create a new dish that wasn't in the recipe. He stated that he intended to develop something new as he saw no point in blindly following someone else's method. The girl, still terrified, asked if that was really what he meant, and Wu Jin confirmed that he had never thought of canceling the contract. She had assumed he was upset about not having access to the recipes, but he explained that he simply wasn't used to it and had no complaints. Surprised, the girl commented that in all her many years, he was the first person she had seen willing to cook without a recipe. Moving on, the protagonist said he would only know if it would work by trying. As they walked, Wu Jin sensed a presence and looked back, concluding that someone was following them, but he continued on his way. Lying in wait, the man pursuing them seemed to have noticed something. He was surprised to see a grimoire spirit and wondered what a contractor would be doing in a tutorial tower. Shortly after, the protagonist opened a jar of slime fluid and scooped some up with his finger. To the girl's astonishment, he put his finger in his mouth and tasted the substance. She warned him not to eat it, explaining in terror that slimes contained a poison that, while not fatal, would cause a terrible stomachache. Wu Jin paid her no mind and continued to chew. He commented that he had expected a cloyingly sweet flavor, but it was actually bitter and had a balanced spiciness, ideal for desserts or for seasoning meat. The girl wondered how he was fine after ingesting something poisonous. Relieved that he wasn't in pain, she asked what dish he planned to make. Wu Jin reflected that slime fluids contained a fast-acting poison. To neutralize it, he applied yang energy to his hands, removing the toxin from the ingredient. Then he released yin energy to absorb the heat which caused the slime to solidify. After tasting a bit of what he had created, he decided what he was going to cook and revealed that he would make a yang gang. At that same moment, several slimes approached, and Wu Jin commented that he would need a lot of ingredients. Later, the man who was pursuing them passed through the same corridor and noticed that something was wrong as there were many weapons left on the floor. He picked up one of the spears and observed that despite its poor condition, it was still a good weapon. The man reflected that the protagonist and the spirit had left all that equipment behind, collecting only the items from the slimes. He concluded that their interest was exclusively in these drops, but he didn't understand why. He continued to think that the slime items were poisonous and that there could only be one reason to collect them in the tutorial tower, the existence of some yet unknown piece or secret. Upon reaching this conclusion, the man despaired, realizing that the future had already changed. He started running in search of Wu Jin, regretting not having hurried as that grimoire contractor was a completely unexpected variable. After running for so long, he arrived panting in a room and spotted Wu Jin and his spirit. Wu Jin noticed his arrival and presumed he was the one who had been following them. The two stared at each other and the protagonist seemed to understand the situation, guessing that the man was after his grimoire spirit and wondering how he could see her. The mysterious man, in turn, stared at Wu Jin with suspicion. From the items scattered on the floor, he deduced that Wu Jin had eliminated all the slimes in that room. The man thought that although he didn't know which grimoire spirit Wu Jin possessed, his relaxed attitude made sense. Still, he saw no logic in such a low-level hunter having a legendary item unless a specific group of people had provided it. Assuming that Wu Jin was acting with such a group, he sensed his aura from a distance and decided to surrender. He explained that he was just being cautious due to the sudden appearance of someone and that he didn't want to fight. Inwardly, he questioned why he didn't recognize the hunter, but admitted that he was extraordinary and could ruin his plans. At that moment, his objective changed. He needed to find out why the protagonist was collecting slime items. Upon hearing the man's declaration, Wu Jin relaxed and commented that violence between people in the tower was forbidden, but that he considered that rule to be very superficial. Unexpectedly, Wu Jin started walking toward the mysterious man, who immediately went on alert, unsure of his intentions. Prepared for combat, he declared that he was certain Wu Jin belonged to a certain group. However, as Wu Jin got closer, he simply greeted him and introduced himself. Surprised by the friendly gesture, the man returned the greeting and introduced himself as Jo Song-jun. Feigning ignorance, he asked Wu Jin if he had seen what had happened there, explaining that he found it strange to see so much slime equipment scattered throughout the labyrinth. Song-jun commented that people usually hunted slimes in the tutorial to get their items, and he considered it peculiar that someone would eliminate them without collecting the rewards. Wu Jin admitted without hesitation that he was the one who had defeated all the slimes. The direct confession surprised Song-jun, who began to doubt his initial suspicion. He reflected that the group he had in mind was extremely discreet about their identities and would never act so openly. With that, he presumed that Wu Jin was not part of that organization, although his true objective remained a mystery. Still alarmed, Song-jun told Wu Jin that his feat was impressive, but that they were both busy and he needed to be on his way. As he walked away, he pondered that while Wu Jin was certainly not with the group he expected, his obsession with collecting slime items was very strange. A suspicion arose in his mind. Perhaps Wu Jin also knew about the hidden piece of the tutorial tower, which would only be revealed in 20 years. This idea led him to question Wu Jin's origin. Song-jun recalled that 30 years in the future, the world had been destroyed and he had received the miracle of regression, returning to the past. However, in his memories of that timeline, there was no one named Wu Jin. The possibility that the young man had received the same miracle occurred to him, but he quickly dismissed the thought as useless and impossible. With a serious expression, he departed, determined to focus on his own affairs as losing the hidden piece would ruin his plans for growth. Wu Jin remained in the room watching Song-jun walk away and concluding that he was very astute. He noticed how the man had kept his distance until the handshake and how he had disguised his reaction upon seeing the grimoire spirit. As the distance between them grew, Wu Jin began to suspect that Song-jun might be someone like him. After eliminating countless slimes and finally gathering enough ingredients for his recipe, Wu Jin cleared the room. He informed the grimoire spirit that he was ready to cook, but the girl was confused by his statement. He then asked for a pot, explaining that he couldn't cook with his bare hands and asked if she, as the spirit of a cooking grimoire, knew any way to get utensils. Suddenly excited, the girl remembered something important and used her magic to summon a pot, assuring him that she could materialize any tool at any time. With the utensils available, Wu Jin asked for a spatula, preferably a silicone one, and a square mold. Now ready, he announced that he would prepare a dish called yoken, the best way to use the slime items he had collected. He explained that the slime's glowing core, due to its unique texture, would be used differently. As long as the inner part didn't mix with the fluid, he could use it to create patterns. While cutting the core, he noticed its rubbery texture and decided he would use it separately, like tapioca pearls. The process began by boiling all the slime fluid to remove the toxins. Next, he poured it into the mold, and as the edges dried, he added the pieces of the core. Wu Jin mentioned that the melted part that remained in the pot was the key, explaining that if the fluid cooled down enough, it could be used as a broth. He then poured this remaining liquid over the other ingredients in the mold and used the spatula to stir and create patterns, which according to him, would alter the texture and flavor, making the dish more interesting. To finish, he used a freezing technique to chill the mixture quickly. Finally, he turned the mold over and revealed his newly created dish, the slime yoken. The girl and Wu Jin were quite pleased with the result. Ecstatic, the spirit girl asked him to quickly cut a piece. Suddenly, a message from the cooking system appeared informing them that a new recipe had been added. Surprised, the two watched as the information about Wu Jin's slime yoken was loaded. The revelation that the dish was F rank left Wu Jin in disbelief, but the girl advised him to wait as the dish's quality had not yet been revealed. Wu Jin then asked if the quality was more important than the rank, and the girl confirmed that it was. Next, a message announced that Wu Jin had leveled up. Several notification windows popped up, but one in particular caught his attention. His dish had reached a grade quality. Another notification informed him that a new recipe had been unlocked based on the objectives he had achieved. The girl congratulated him, commenting that a grade quality was a remarkable achievement. Wu Jin, however, remained skeptical that his dish could be good considering its F rank. The girl recalled that he had asked about the difference between quality and overall rank and offered to explain why they ate. Wu Jin replied that he didn't care and began to cut a slice of the dish. Before he could do anything else, the girl quickly took a bite of the piece of slime yajin. She loved the food, declaring it was unbelievably delicious and that making the contract with him had been the best choice she had ever made. Then she began to explain that the quality represented how delicious the food was, with a grade being classified as a high-end gourmet delicacy. The overall rank, she explained, reflected the difficulty of preparation. Since the slime yoken was simple to make, its grade was low. She concluded by stating that the higher the quality and rank, the more points and achievements Wu could obtain. Wu Jin also tasted his dish, analyzing it. He noticed that a bitter and spicy flavor emerged along with the sweetness and that the texture was very pleasant. The girl informed Wu that the recipe book had been activated, describing it as the heart of the culinary dungeon grimoire. She added that he could use his points to buy all sorts of recipes for any imaginable delicacy. As Wu Jin looked at his panel, reflecting on the recipes that had been unlocked, the girl noticed he didn't seem very impressed and concluded it was because he had created the dish himself. He questioned if he had enough points to buy all the recipes. The girl replied that although he had earned a lot of points, there was a catch. She explained that normally, one had to complete quests to unlock recipes, starting with simple dishes to hone one's skills. Wu Jin concluded that he had bypassed the conventional training method, which the girl confirmed. She detailed that quests unlocked recipes and better dishes accelerated leveling up, unlocking even more options. Given this, she revealed that in thousands of years, no one had ever created a new high-level recipe and reached level 4 in that way. Wu Jin understood that he had leveled up and received points precisely because he created a recipe without following the quests. The girl confirmed, encouraging him to keep creating. He remembered that only hunters received quests from the grimoire, and initially, he thought about clearing the tower quickly. However, he reconsidered upon realizing the dungeon was an ideal place to obtain unknown ingredients and that it would be a waste to leave so soon. With that in mind and remembering that the tower would close in 2 weeks, he decided he would make more dishes. Upon reaching the second floor of the tower, Wu Jin was immediately met by an arrow trap. Although it wasn't a major challenge for him, he noticed the environment had changed. He noted that the traps were more difficult and the slimes had unique characteristics, making them more complex adversaries. While others who had passed through the first floor with ease would now need to focus on survival, for Wu Jin, who was following his own path, this didn't pose a great difficulty. After finishing his battles, Wu Jin was already preparing another dish, a red slime jelly, which achieved B-grade quality. As the girl savored the jelly, praising it as a brilliant stereotype-breaking idea, Wu Jin lamented that he had failed again. The girl disagreed, asking what could possibly be wrong with such a wonderful dish. She reminded him that he had already made many dishes over 10 days, causing the grimoire to level up to 3 and earning him another 15 points. Despite this, Wu Jin remained disheartened, attributing the result to his own lack of confidence. He came to the conclusion that the limited ingredients were the cause of his low scores. After all, he had already spent 10 days searching for them on the first 2 floors. Wu Jin recalled that the first floor only contained green slimes, while the second, despite having slimes of various attributes, still offered little variety. He grumbled, thinking that a little bit of chocolate would have made his dish perfect. The spirit girl, who listened to everything with an uncomfortable air, told Wu Jin that he had more talent than all the chefs she had ever known. She continued, explaining that to get good results, he needed fundamental knowledge. According to her, a passion for creating new dishes was a chef's virtue. And although Wu Jin had talent, he lacked knowledge about the grimoire. Finally, she argued that it would be more important for him to strengthen his fundamentals by preparing existing recipes instead of trying to create something new. Reflecting on the girl's words, Wu Jin concluded she was right and decided to start over from the basics. Consulting the grimoire, he found a recipe called King Slime Ice Cream whose name surprised him and piqued his interest. Determined to prepare this dish, he checked the necessary ingredients. Wu Jin remembered that he hadn't seen any monster resembling a king slime in the tower and began to wonder if he would need to go outside to find it. However, before he could make a decision, the grimoire revealed that the king slime was on the 3rd floor. He celebrated inwardly as he had already discovered the entrance to the next floor, feeling that things were finally going his way. With the king slime as his new target, Wu Jin and the spirit girl began to head for the 3rd floor of the tower. Meanwhile outside, 10 days had already passed since Wu Jin entered the portal. In the city of Seoul, the area around the portal was surrounded by reporters as it was the day the first people to clear the 3rd floor were expected to emerge. 2 men observing the scene commented to each other that the best talents of the day had probably already been recruited by major guilds, and that they were there in the hope that a negotiation might fall through. As they wondered who would be the first to come out, a person finally emerged from the portal. The person who came out was Baek Seol, the eldest daughter of the Chinik guild leader. The reporters were ecstatic and surrounded her, wanting an interview and asking if she would join her father's guild. Arrogantly, she declared that she would refuse any unscheduled interviews and demanded that everyone back away. One of the observers commented that the situation was very unfair, and the other wanted to know why. The first man explained that it was unfair because she was beautiful, had wealthy relatives, and on top of that was talented. He then told his companion to keep his eyes open as they might find someone they could use. The more pessimistic of the two retorted that no one who reached the 3rd floor would join a small guild like theirs, but his colleague argued that there were always exceptions. The man in glasses complained that the best talents came out on the 10th day, and that the last chance to find someone good would be on the 13th. After that, according to him, all that was left was to wait for the quitters and useless ones who would come out on the 14th day. Back in the tower, Wu Jin continued to fight slimes. He observed that the structure of the 3rd floor was very different from the previous ones. While the 1st and 2nd floors were labyrinthine, the 3rd was divided into rooms. Suddenly, he spotted an entrance different from all the others and assumed it was a special room. Walking up to the unfamiliar door, Wu Jin passed through it and found himself in a dense forest full of trees and vegetation. He found it incredible that a forest could exist inside the tower. The spirit girl wondered if they might have left the tower, but she wasn't sure. Wu Jin disagreed, pointing out that it didn't look like the outside as he could see slimes further ahead. A little further on, he also spotted an altar that seemed to be dedicated to a slime. At that moment, his cooking system issued an alert informing him that a special ingredient had been detected and that unlocking the recipe would cost 20 points. Wu Jin was now certain that the king slime was there, and confirmed the mission, noting that the system had more convenient features than he had imagined. It was then that Wu Jin felt a presence behind him. It was Song Jun who had just arrived. Song Jun commented that it had taken him longer than expected to get there, and with a suspicious look, observed that Wu Jin seemed to have come alone along that unusual path. With a smile, Wu Jin greeted Song Jun, telling him that he had reached the 3rd floor. Sung Jun explained that since the tutorial tower could only be completed once, he wanted to go all the way and added that Wu Jin was also impressive for having made it this far. Wu Jin mentioned that there was something in that room he needed to secure, which confirmed Song Jun's suspicions that the other man was also after the unknown piece. Claiming exhaustion from the journey, Song Jun said he needed to rest a bit, though his real intention was to watch Wu Jin. The spirit girl asked Wu Jin if he would summon the king slime right then, but he replied that he still didn't have enough ingredients and would need to hunt more slimes. Song Jun, who was paying close attention, realized that this was exactly Wu Jin's plan. The system indicated that 200 slime fluids and 200 slime cores were needed for the summoning. With only 4 days left before the tower closed, Song Joon decided to monitor Wu Jin and then monopolize the boss when the time came. On the 12th day since entering the portal, Wu Jin continued his hunt. He eliminated the slimes without any difficulty, accumulating a large number of items, always under the watchful eye of Song Joon, who watched him from hiding. The process repeated the next day. On the 14th day, Song Joon reflected that the tower would close the next day. He knew it was his last chance to obtain the unknown piece and that he couldn't wait 3 months for the portal to reopen. Noticing that Wu Jin was still collecting items, Song Joon presumed he already knew the conditions to summon the king slime and was just postponing the confrontation. While watching him, Song Joon also observed Wu Jin eating substances that looked toxic, imagining it must be a skill from the grimoire that made monsters edible, something very useful for surviving in dungeons. Pushing aside these useless thoughts, he focused on finding a way to face the boss without Wu Jin noticing. Song Joon had noticed that for the past 4 days, Wu Jin would leave the area for periods ranging from 30 minutes to 2 hours. His return was unpredictable, which made the situation a gamble, but it was the only opportunity he would have. He questioned whether he could defeat the boss and get the piece in just 30 minutes. Realizing that hesitation would only make him lose the chance, he decided he would summon the boss during Wu Jin's next absence, having already prepared the materials. As soon as Wu Jin left, Song Joon ran to the altar and threw all the necessary slime items onto it. He waited anxious, still apprehensive, until a light from the sky illuminated the entire structure. Suddenly, the king slime, black in appearance and wearing a crown, was summoned. Its first attack was to bounce on the ground, destroying the surrounding area and raising a cloud of dust that disoriented Song Joon. Amid the chaos, the monster advanced toward him. Far away, Wu Jin suddenly stopped walking, which seemed strange to the spirit girl. With a serious expression, he stated that they needed to return to the altar immediately. The combat was already intense. The king slime tried to land a blow on Song Joon, who dodged with great ease and prepared to retaliate, advancing with his spear. The attack tore a hole in the monster's chest, which seemed to feel pain, leading Song Joon to believe his strategy was working. He reflected that it had been half a year since he had returned from the future, concluding that just knowing what would happen wasn't enough. Suddenly, the king slime unleashed its fury. While nimbly dodging the attacks, Song Joon thought about how his meticulous preparation had prevented the world's destruction and declared to himself that he would not rest for a single day. In a swift move, he leaped onto the monster, ready to drive his mana-energized spear into it. Enveloping the weapon with his aura, he delivered a powerful downward strike, subjugating the creature and confirming once again that his blows were significantly effective. Before the slime could counterattack, he moved back, gaining distance and reflecting on how his combat power was far superior to that of his past. Dodging the attacks, he calculated that at this rate he would be able to collect the unknown piece. However, Wu Jin had already arrived at the scene and was watching the fight, commenting to himself that Song Joon's performance wasn't bad at all. Wu Jin observed that Song Joon wasn't directly resisting the slime's power, but rather letting the flow of energy pass while adding his own strength. He noticed the young man seemed to be his age, but his skills didn't match. A faint energy emanated from the tip of the spear, and Wu realized the source wasn't the weapon itself. He concluded that Song Joon's techniques exceeded his internal energy. If he were his disciple, he could become much stronger. The spirit girl suggested that this would be the perfect opportunity to hunt the Slime King, but Wu Jin scolded her, stating that it wouldn't be appropriate. He remembered how furious Xian Ho used to get in the past when someone stole his dungeon boss, a behavior similar to the men he had encountered earlier in the tower. Out of courtesy, he decided not to interfere while Xian Jun's intense battle against the monster continued. Song Joon, for his part, was struggling. He reflected that even with all his desperate training, it was still difficult to deal with the creature alone, and his mana was almost gone. As he braced for another attack, he realized this would be his last chance. With a quick movement, he dodged by sliding under the slime, thinking that if he could pierce it at that exact moment, he could finally defeat it and obtain the unknown piece he was seeking. However, as he landed the blow, he felt that something was wrong. As the slime began to dissolve on the ground, Song Joon spotted Wu Jin, who had already returned. In disbelief, he thought that wasn't possible, as the combat pattern Wu Jin had taught him over the last 4 days hadn't worked. This brief distraction was fatal. The Slime King hit him with a powerful blow, slamming him against a tree trunk. Lying on the ground, Song Joon regretted missing the attack because he had been paying attention to Wu Jin, concluding his wound was too severe for him to get up. He felt pathetic, a failure. He found it ironic that he had thought he could change the future, considering it arrogant to believe that things would be different just because he had returned to the past. A painful memory of an important woman he seemed to have lost in his original future surfaced. Despite the pain and despair, Sung-Joon did not give up and resisted, trying to get back up. He told himself it didn't matter if he was arrogant or a failure, as thinking that way wouldn't help him change what had happened. He reflected on the many times he had been on the brink of destruction and how much he regretted each one, wondering if it would have been different had he tried with more determination. With renewed resolve, he promised himself he would not repeat the same mistakes. A fury took hold of Sung-Joon, who resolved to burn his own life force to defeat the monster, declaring that he could not give up. As he channeled energy into the tip of his spear, he declared that if he lost to something like this, he would never change the future and that he would definitely eliminate this slime. He then charged forward, running toward the creature. Before he could do anything, an intense pain paralyzed him. He stopped his advance and began to spit blood, realizing his physical condition was terrible. With the slime advancing for the final blow, he thought this was the end. However, a slash of light appeared in front of him, slicing the Slime King. Confused by what was happening, Sung-Joon passed out. Wu Jin had saved him at the last second. A notification window appeared for Wu Jin, informing him that the Slime King had been defeated and that he had obtained the Slime King's core and the Slime King's fluid. The spirit girl was impressed, commenting that it was to be expected that he would defeat the boss with a single blow. Looking at Sung-Joon on the ground, Wu Jin thought he was a disgrace. He analyzed that the moment the young man noticed him on the battlefield, his focus wavered, which led him to suffer a major attack and panic. It was reckless of him to draw out energy with an injured body, which left him in a terrible state, although he still had the ability to escape. Wu Jin concluded that Sung-Joon's objective was the Slime King's cube. Knowing the young man could probably still hear him, he stated that if he hadn't intervened, Sung-Joon would have died. As compensation for saving him, Wu Jin announced that he would take the cube for himself. After the battle, Wu Jin admitted he was curious about the taste of the Slime King. Upon tasting a piece, he was surprised. He commented that despite an intense sour taste, the meat had a sweetness and a smooth texture, making it as delicious as a durian fruit. After tasting the monster's meat, Wu Jin concluded that the Slime King wasn't a dungeon boss for nothing and felt an irresistible urge to cook it immediately. He began to organize his thoughts to decide on the next steps. Upon consulting the recipe, he expected to find something special given the use of such a rare ingredient, but he found the preparation methods quite common, feeling that something was missing. The spirit girl, however, assured him that there was nothing wrong with the instructions. Trusting her, Wu Jin decided to follow recipe to the letter. The first step was to boil the slime's fluid to add a sweet flavor. Next, he froze the creature's cubes and then ground them into a powder. To grind one of the cubes, Wu Jin used a martial arts technique called Black Abyss, enveloping it in a dark aura that completely disintegrated it. He reflected that although this technique had originally been created for culinary purposes, in the Central Plains, it had been used to harm many people. After grinding, he added the powder to the original fluid and began to mix everything with a spatula. Wu Jin noticed that the mixture's viscosity increased fascinatingly after adding the powder, an effect that, according to the recipe, applied to all types of slime. He realized that this method was different from the one he had used to melt the cubes earlier, which led him to conclude that the shelf life of the ingredients varied greatly depending on the cooking method. Finding the process interesting, he finished the dish, which was named Slime King Ice Cream. The system identified it as an E+ level and a quality item, notifying him that he had gained experience, unlocked achievements, and leveled up several times. With the dish ready, he declared it was time to taste it, and the spirit girl agreed. Just as they were preparing to try the ice cream, a groan caught their attention. Sung-Joon had woken up. Upon regaining consciousness, he asked how long he had been unconscious. He felt that his mana had not yet fully recovered and was surprised to have gotten up much sooner than expected. His body felt like it was on fire, and despite a few broken ribs, he could move. In front of him, he saw Wu Jin doing something curious and clearly remembered seeing him defeat the Slime King before passing out. Sung-Joon then noticed that Wu Jin was holding the unknown piece, the unique item from the tutorial tower that only appears once. He berated himself for being so careless, lamenting the failure of his original plan, which was to ambush Wu Jin while he was busy with the monster to secure the item. He decided, however, that there was no point in lamenting and keeping his cool, concluded that all was not lost. Since Wu Jin would certainly not share the piece, he would have to take it by force. Gathering his strength, he tried to get up to attack. Before he could make a move, Wu Jin offered him some of the ice cream. Song Jun was stunned and silent, completely confused by the situation. Wu Jin insisted, saying he should eat some as he must be very tired. Song Jun thanked him, wondering why Wu Jin would share something with him, but he saw it as a golden opportunity and decided to take it. He rationalized that as long as they didn't kill each other inside the tower, accepting the offer would be advantageous. As soon as he tasted the first spoonful, it was as if his mind exploded. He wondered what kind of flavor that was and if Wu Jin was really a contractor of a culinary grimoire. He questioned if it was truly edible, if it could even be called food. To him, it was understandable that the grimoire spirit, a non-human entity, could eat it, but he couldn't understand how a human being could. Even so, he kept eating, telling himself to think of it as the unknown peace and that he had to endure it for the sake of future peace. He took another spoonful, determined to endure. Right after swallowing the ice cream, a system window appeared before him. The notification informed him that by consuming the Slime King ice cream, he had been imbued with the creature's pure energy, which increased his abilities and his mana by 5 points. Shocked, Song Jun thought that he had never heard of the unknown pieces improving someone's stats. It was then that he finally understood. Wu Jin's grimoire granted status enhancements through food. Still confused, Song Jun was approached by Wu Jin, who asked if he had liked the food. Reflecting that the ingredient was a monster, Song Jun concluded that Wu Jin must have tried his best and replied that it was truly delicious. Wu Jin, surprised, wanted to know if he was being serious. Then Song Jun thanked him for saving him earlier. But as he looked at the cook, he felt a strange sensation and became certain that he needed to escape. He was convinced that if he didn't run right that instant, Wu Jin would make him eat another one of his dishes. Song Jun thanked him again for the rescue and the meal. But before he could finish, Wu Jin interrupted him, saying he had other dishes for him to try. Hurriedly, Song Jun started to run, stating that he couldn't bother his savior any longer and thanking him for everything. Watching him leave, Wu lamented that he had gone, thinking it was a shame. The spirit girl commented that he seemed to be someone who appreciated the chef's food, but that she was the only one in the world who truly did. Wu Jin pondered that maybe they would meet again. The girl then reminded him that the next day would be their last in the tower and suggested they get more ingredients. In the city of Saiwe, with 2 hours left until the tutorial portal closed, Wu Jin appeared accompanied by the spirit girl. She expressed her relief at being able to breathe fresh air after so long. Wu Jin informed her that they would be heading back now, and she agreed. At that moment, he received a system message congratulating him on completing the tower and becoming an official hunter with access to the status window and inventory. Surprised by the new features, he felt a presence behind him and quickly grabbed what seemed to be a spirit. With an intimidating aura, Wu Jin demanded to know what it was. The spirit girl, terrified, asked the chef to calm down. Another system window appeared, asking if he would like to see the instructions for using the inventory and the status window. He hesitated, wondering what would happen if he refused, but decided to accept. Immediately, the spirit he was holding began to enter his body, a process Wu found interesting. He realized he could open the status and inventory with just a thought and could also check his information and manage items freely. While exploring the new interface, he found his daily quests, cook in a dungeon and serve the food to another person. Wu Jin reflected that cooking wasn't a problem as he did it all the time, but serving others would be the real challenge. He thought that, if the situation got too complicated, he would have to give the dish to Xianho. Suddenly, a voice called him a brat and scolded him for entering the portal without warning. It was Xianho who explained that he had been waiting all day for him. Wu Jin, surprised, asked why he was there. Xianho replied that he had come to take him back and congratulated him on reaching the 3rd floor. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point and asked Wu Jin to join his guild. Along the way, the two discussed the proposal. Wu Jin refused, claiming he wasn't skilled enough. But Xianho doubted he had only completed the 1st floor. He explained that he had recommended Wu Jin and that if he passed the practical test, he could join the same guild as him. Even though the offer seemed advantageous, Wu Jin maintained his refusal, leaving Xianho visibly stressed. His friend tried to convince him by offering benefits like equipment and personalized schedules, questioning the reason for his stubbornness. Wu Jin explained that this was exactly why he was refusing, as he had become a hunter to improve his culinary skills. Shocked, Xianho asked if he had abandoned his dream of being a chef. Wu Jin vehemently denied it, and Xianho warned him that he would gravely regret his decision. When Wu Jin asked for an explanation, Xian Ho revealed the truth. If he didn't register with a guild within a week, the government would forcibly take him to the Hunter Academy, a place whose imposing structure surprised both Wu Jin and the spirit girl when they arrived. Confused by the place's name, Wu Jin heard Xian Ho confirm that it was indeed the academy he had imagined. Xian Ho went on to explain that it was a state-run institution for hunters where the treatment was terrible and transferring to private guilds was very difficult. Furthermore, the place was filled with prejudice and the education system was completely outdated. Despite all that, he informed him that the academy had access to any dungeon in Yung as long as they were accompanied by an observer, but warned that the dangers were greater than they seemed. The information about unrestricted access to the dungeons excited Wu Jin, who said he would think more about it but that he felt very tired at the moment. Understanding his exhaustion, Xian Ho eased the pressure but advised him to make a decision before he was dragged there by force. Wu Jin assured him he would decide as soon as possible. Shortly after, he received a text message from the academy itself, which made him realize he had only until the following week to make a careful choice. While cooking another dish, Wu Jin thought that unlike the tower with its limited ingredients, the outside world offered an abundance of options. Thanks to this, he was able to create new recipes and gain 2 more levels in his skill over the last week, although he had failed the mission to serve food to another person. He had tried to offer the dish to Xian Ho, but he refused, stating that he would only eat it if Wu Jin joined his guild, which led Wu Jin to consider him very ungrateful. The spirit girl commented that the situation was a shame and questioned if he could still be a chef if he joined the Hunter Academy. Wu Jin stated with conviction that this was the main reason he had become a hunter. Even at the academy, his intention was to continue cooking. Suddenly, his phone rang with a call from Xian Ho. Figuring his friend had already discovered his intention to enroll, Wu Jin hung up thinking he was an ungrateful brat. Upon arriving at the Hunter Academy, both he and the spirit girl were surprised by the place, and she commented on its unique atmosphere. They observed a young man who seemed very excited to become a hunter, but was also visibly full of worries about his future. The spirit girl noted the great diversity of people present. Wu Jin, for his part, noticed that for an abandoned and renovated high school, the hallways and the gym were impeccably clean. Wu Jin overheard some students talking about someone named Jay, mentioning an article that highlighted his arrival on the 3rd floor and his resemblance to the published photo. He also noticed the presence of Baek Seol and heard others wondering why she was there, since she had joined the Cheonic Guild, which made him curious about what kind of person she was. To his surprise, he also found Se Hongjun at the location. The spirit girl drew his attention to a man on the stage, commenting that he had a head as smooth as a griffin's egg. The entrance ceremony was beginning, and the academy's director was preparing to give a speech. He introduced himself as Lee Cheonji, and his tone of voice immediately terrified the students. The director declared he was deeply distressed by the decline in the Hunter Academy's prestige. The energy of that speech reminded Wu Jin of something familiar, his most loyal henchman, the leader of the 3 demons of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The director continued, stating that although there were many reasons for the current situation, the most fundamental one was the lies and attitudes of the students themselves. It was then that Wu Jin was certain. The man on the stage was the blood demon, Guak Chi Ian. Wu Jin was shocked to see Elder Guak in this world. Meanwhile, the director began to discuss the chaos of the gate incident that had occurred 30 years ago. He remembered the elder as his bravest and most loyal soldier. The director in turn commented that Zhuzhong Meong, leader of the Zhu family, was similar to him, as he had become strong through training alone without relying on items. Next, he questioned what had happened to the hunters of today, asking who would be foolish enough to enter the tutorial tower without protection. Realizing that his former subordinate had found happiness in this world, Wu Jin decided he would help him. Nearby, Song Jun watched the director with intrigue, admitting to himself that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember who he was. Song Jun recalled that the director had subdued B-rank monsters on his own, and that Li Cha Eunji had been present during the gate incident, information he confirmed to be true after a search on HunterNet. Given such a high level of skill, he wondered why such a powerful man had become merely the director of an academy. He was certain that, before his regression, the director had been Li Cha Youngji, a fundamental fact he wouldn't forget. Sung Jun then concluded that he needed to investigate the other changes caused by his return to the past, and that was the main reason he had come to the academy. With a serious expression, he understood that this was just the beginning of his investigation. The practical class began with a teacher instructing the students to strike a mannequin with all their strength. He explained that after each strike, a score would appear and that the exercise was just a test to assess everyone's levels, promising to detail the academy's rules at the end. The instructor added that those who used weapons could practice with the equipment available on the left and asked if there were any questions. A female student raised her hand, questioning the need to perform the attack 5 times, to which the teacher replied that the goal was to measure how long they could maintain their maximum power. Another student asked about the highest score ever achieved by the vice director, and the teacher suggested they use the fact that he was a B-rank hunter as a reference. With no more questions, he asked everyone to form a line to begin the test. The first students came forward with one girl scoring 302 points, followed by a boy with 272 and another with 403. Watching the tests, Wu Jin commented to himself that although he had already understood the scoring criteria and noticed some new techniques, the students' overall skills were disappointing. Meanwhile, the spirit girl beside him noticed a familiar person in the line. The next to be tested was Song Jun. Wu Jin pondered that Song Jun must have held back before because of him and wondered how he would act now. Based on the martial arts he had previously demonstrated, Wu Jin estimated he would score around 19,000 points. However, when Song Jun unleashed his attack on the mannequin, he scored 3,097 points. Wu Jin immediately realized he was hiding his strength as he remembered seeing him use energy in his spear inside the tower. He acknowledged that the score was excellent and surpassed all the previous ones, but he assumed Song Jun must have a good reason for concealing his true power. Everyone's attention then turned to the next participant, Baek Sul, as the crowd speculated on how many points she would score. Baek Sul took a deep breath, preparing her attack as a blue aura of intense concentration enveloped her. In the blink of an eye, she dashed forward and struck the mannequin with an impressive speed that surprised everyone present. The machine began to calculate the result and displayed a perfect score of 10,793 points, a feat she seemed to achieve with great ease. The other participants were shocked and intimidated by the result. Some of the boys wondered if she was using an artifact, but they soon saw that wasn't the case. When his turn came, Wu scored a modest 222 points and decided it was best not to get involved in that power struggle. The high scores of Song Jun and Baek Sul quickly became the main topic among the students, and Wu Jin officially enrolled in the academy after receiving the rules from Min Sung. Sometime later, settled in the academy dormitory, Wu Jin was preparing a meal and found the place quite pleasant. He felt a different kind of freedom compared to his home. And while cooking, he noticed that the salad turned out very well with a blue slime base. He remembered his brother saying he would be exploited at the academy. But Wu Jin questioned why he would join a guild in such a troublesome place. Here, he could cook whenever he wanted and even serve others. Besides, he found the classes very interesting as he needed to learn the basic theory about the most common monsters in dungeons. He noticed that the other students complained, underestimating the value of learning directly from the teachers and believing they could find any information quickly on the internet. Wu Jin suddenly remembered that he had an important commitment that day and needed to leave before it got too late. At the Hunter Academy's gym, the teacher greeted the students and announced that as planned, this would be the day of their first mission. He then said he would reveal the team compositions for the dungeon exploration. The teacher explained that he would call out the students along with their assigned observer hunters who would lead each team in exploring a low-level dungeon. With that, he began to announce the names. Wu Jin thought the idea of an exploration mission was exciting. The teacher continued to call out the students in order, announcing that the next team would be formed by Yu Southeast Yun and Park Il Ho with observer Yeo Wu Jin Kim. Another team would be composed of Kim Jong and Lee Ji Yi under the supervision of Kim Jong-do. Finally, the teacher announced the last team, Cha Yun Wu Jin and Baek Se Yun, the cadet who had reached 10,000 points. Upon hearing he would be paired with her, Wu Jin was on alert while the girl showed clear displeasure at being paired with a seemingly weak hunter. To everyone's surprise, the teacher announced Kim Chi-guk as the team's observer, and the students immediately associated him with the renowned hunter from the Zhu family. The spirit girl commented to Wu Jin that the man seemed to be very famous. With that, the announcements were over. The teacher instructed the students to meet with their respective observers who were already arriving. Their task would be to complete the dungeon under the guidance of these more experienced hunters. At that moment, Kim Ji-guk entered the gym, causing a stir among the students who wondered how the academy had managed to recruit him. Kim Ji-guk quickly approached Wu Jin's team, informing them he would speak casually and asking if that would be a problem. Baek Se-young replied that it was fine. Kim thought this was a good opportunity to do Chownik a favor and maybe get something in return. He explained to Baek Seal that he had turned down an invitation to be a lecturer but had accepted this task because of his connection to Chownik and the Zhu family, suggesting she take the opportunity to learn from a B-rank hunter like him. With disdain, the girl corrected him, stating that here she was just Cadet Baek Seal from the academy and not Chownik's daughter from the Baek Dujang Guild. Visibly awkward, Kim replied that he understood and would be more careful. The spirit girl, who was watching the scene, commented that the man was annoying and seemed to be disrespecting them. Wu Jin, for his part, remained silent, just observing the interaction. Kim then revealed that he had reviewed the list of available training dungeons and showed them his phone. Baek Seol was surprised by the chosen location and asked if that was really where they were going. Kim confirmed and, with a serious expression, announced that their destination was the Killer Bee Dungeon. Upon arriving at Namguru Station near the dungeon's entrance, Kim explained that despite its pleasant park-like appearance, the place was avoided by other hunters. The reason was that, although it was classified as F-rank, the killer bees that inhabited it were treacherous monsters for their level. Baek Shella thought that this dungeon would be too dangerous for Wu Jin, remembering his low test score and his apparent lack of skill with a sword. She approached him and expressed her concern, saying that the Killer Bee Dungeon was too risky and suggesting that maybe they should talk to Kim Chi-guk about it. Before they could continue, Kim intervened, assuring them that with a B-rank hunter present, there would be no problem at all. He then struggled to remember Wu Jin's name, so Wu Jin introduced himself formally and the two greeted each other. Kim added that they shouldn't underestimate Wu Jin, since he had passed through the tower and therefore should have some ability to protect himself. Throughout the entire conversation, Wu Jin showed no reaction, just listening. The observer justified his choice by commenting that other guilds were sending their rookies to the easier dungeons, making them overcrowded and unsuitable for effective training. Wu Jin reflected that, in a simpler dungeon, Big Seol would probably be the only one fighting and he wouldn't get the chance to show his own skills. Kim stated that the goal was for them to get the most out of the training. He assured them they wouldn't have any problems as long as a boss or a C-rank or higher monster didn't appear. To reassure them, he concluded by saying that this dungeon was known for not having any bosses, so there was no reason to worry. After the brief explanation, Kim asked if they could enter the dungeon if they had no objections. Baek Seol remained silent, mentally agreeing, while the spirit girl was visibly irritated by his tone of voice. Once inside the dungeon, Kim announced that before they began their practical training, they would talk about insect-type monsters. He reminded them that these creatures had a common venom, information they should have already learned in class, and mentioned the existence of a swarm controller. To demonstrate, he pierced a bee with his spear and explained that neutralizing the leader would make the rest of the group much easier to take down. Immediately, Baek Seol located and attacked the bee leader. Kim praised her speed, commenting that the leader's mana was unique but difficult to identify without experience, and proposed an alternative method. While the two were talking, Wu Jin was searching the area for ingredients. He found a fenestra plant and, noticing the greater diversity of materials compared to the tutorial tower, decided to collect as much as he could since they only existed in dungeons. Kim offered Baek the possibility of private lessons with him. All she had to do was make the request through the Zhu family. Soon after, Kim's attention turned to Wu Jin, and he wondered what the boy had been doing since they arrived. With disdain, he ordered Wu Jin to stop collecting grass and join them, thinking that academy students were useless. Baek just watched the scene in silence, reflecting that Wu Jin acted like a textbook. Impatient, Kim scolded Wu Jin again, emphasizing that the basics of exploration consisted of understanding the surrounding environment, and questioned why he was investigating a dungeon that had already been mapped. His attitude irritated the spirit girl, who considered him an idiot for interrupting the sacred moment when her boss was collecting ingredients. Tired of shouting, Kim simply told Seol to follow him, leaving Wu Jin behind. Alone, Wu Jin discovered a recipe for assassin bee's honey, which required assassin bee honeycomb jelly as one of the ingredients. He realized that in the 10 minutes they had been there, he hadn't found any honeycombs with jelly. He reflected that although the assassin bees were huge, their behavior shouldn't be any different from that of normal bees. Meanwhile, Kim and Baek were fighting the swarm, and Kim warned her not to overdo it as she couldn't get hurt. Wu Jin, in turn, concluded that he needed to explore on his own as staying with the group hindered his gathering. He moved away confident that his companions were skilled enough not to be in danger without him. The pair had already eliminated 15 bees, but they continued to attack relentlessly. Beck noticed that even with the leader neutralized, the insects still moved in a coordinated manner. She realized the dungeon was much more dangerous than the reports indicated and thought that if the situation was difficult for her, it must be even worse for Wu Jin. However, when she looked back, she saw that he was gone, which left her completely confused. Kim started giving instructions on how to act in situations like that, but Beck interrupted him to say that Wu Jin had disappeared. At first, he didn't understand, so she clarified that the boy was gone. Kim panicked and started shouting Wu Jin's name, hoping for a response. Stressed, he cursed the boy, saying he had never liked him, especially for his attitude of just collecting grass while they were hunting. Suddenly, a loud sound like thunder echoed through the area. Kim felt his head shake and his vision tremble. Realizing the noise was different from the buzzing of the bee's wings, Beck also felt a sharp headache from the deafening sound. In that same instant, a red warning window appeared above them, informing them that the assassin bee queen, enraged by the invasion of her nest, had revealed herself. The two were seized by panic, not understanding the gravity of the situation. Far away, Wu Jin was facing a coordinated attack from several bees. As he efficiently cut them down, he thought that moving away from the group had been the right decision, as he could gather many ingredients on his own. He noticed that the faint sweet scent he had smelled earlier was getting stronger and presumed the smell would lead him to even more precious materials. Following the sweet trail, Wu noticed something different along the way. The spirit girl, who had stayed behind, asked where he was going and insisted they should proceed together. Their walk led them to a huge cave, and the spirit girl questioned how they hadn't seen it before. Wu Jin explained that the entrance was at the back of the dungeon. He reflected that if he hadn't trained his sense of smell to find honey, he would have never located the cave, as it was rare for anyone to approach that area. Upon entering the place, he commented that they might have found the source of the sweet smell. The spirit girl was impressed upon seeing a gigantic beehive and nicknamed the place the Honey Mine. Surprised by the size of the honey stones, Wu Jin expressed his desire to taste them. However, as soon as he touched one of the stones, a warning alert appeared before them. Turning around, Wu Jin read the message, which informed them that the queen bee was enraged by the invasion of her nest. Right after the announcement, a thunderous sound echoed, and Wu Jin presumed it came from outside the cave. Far away, Chiguk and Beck were running desperately. The professor lamented that things had gone so wrong, grumbling that if he had known what would happen, he would have brought a tracker from the academy. He was terrified by the thought that if he left the dungeon without one of the cadets, all his efforts to be recognized by the Ju family would be wasted. Beck suggested in desperation that they split up to search faster, but the professor stated that it wouldn't make sense. While they were dealing with the bees, he reinforced that if she disappeared, the problem would be even bigger. The professor explained that in situations like that, it was much more dangerous to split up, and Bayek said she understood. Suddenly, he told them to wait and hide. They heard a strange noise coming from ahead and remained silent until the dungeon boss, the C-rank queen bee, revealed herself. The professor panicked, confirming to himself that it was, without a doubt, a dungeon boss. He couldn't understand why a monster of that level would be in an F-rank dungeon, which wasn't even supposed to have a boss. He concluded that it would be impossible to defeat a C-rank opponent with newly graduated cadets, estimating he would need at least 3 B-rank hunters. His desperation grew as he remembered that 6 hours after the boss's appearance, the dungeon would close completely, leaving only 2 options: escape or die. Trying to calm down, he pondered that if he solved the problem, perhaps Chionik would give him some reward. They noticed the boss hadn't perceived them yet and thought about retreating, but it was already too late. The queen bee had already noticed their presence, and before they could react was flying overhead. The monster initiated an aerial attack, and Chiguk shouted for Bayak to fall back. The professor had the idea to use the geography to his advantage, using the large trees to hide and avoid detection. While being attacked, he informed her that he would buy some time and that Beck should go back and prepare. Chiguk was impressed by the strength of the bee's attack, which pierced through all the trees. He admitted that she was stronger than he had expected, and that faced with this, he would have to use his special technique, the spiral spear first form. He then charged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks with his spear. After the furious attack, the professor found that all his efforts had only cracked the bee's outer shell and shouted for Beck to run. The girl was reluctant, but the professor insisted she go while he held the monster off. However, Beck returned declaring that her father had taught her to never turn her back on the enemy, and that for that reason, she would fight too. The professor became exasperated, saying she didn't understand the gravity of the situation as it was a C-rank boss, and warned her to be careful. The bee unleashed another swift attack which the professor barely managed to dodge, but he thought Seal wouldn't be as lucky. The cadet in turn advanced on the bee and attacked with her sword. After the strike, she reflected that she could protect herself for a while, but her attack had had no effect at all, not even leaving a scratch. The instructor then proposed they divide the roles. While Beck drew the bee's attention, he would finish the fight with his spiral spear. Aware that they couldn't prolong the fight, he planned to use a single powerful attack to destroy the boss's exterior at once before his stamina ran out. Aware they had only one chance, they launched their attack with all the mana they had. Beck ran ahead to draw the bee's attention, managing to dodge its first strike. The creature began to chase her, but the girl noticed something had changed in the monster's behavior. The queen bee started summoning smaller bees to aid it. While defending herself from the new enemies, Beck realized she needed to buy time for the instructor to prepare his attack, and for a moment she felt all was lost. Suddenly, the instructor unleashed his strike, channeling all his mana into the second form of his spiral spear technique. The attack pierced through the queen bee and everything in its path, sending the monster flying. Lying on the ground, Beck asked if they had managed to defeat it, confidently, stating that not even the strongest monster in the dungeon could withstand a direct hit from his spear at full power. Just as Beck was expressing her relief and suggesting they go back to looking for Woojin, she was caught off guard by an attack from the queen bee. Before she could react, Beck was hit by a furious attack and thrown forcefully against a tree trunk. Chiguk despaired as he witnessed the monster's fury. The instructor in turn realized he couldn't intervene and panicked. He reflected that he had used all his power in the last strike and that after so much effort to gain recognition, he would die in this place. In his mind, the blame fell on Woojin. If it weren't for him, he could have hidden safely until the dungeon opened. The instructor considered that Sayola might take advantage of the bee's distraction to attack, but he soon noticed the creature was looking in another direction. It was then that he spotted Wu approaching to save them. Enraged, the instructor called him an idiot, questioning where he had been and why he was only showing up now, ordering him to flee from the monster immediately. As Woojin prepared for combat, the instructor kept shouting for him to run, warning that he would be killed if he stayed there. The queen bee charged at Woojin with full force, but before it could reach him, he sliced it in half with a single swing of his sword. The scene left the instructor in disbelief. Woojin seemed to have made no effort at all. Still on the ground, he wondered what had just happened. Unable to believe that Woojin, whom he considered a nobody, had cut the bee in half. He reconsidered his earlier fear, concluding that he hadn't been exaggerating. The queen bee truly had the power to kill him, which meant Woojin had genuinely annihilated it. Rethinking his past actions, the instructor realized he was in a difficult situation. Overcome by fear, he walked toward Woojin and asked how he had done that. But he was simply ignored as the young man began to walk away. The instructor then remembered he should take care of Beck and went over to her. He checked and saw that although unconscious, her life was not in danger and her mana circulation was normal. Meanwhile, Chiguk noticed that Woojin was carrying a honeycomb and wondered if he had gone off to look for it. He also realized that Woojin had an inventory, questioning who could have provided it and concluding that he needed to investigate him further. The only explanation that made sense to Chiguk was that Woojin had completed the third floor of the tutorial tower. The instructor continued to ponder Woojin's reasons for joining the academy instead of a guild, wondering what kind of person he was. His thoughts were interrupted by a strong, unpleasant smell. He approached and saw that Woojin had cooked something. The instructor speculated it might be an alchemical item to repel monsters, recognizing the killer bee honeycomb on the plate. However, he didn't understand the addition of mushrooms, which to him looked like simple weeds. He assumed the dish was meant to poison the queen bee, but since it was already dead, he saw no point in it. Suddenly, to Jiguk's astonishment, Woojin offered him a piece of the dish he had just prepared. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Chiguk understood that Woojin really expected him to eat the dish, realizing that it was in fact food. He suspected that Woojin held a grudge and wanted to get revenge by making him sick. Looking at the bee split in half on the ground, the instructor concluded it was better to suffer a stomachache than to be cut in two, and so he decided to eat a piece. He tried to convince himself that he wouldn't die from it, but as he put the piece in his mouth, a horrible sensation overwhelmed him, making him feel like he was about to die. The food was terrible with a shocking texture that reminded him of larvae squirming in his mouth. The cooked honeycomb was too soft and the mushrooms were slippery. Jiguk found the bitter taste strange since the honeycomb should have made the dish sweet and wondered what else Woojin had added to the recipe. Amidst his misery, he was sure that Wu Jin had finally gotten his revenge. Before he could think of anything else, Wu Jin asked how the dish tasted. With tears in his eyes, Chiguk replied that it was delicious. Suddenly, a floating window appeared before him, informing him that he had gained poison resistance and that his body had been imbued with energy. Chiguk realized the dish had increased his resistance because it was made with monster items. He then watched Wu Jin, questioning who he really was. Meanwhile, Wu Jin was checking the details of his creation and commented that Chiguk had surpassed his expectations by recognizing the value of the dish. He added that the instructor had a more refined palate than he had expected, while several achievements were unlocked in his system. Wu Jin reflected that adding the queen bee's gland had been a good choice, as its tangy acidity balanced the sweetness of the jelly, creating a deeper flavor. The spirit girl also tasted the food and declared that it was the ultimate dish, encompassing the 5 basic tastes. Satisfied with having completed his daily quests, Wu Jin decided to go gather more ingredients. However, Beck, who had been unconscious, woke up and got to her feet. She remembered fainting after being ambushed by the queen bee. And upon seeing the defeated monster, she assumed that Instructor Chiguk had eliminated it, concluding that he was more impressive than she had thought. Still feeling nauseous, Chiguk noticed that Beck had woken up. Aware that his own poison resistance had increased, he had the idea of offering her some of the dish. He approached her, saying she should eat to regain her strength, and mentioned that Wu Jin had prepared it. She thanked him, and just as she was about to taste it, both Chiguk and Wu Jin watched eager for her reaction. As she chewed, Chiguk asked how it tasted. Surprised, after swallowing the piece, Beck stated that it was delicious, and that she had never tasted anything like it, leaving the instructor even more confused and prompting him to ask what she had said. As a child, Beck had great difficulty tasting food. Her father, in an attempt to help her, got a rare item from a dungeon through a friend that was supposed to make her regain her appetite. He was hopeful, but even so, she still couldn't taste anything. Her father fell into a deep sadness while the girl apologized for not being able to feel anything despite all his efforts. She tried to console him, saying it was all right and that instead of taste, she could feel something better. After tasting Wu Jin's dish, Beck reported that it was the first time she had felt anything like it in 20 years. Something her father, despite spending a lot of money and doing everything he could, had never been able to provide. Chiguk, for his part, thought she was just confused and that perhaps she had lost her sense of taste due to the shock of the events. Beck described that her tongue was numb after experiencing that flavor, which plunged Chiguk into complete confusion. Outside the dungeon, a crowd of people from the academy and reporters had gathered. News about the appearance of an unexpected boss, had been inactive for 5 years, had spread quickly. A man walked with determination to the portal's entrance. It was Beck's father, the leader of the Chaotic Guild. He asked his secretary if his daughter was all right, and she reassured him, stating that being his daughter, she would be fine soon. One of the reporters approached and asked the guild leader how he felt knowing his daughter was trapped inside. The secretary intervened immediately, scolding the reporter for his rudeness and questioning how he dared to ask such a question. Realizing the delicacy of situation, the reporter turned off his recorder. Angered by the reporter's attitude, Beck's father called him insolent trash. The secretary, however, urged the guild leader to calm down, reminding him that many eyes were on them and that he needed to uphold the organization's image. Suddenly, the portal's entry restriction was lifted, and a silhouette appeared to emerge. Attentive, the secretary and the guild leader watched the portal as the figure approached. To everyone's relief, Beck Seol Kim Ji-guk and Wu Jin emerged safely. The guild leader embraced his daughter, declaring it a miracle. The surrounding crowd was impressed that a C rank boss had been defeated by a B rank hunter and 2 students. People noticed the item in Ji-guk's hand and identified it as a trophy from the dungeon boss. Weapons and artifacts were classified into 5 categories: common, rare, unique, epic, and legendary. And Jiguk reflected that the number of people in Korea with legendary items could be counted on one hand, making the object extremely valuable. The excited crowd turned their attention to Jiguk, bombarding him with questions about how he had defeated a C-rank boss and what kind of monster the killer bee was. They continued to question him about how he had ensured the students' safety, but he remained confused, not understanding why the questions were directed at him. A young man filming the scene commented that it looked as if Jiguk had defeated the monster by himself. Unsure how to respond, Jiguk remained silent, looking over at Wu Jin. Elsewhere, the academy's director, who had been worried about keeping his job due to the institution's poor performance, saw the news. Upon learning that Kiguk had defeated a C-rank monster, he concluded that the hunter was solely responsible for the feat, realizing that he was more skilled than he appeared. After the dungeon closed, numerous news reports emerged about various countries taking an interest in the hunter. Many comments praising Kiguk were posted, mentioning the standing of his family, Jew, which had publicized the story. The director read Kiguk's statement that he would not have survived without the students' help, but interpreted it as an act of humility. He concluded that Kiguk had been very lucky and was glad to have recruited him. At that moment, his office door opened and the 3 dungeon participants, now hailed as the Academy's heroes, walked in. The director invited them to have a seat and talk. He explained that he had called them to make sure they received a bonus and to hear what had happened inside the dungeon. Ji-guk, wanting to ease into the subject, began by saying it was just as he had reported. It would have been very difficult without the help of Wu Jin and Beck. He then began to recount the events, explaining that at first he had thought it was just an ordinary F-rank dungeon. Wu Jin listened with a bored expression. Once he understood the situation, the director found the story quite peculiar. Kiguk continued, stating that they had managed to clear the dungeon because he was there to guide them, but that they should be prepared for future anomalies. As he listened, the director noticed that the student named Wu Jin looked familiar. He recalled Wu Jin's energy and his tendency to recommend strange foods to others. Suddenly, he realized that Wu Jin was the sect leader. The surprise on the director's face was so evident that he was asked what was wrong. Ji-guk also asked if something was the matter. Regaining his composure, the director said they had talked enough and should get some rest, though he was still stunned by the SEC leader's presence at his academy. As they left, Beck praised everyone for their hard work. Ji-guk suggested she go to the hospital as a precaution and let him know how she was doing later. He told Wu Jin to go on ahead and that he would catch up. But before he could walk away, Wu Jin asked him to wait a moment. Ji-guk felt a deep sense of dread, worried that Wu Jin was about to reveal the truth after all the news reports. He was terrified even though he knew Wu Jin hadn't said anything to the reporters and didn't seem interested in the boss trophy. So he couldn't imagine what Wu Jin wanted to say. To his complete surprise, Wu Jin simply asked for his phone number, explaining that he wanted to bring him another dish next time. Kiguk was so baffled that he felt as if all his strength had drained away. And without a word, he simply turned and walked away. As the spirit girl fumed, calling him a reckless idiot and reminding him that it wasn't he who had defeated the boss, Wu Jin reflected that people tend to notice the hungriest ones first, and he preferred to avoid drawing attention to himself. With everything settled, he had gotten new ingredients and recipes, which meant it was time to get back to cooking. In the classroom, the students questioned Wu Jin about the truth of the news that had been published. The article featured Ji-guk's statement, claiming he had taken down a C-rank boss with the crucial help of the students. The classmates continued to ask questions, curious about what it was like to see a monster of that level in person and what his teammates were like. Wu Jin, for his part, thought that for the first time, he had managed to complete the daily quests thanks to Beck and Kiguk, and now he pondered who he would bring his food to that day. Professor Kim Jong-do entered the room, announced the start of the class, and asked everyone to sit down. He reminded them that in the previous class, they had studied labyrinth traps, while Wu Jin continued to think about who would receive his delivery. The professor informed them that they would discuss the topic while watching the practical exercises on the screen. The first to be evaluated was Hyun-sung, who seemed completely lost amidst the smoke during his test. The professor warned him, saying that in a real situation, he would already be dead, and that he should have held his breath to assess the scenario. Hyun-sung was visibly disappointed with his performance, but the professor consoled him, explaining that it was normal to feel frustrated, but that in real situations, the unexpected could always happen. The professor expressed concern about the students' overall performance in the tournament that would take place in 2 months. The Hunter Tournament was a competition where those who had passed through the tutorial tower could prove their skills, guaranteeing the winners public attention and the chance to enter major guilds like the Celestial Wings. However, the Academy hadn't stood out in the event for 10 years. Wondering if there was still time to teach the students something useful, the professor continued to watch the training sessions. He noted that Beck had an exceptional performance, commenting that she could already be sent into the field and that it was strange she was still there. Song-joon also had an incredible performance, which the professor described as perfect, concluding that among the students, there were a few who were worth having hope for. The next to be evaluated was Wu Jin, and Song-joon paid close attention as soon as his name was called. He considered Wu Jin a mystery as no one knew his true strength or circumstances of his enrollment in the academy. Although he watched him constantly, Song-jun only ever saw him cook. He didn't expect Woo Jin to reveal his power there, but as a precaution, he decided to watch him carefully. To everyone's surprise, Woo Jin intentionally failed his test miserably, pulling a lever that simulated his death and earned him 0 points, making him perhaps the worst participant. The professor was so frustrated with the result that he was left speechless. The spirit girl, outraged, protested that the professor was insolent and shouldn't disrespect her boss. Song-jun, for his part, realized that Woo Jin had done it on purpose, but he couldn't understand why. Later, in the academy cafeteria, some guys were complaining, saying that if it weren't for a certain bastard, they wouldn't even be there. They complained about how this person had gotten in their way on the climb to the 3rd floor of the tower, although they had managed to pass thanks to one of them. One of the 3 brothers declared that he would kill the one responsible the next time he saw him and added that he didn't like the professor's methods, recalling that he had commented that they were lucky to pass the tower with their skill level and that everyone in the academy was equal. As they walked through the cafeteria, one of the brothers noticed a strange-looking dish on one of the tables. They wondered who would be eating something so horrible until they realized it was Woo, the very person they were talking about. Uncomfortable, the 3 brothers sat down at the same table as him, trembling with fear. Woo Jin's reaction made it clear that he remembered them, and they knew that any false move could get them into big trouble. The spirit girl asked Woo why he was making so much noise while eating and if he knew those people. He replied that they looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them. It was then that Woo Jin had the idea to offer them a bite of his dish, the blue slime salad he had prepared. One of the brothers looked at the dish in disbelief, wondering if it was actually edible. Woo Jin asked if he wasn't going to eat, but the young man could only see a deadly aura behind him. Deciding it was better to take the risk than to be beaten up again, the young man tasted the salad, thinking he wouldn't die from it. Immediately, he felt his stomach catch fire, a sensation comparable to drinking mouthwash or swallowing a whole mint plant. They tried to find something positive in the taste, but they were defeated and ended up vomiting everything. Woo Jin commented that he had expected this reaction, and that once again he had found people who didn't appreciate the taste. He then asked if they were enjoying the food. One of the brothers was about to reply that it was impossible to like it, but upon noticing Woo Jin's threatening aura, he changed his mind and assured him it was delicious. Later in the classroom, a new teacher named Lee Young-shuk introduced himself as the one in charge of the course on dungeon types. He warned that any student with more than 3 absences would be expelled, and that paying attention in class would be useful for the exam that would take place in 3 weeks. While the students showed skepticism about the quality of the class, the teacher asked if there were any questions and with no response began his explanation. He started by talking about the Goblin Station, also known as the Honey Dungeon, warning that it was a dangerous place for rookie hunters. Woo Jin, on the other hand, found the class excellent as it combined his personal and systematic interests. The teacher continued discussing the Hangya dungeons, highlighting the most famous one, the Westland Boar located on the outskirts of Wangsimi. The spirit girl commented that the illustrated pig was a delicacy, and Woo Jin corrected her, noting that it was a boar. He reflected on the animal's strong flavored meat, while the teacher explained that the place was a gold mine for E-rank hunters. However, many disappearances had been reported in the dungeon, and for that reason, students were forbidden from entering. The spirit girl lamented, finding the animals very delicious, which led Woo Jin to wonder if there wasn't another way to get in. That was when the teacher mentioned that, with the director's authorization, students could gain access, although he didn't recommend it until they had more experience. This gave Woo Jin an idea to look for Guak Chi-yun. In the director's office, Guak Chi-yun wondered why the hell Woo Jin was in his room. Woo Jin apologized for the sudden visit, but the director invited him to speak comfortably and asked what brought him there. Initially, Guak thought the matter would be about the Killer Bee dungeon, but he quickly dismissed the idea as Woo Jin was a cadet with no notable skills in the tests. The more he observed him, the more he was reminded of the sect leader. Suddenly, the director felt an energy emanating from Woo Jin and recognized the same aura as the sect leaders. Stunned, he asked where Woo Jin had learned that martial art. Woo Jin explained that when he was young, he had an accident during a trip to Mount Baekdu and got trapped. He found refuge in a cave where he discovered a chest with old books and, out of curiosity, read about the martial art contained within them. The director concluded that the sect leader must have left a book on Mount Baekdu, not Mount Tian Shan. He remembered the leader lamenting that his followers didn't notice certain things, which the director interpreted as disappointment that they didn't follow his teachings. Still not understanding why the book was on Mount Baekdu, he considered that based on Wu Jin's energy, the story could be true. Guok confronted Wu Jin directly, commenting on his confidence and asking how he knew the director would recognize his aura. Thinking that the director's meticulous nature hadn't changed, Wu Jin revealed that the book also contained information about a person named Blood Demon. He added that the book was very detailed and supposed that the director himself had learned the martial art that way. The director asked hostilely if anyone could learn just by reading. Wu Jin replied that the book was exceptionally well written. The director pondered that the sect leader didn't do things on impulse and must have written the book with great detail, which made him curious to know more. He then asked Wu Jin if he had sought him out just to tell the story. Without wasting any time, Wu Jin made his request. He wanted the director's permission to enter the Westland Boar dungeon. The director explained that although the dungeon usually had restricted access, he would make an exception because of the new martial art Wu Jin had learned. Intrigued by the story of the book, the director asked Wu Jin to tell him more details, but suggested he do so the next day as it was already getting late. Wu Jin agreed, and the director then wanted to know who he planned to go to the dungeon with. Meanwhile, atop a building, Ji Guk was reporting recent events to his family head, Ju Zhang Myung. After hearing the report, the leader understood the situation and ordered Ji Guk to leave immediately. Just as he was leaving, Ju Zhang Myung praised him for his good work. Ji Guk thanked him and, upon leaving the room, jumped for joy, celebrating the rare praise from his leader, a man of few words who almost never complimented anyone. With plenty of free time, he planned to go to a bar to relax. His plans, however, were interrupted by a message from Wu Jin inviting him to the Wasteland Boar dungeon. Annoyed, Chiguk bit his nails, wondering how he could refuse. He remembered reading about that dungeon in the Academy's rulebook and upon checking it confirmed his suspicions. Although he wanted to go there, entry required a special permission letter. Furthermore, the rules stipulated that teams must have a minimum of 3 members. Since Xiaoha was still recovering from her injuries and her family would certainly not let her participate, Ji Guk smiled, convinced that the regulations would prevent them from going. He replied to Wu Jin explaining that they needed permission and thought to himself that he could now finally have his drink in peace, finding Wu Jin's insistence a bit much. However, Wu Jin's response was immediate. A message confirming their meeting for 9 the next morning, accompanied by a picture of the permit granted by the director. The dungeon in question was mainly frequented by low-ranking hunters, many of whom had fled the front lines. The main attraction of the place was its iron ores, popular for their high sensitivity to mana and quality. Weapons made from this material were common among C, D, and even B rank hunters, which made mining there a profitable activity and kept the place always crowded. Inside the dungeon, Chiguk couldn't understand what Wu Jin, with his exceptional skills, was doing there. He observed that since they had entered, the only thing Wu Jin had done was collect plants. Chiguk then got his attention, informing him that the iron mine was to the southeast, assuming that was their goal. To his surprise, Wu Jin denied it, which left him even more confused. The confusion grew when Wu Jin admitted he didn't even know there was a mine in the place. While Ji Guk was trying to process the information, Wu Jin disappeared before his very eyes. He dashed after him, noticing that although Wu Jin seemed to be walking normally, his speed was impressive. Exhausted, Ji Guk finally caught up with him, still wondering what the purpose of their visit was. He found Wu Jin examining a cactus, commenting that it looked edible and smiling at the plant. After traversing the dungeon, Wu Jin opened his cook's menu and reached a conclusion. Just as the Slime King recipe used the properties of slimes, this cactus could also be used as an ingredient. Chiguk approached him again, demanding to know why they were there, but Wu Jin just asked where the cactus had come from. With his nerves on edge, Chiguk replied that it was from the iron mine he had mentioned. Losing his patience, he reminded him that he had been saying from the beginning that the mine was to the southeast. Before he could finish scolding him, Wu Jin had already run off in the indicated direction. Completely exhausted after another chase, Chiguk noted that Wu Jin had covered a 40-minute distance in just 5 without showing any sign of fatigue. Upon reaching the mine's entrance, he wondered why someone with Wu Jin's potential would choose the Hunter Academy when he could be accepted anywhere. Before they could enter, a miner came out of the place and upon seeing Wu Jin, called him a kid, telling him he was in the way and that this was no place for idiots. The miner continued his hostility, complaining that he was already fed up with the other people who had come to mine and now had to deal with a kid. Aggressively, he demanded to know what Wu Jin was doing there and why he didn't leave immediately. However, the miner's colleague recognized Kim Ji-guk standing next to Wu Jin and was surprised to see him since he could afford to buy tons of iron ore. The sudden shift in the atmosphere made Ji-guk uneasy, and he asked Wu Jin to explain the situation. Shortly after, Chiguk and the miner greeted each other. The man completely changed his tune, claiming it was no big deal and that he was just explaining the procedures to Chiguk's companion. He justified his earlier harshness by saying the mine was very dangerous and he was just worried the young man might get hurt. Claiming it was his duty as a human being, he suggested Chiguk clear the mine quickly and invited them inside. As Chiguk thanked him for his kindness, the other miners grumbled that there were already enough people and questioned whether it was a good idea to let them through. The group's leader, however, just shrugged, predicting the two would come back without having mined a single thing. Once inside the mine, they were told to head down one of the 3 paths and that the quality of the ore would improve the deeper they went. As they walked, Chiguk reflected that although people tended to pick fights with Wu Jin, they changed their attitude as soon as they saw him. The spirit girl then mentioned they had reached the spot the miners described where there was plenty of high quality ore. It was then that Chiguk remembered a crucial detail. They hadn't brought any mining equipment. Wu Jin suggested using his sword to extract the iron, but Chiguk quickly warned him, insisting they needed professional equipment. As the instructor was explaining that not even the tools provided by the academy would be enough, Wu Jin simply walked up to the wall and carved out a piece of ore with his sword, exclaiming that it should do. Horrified, Ji-guk watched the scene, not understanding why he was cutting the rock like that. Wu Jin declared their work there was done, leaving Chiguk to wonder if his companion was even human. As they were leaving, the miners asked if they were already done, and Chiguk confirmed they were. Behind their backs, they scoffed, saying they figured the two would leave empty-handed, and that you couldn't expect much from a rank B hunter. Outside, Chiguk was baffled to see that Wu Jin was already cooking. He was preparing a cactus, noting that while the juice wasn't bad, the flavor was too bland and needed something extra. Then he had an idea to make a sauce with slime fluid. He heated the fluid and added chopped peppers and onions. Just as he'd thought, the spicy flavor made the dish much more delicious. The cooking system announced that he had gained experience and created a dish of the highest quality, imbued with dungeon energy. That last term caught Wu Jin's attention. The spirit girl reappeared, celebrating that her boss had managed to cook something that surpassed a rank quality and declared she always knew he could do it. She explained that dishes with that rating were imbued with dungeon energy and granted special effects to whoever consumed them. Wu Jin confirmed this when he noticed he had received a buff that increased his strength for 24 hours. He then decided to offer the cactus or dish to the instructor. Chiguk looked at the food with disdain, doubting it was even edible. However, he remembered Wu Jin's previous dish and admitted that this one at least looked more normal. Apprehensively, he wondered if a cactus could even be grilled and eaten, but he was reassured by the fact that Wu Jin had already tried it. However, as soon as he put the first piece in his mouth, he felt a strong urge to vomit, completely baffled by the taste. Nauseous, he thought he'd heard the cactus was supposed to be refreshing and spicy, but the texture was more like an avocado. Struggling to chew, he felt his mouth turning into an oily mess with every bite. Seeing his struggle, Wu Jin offered him a small bowl of sauce, suggesting he mix it with the food. Chiguk, hoping the sauce would improve the taste, put some in his mouth and was immediately hit by an overwhelmingly spicy flavor. Despite the terrible experience, the instructor fell to the ground, but surprisingly claimed the food was delicious, leaving Wu Jin satisfied that his cooking was appreciated. While lying down, Ji-guk noticed a notification appear informing him that his strength had increased by 3 points for 24 hours. He was astonished to realize his attributes had been enhanced, just like the last time he ate something prepared by Wu Jin, but with the effect lasting for a full day. In that moment, Chiguk understood that Wu Jin wasn't trying to mock him, and that the dungeon's food wasn't just a last resort resource. Suddenly, he felt his body tremble and thought it was an earthquake. However, the tremor was caused by the approach of wild boars, and the miners shouted for everyone to run. Chiguk prepared for battle, reflecting that although the animals weren't difficult to hunt individually, the danger lay in their habit of moving in herds. He thought that if he were alone, he would have avoided the confrontation, but Wu Jin's presence encouraged him not to fear the danger. Wielding his spear, he charged toward the horde. Although he could take down the boars with ease, he noticed their numbers were decreasing very slowly and considered that the task would be simpler if Wu Jin were helping him. However, when Chiguk looked for Wu Jin to fight alongside him, he couldn't find him. He even thought his companion had been carried away by the herd, but then a voice with a sinister aura sounded in his ear, criticizing the excessive flourishes in his spear technique. Searching for the source of the voice, Ji-guk spotted Wu Jin standing atop a nearby mountain, wondering how he had gotten there so quickly. From a distance, Wu Jin instructed him, stating that the opponents were just beasts and that it was useless to fight them as if they were human. As Ji-guk wondered how he could hear the voice from so far away, Wu Jin warned him to stay focused as a boar was approaching from behind. Ji-guk eliminated the threat without difficulty, while Wu Jin continued to watch him. In his thoughts, Wu Jin reflected that Ji-guk was the only person who appreciated his cooking, and so he decided to return the favor by offering him valuable lessons that not even his fortune could buy. Ji-guk's irritation grew as Wu Jin had not only fled the fight but was now giving him orders and treating him informally. From a distance, the miners' leader watched the combat. He commented that, as usual, everyone else had taken refuge in the mine, and that if Ji-guk defeated the boars, they could keep all the iron ore. However, the miner noticed that the hunter was not living up to his reputation and wondered why his performance was so below expectations, also remembering he had seen Ji-guk's supposed disciple run away at the start of the attack. From the top of the mountain, Wu Jin continued to correct Ji-guk, pointing out that his center of gravity was off and that he was wasting energy unnecessarily. This attitude of lecturing without lifting a finger to help infuriated Ji-guk even more. Wu Jin analyzed every movement meticulously, noticing that Ji-guk's actions were flashy but lacked conciseness. He advised him to use his body more efficiently as he was spending too much strength with each blow. Finally, he reprimanded him again for moving too much and letting his emotions guide his spear, while Ji-guk, growing ever more furious, continued to cut down the boars. Exhaustion began to set in for Ji-guk. Looking around, he saw he was completely surrounded and thought the boars would never end, wondering how long he could hold out even without any injuries. Having understood his companion's level and realizing he was a slow learner, Wu Jin finally acted. He drew his sword and from the top of the mountain, unleashed an attack. Ji-guk felt a formidable energy, and before he could react, a devastating blow covered the area, hitting countless boars at once. Ji-guk was astonished by Wu Jin's ability to launch a sword attack from that distance. Assuming he could only be an S-rank hunter, before he could process what had happened, Wu Jin was already by his side, and Ji-guk was certain that his abilities were incomparable to his own. The miner who was watching everything saw that Ji-guk seemed to be in trouble until suddenly something changed. He witnessed the instant annihilation of the boars and mistakenly attributed the feat to Ji-guk. The man reflected that although he had worked with many B-rank hunters, none were as impressive. He concluded that Ji-guk was in fact hiding his true strength the whole time. Suddenly, a notification window appeared for the three of them, informing them that the slaughter of the herd had enraged the dungeon boss, who then appeared before them. Before them, the desert dungeon boss appeared with a furious roar that filled the air with tension. As soon as he sensed the imminent attack, Ji-guk shouted for Wu Jin to get behind him, preparing for combat and telling himself he wouldn't lose so easily this time. However, just as the giant boar was about to charge, Wu Jin moved forward and struck it down with a single decisive blow. Ji-guk stood stunned watching the scene, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. As Wu Jin was already sheathing his sword, he commented that he hadn't even felt him draw the weapon. The miner watching from a distance also admitted to himself that he couldn't follow the spear's movement, wondering if such a feat was humanly possible. His conclusion was that Kim Ji-guk was in fact a god. He theorized that the hunter and his disciple were training in secret to avoid attracting attention and feared they might eliminate him for being a witness. The man assumed his death was certain since fatalities in dungeons were common. Although Ji-guk seemed like a good person, willing to sacrifice himself for his apprentice, the miner wondered if that kindness extended to strangers. Overcome by fear, he ran back to the cave to hide. Wu Jin noticed the miner's presence had vanished and felt a bit disappointed as he had planned to offer him some of his food. He observed that unlike the assassin they had faced earlier, this dungeon's boss hadn't dropped any equipment. The spirit girl, on the other hand, was happy to have gotten some high-quality meat. Wu Jin stated that a true cook should know how to satisfy the hungry, and realizing the dungeon would only close in 6 hours, warned that they couldn't waste time. Ji-guk complained that based on the items the monster dropped, they were practically broke. He supposed Wu Jin would use the creature's internal cores for cooking, hoping they would have special effects like last time, but then he remembered it meant having to eat that horrible food again. The boss's core was worth 300 million, and Ji-guk pondered whether he should try a disgusting dish of that value or just slip away quietly. The second option seemed better, even though it made no economic sense. He then asked Wu Jin if they shouldn't just wait for the exit to open, but he got no answer. Wu Jin was completely focused, thinking about what kind of dish he could create with the boss's remains. As Wu Jin began to cut the meat, Jiguk noted that his knife skills were worthy of a manga character and wondered what kind of diabolical dish he would prepare this time. Noticing the instructor's attentive gaze, Wu Jin asked if he was excited to taste his cooking. With tears in his eyes, Jiguk ironically replied that he was. The instructor then asked if Wu Jin was going to cook right away, explaining that he had eaten the grilled cactus earlier and hadn't digested it yet. Wu Jin pointed out that they had to stay there for another 6 hours, and Jiguk confirmed, saying it was because the boss had appeared. Wu Jin concluded they would be there until dinner time, which meant Jiguk had already missed lunch. While the hunter complained about the dungeon rules, the spirit girl asked Wu Jin if he had finished preparing the meat, praising his skills. Wu Jin asked the girl for a frying pan, explaining that he wanted to fry a piece to test the flavor and make sure it was cooked properly. After tasting it, he commented that, as expected from dungeon ingredients, the texture was very different, being crunchy and reminiscent of a fruit. Although he didn't find anything special besides texture, he liked the wild and meaty aroma. After some thought, he decided it would be a good idea to prepare a fried pork and sauce dish. The spirit girl was surprised by the idea, but trusted the result would be good, though she wondered how he could prepare such a dish there. Wu Jin replied that she would see for herself and asked for a steamer. He explained that it was important to attach the cactus to the pork, place them in the steamer, and then add the ingredients from his inventory. Jiguk watched Wu Jin add star anise and peppers to the food, correctly deducing that he was trying to make the fried pork and sauce dish. He thought that since Wu Jin was using real meat this time, the dish couldn't possibly fail even with him as the cook. However, Jiguk's hope vanished as soon as he saw Wu Jin add the cactus to the pork dish. He concluded that the dish would fail again and that he had underestimated Wu Jin's capacity for disastrous cooking. Wu Jin himself realized that simply steaming the cactus with the meat wouldn't be enough, so he had the idea of grilling them both using iron or believing it would double the meat's flavor. Jiguk, for his part, complained about the horrible smell, questioning how the oil could have the odor of rotten avocados. Wu Jin explained that after grilling the meat, he planned to add soy sauce and rice wine to finish the cooking. Upon hearing this, the spirit girl started to scream, saying she couldn't wait any longer as she smelled a delicious aroma in the air. Wu Jin informed her that the process would take at least 3 more hours, which the girl considered torture, having to endure that heavenly scent for so long. Observing the scene, Jiguk noticed that Wu Jin seemed to be having fun and decided to get some sleep while he finished cooking. After some time, the food was ready. Wu Jin tasted the dish and commented that although he had added the boss's inner core, the flavor was milder than he expected. To compensate, he decided to add the queen bee's venom and announced that it was almost ready. Meanwhile, Jiguk was having nightmares involving Wu Jin. The spirit girl noticed his strange movements during his sleep and wondered what he could be dreaming about to look so scared. Wu Jin stated that he just needed to wait for the ideal moment to remove the perfect pork. Guided by his senses, he decided the time had come, removed the lid, and a giant cloud of steam emanated from the pot, revealing the completed dish. Immediately, notification windows from his cook system appeared, informing him that the dish was a plus quality. At that moment, Jiguk woke up terrified, crying and accusing Wu Jin of trying to make him eat a beehive. Relieved, he thanked God it had only been a dream, thinking he would have been in trouble if it were real. However, upon seeing the dish Wu Jin had prepared, he slapped himself in the face. The pain confirmed that it was not a nightmare. Wu Jin invited him to eat while it was hot, and Jiguk resigned himself, thinking he would never be able to escape. He tried to calm himself with the thought that despite the horrible taste, his stats always increased, and this time would be no different. He remembered the last dish and admitted that this one looked much better. Still, from his perspective, Wu Jin emanated a terrible aura, and he feared he would be killed if he refused to eat. He reasoned once more that since it was real meat, it had to be better than the cactus. However, upon spearing a piece, he felt an unexpected crunchiness. He wondered why the meat made a crunchy sound since the dish was supposed to have a soft texture. Deciding there was no time to think and that he needed to eat to survive, he desperately put a piece in his mouth, wishing it had a special effect like the last time. What he tasted, however, was an extremely salty flavor, which he compared to seawater. He didn't understand how the taste could be so strong, describing the sensation as having several wild boars in his mouth and a texture that was both crunchy and similar to a spoiled jelly bean. To him, that food was the final curse of the Wasteland dungeon. Before despair could consume him, a system notification appeared. For consuming the boss's inner core, his health had increased by 4 levels. Another notice informed him that his resistance had also increased slightly. Chiguk was surprised. As for a rank B hunter, any stat increase was difficult, and gaining resistance required immense effort and a lot of money. He concluded that, if this information spread, many hunters would come to the location. However, he pondered that there was a limit to everything, as the taste was so horrible that death seemed like a preferable option. Outside the Wasteland dungeon, many people were waiting. One of them commented to the others that, as expected, following Chiguk had been the best decision. One of the reporters present reflected on his career, remembering how he had spent 3 years in a streak of bad luck until his fortune changed when he landed an exclusive story on the Killer Bee dungeon. Around him, the crowd speculated about Chiguk's ability, who had already found dungeon bosses twice, and wondered if he would succeed again. Unexpectedly, the portal opened and a single person emerged. To everyone's surprise, it was one of the miners, who declared he had thought he would die in there. Upon exiting, the miner was shocked by the number of people waiting outside. The reporter in turn recognized the man, and after an effort to remember his name, called out to him. The miner, when called by name, wanted to know how the reporter knew him. Before he could get an answer, the other journalists surrounded him, eagerly questioning him about what had happened and if he had seen King Chiguk. Pressured, the miner asked for calm and promised to tell them exactly what he had witnessed. He then revealed that he had seen Chiguk in the dungeon and claimed that he was in fact a rank A hunter hiding his true strength. At that moment, King Chiguk and Jean emerged from the portal, and Chiguk wondered why there were so many people there. The news about Kim Chiguk spread quickly, with increasingly flashy headlines appearing on various pages. Many users celebrated euphorically, believing that an S-rank hunter had finally appeared in their country. The article titles proclaimed that Chiguk had cleared the Boar dungeon alone and was among the top 1% of hunters. The euphoric reporters pressed Chiguk, asking what had occurred in the dungeon and if he had been expecting an advanced boss to appear. Chiguk asked them to calm down, assuring them he would answer their questions one by one, but apologized in advance, explaining that some questions would be difficult to answer at the moment. He then began to recount the events. Wu Jin watched, impressed at Chiguk's skill in answering the questions, deflecting them with a dexterity that seemed like an art form. Chiguk himself celebrated internally for having managed to handle the situation, thinking that he would never reveal the truth to those reporters, even if the absurd things they imagined were real. Still pressed for more answers, Chiguk explained that he and his companion had suffered an accident during the exploration, but that Wu Jin had shown incredible control and was a great help. He emphasized that without Wu Jin, it would not have been easy to clear the dungeon. Adopting the role of a temporary teacher, Chiguk stated that he had a responsibility to protect his students, a statement that left the reporters confused. Using this as a pretext, he announced the end of the interview privacy. The narrative then shifts to the life of Li Qianqi, the director, marked by 3 transformative events within the demonic sect. The first was his entry into the sect, and the second was the moment he became a direct subordinate of the heavenly demon. These experiences strengthened him immensely. On one occasion, the former heavenly demon asked Li Qianqi if he had ever considered that the rajogi dish could be improved, suggesting that a stronger aroma would enhance not only the smell, but also the taste. With this in mind, the heavenly demon began to cook the mysterious dish frantically. Qian was impressed as he observed how the heavenly demon applied martial arts even in his daily life, finding it fascinating. Upon finishing the dish, the heavenly demon commented that he thought it was a good idea to add cilantro and sea squirts. Upon tasting it, Qian felt that the peppers and cilantro clashed, while the sea squirts tried to balance the flavors, resulting in a questionable taste. When the former heavenly demon asked for his opinion, Qian felt he could not disappoint his master, who had prepared the dish especially for him. Thus, he forced a smile and replied enthusiastically that it was absolutely perfect. That compliment, however, changed everything. From that day on, the heavenly demon never stopped cooking. Over time, the destructive power of his culinary creations only grew, resulting in increasingly bold dishes, such as a pork-scented tofu. To Qian's complete dismay, the heavenly demon continued to seek him out to have him taste his new inventions. The day came when Qian decided he would tell the heavenly demon the truth. He planned to say that his food wasn't good and asked if he could please stop cooking. However, while he was pondering how to approach the subject, the heavenly demon found him, announcing that he had prepared a dish of sour pork with seafood especially for him. Chi-Ian was fed up with those meals and the whole situation. He thought that the sect master's cooking surpassed even the deadly poisons of the Tang clan, and that if he kept eating it, he would suffer a severe loss of IQ. Although he felt indebted to the heavenly demon and didn't want to leave the sect, it seemed the heavens were testing him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He would abandon his physical body and become an immortal to transcend that reality. As he began to open an immense gate, Qian genuinely believed that the realm of immortals, which he had longed for, was before his very eyes. However, before he could realize his plan, a divine being judged him a scoundrel, stating that he would never become an immortal or enter the divine realm after having killed so many people. The entity banished him forever, and suddenly, Qian was reborn on Earth as a baby with his new mother feeding him. Despite everything, there was something he appreciated in this new world, the sushi, which he considered top-notch. While eating, he remembered the sect leader and began to reflect on Wu Jin. Qian found it unlikely that Wu Jin had defeated a C-rank boss on his own. On the other hand, he considered that since Wu Jin had inherited the sect master's martial arts, perhaps he was capable of such a feat if he had tried his best. He wondered why the young man would be hiding his power, but decided he would question him when he came to his office. Shortly after, Wu Jin appeared in the director's office bowing to him. Chi-Ian, now the director, asked him not to be so formal and to feel more at ease, reminding him that they were fellow alumni. In a relaxed tone, he asked why Wu was so tense and suggested they speak casually, as he considered himself an open-minded person. Internally, Chi-Ian thought that kids these days open up more when an adult approached them, but also that they lacked good manners. He noticed that Wu Jin didn't seem curious about them being alumni and presumed that even if he were, it must be difficult to talk to someone older. Therefore, he decided to explain everything step by step, starting with the martial arts he had learned. Qian explained that the martial art he practiced was called the Blood Demon Arts, whose founder was known as the Blood Demon. In contrast, Wu Jin's martial art had been founded by a person called the Heavenly Demon. He described the Heavenly Demon as someone with strong ideals and the power needed to achieve them. He recounted that the Blood Demon, upon meeting the Heavenly Demon by chance, was so impressed by his ideals that he offered to be his subordinate. Shurian added that although the Heavenly Demon's path was appealing, the Blood Demon was more qualified. Meanwhile, Wu Jin was already showing he was fed up with the long conversation. Laughing, Qian said that since they were fellow alumni, Wu Jin shouldn't try to compete with him. He even commented that the Heavenly Demon's martial arts granted enlightenment just by being observed, but that even so, the disciples preferred the blood arts. Tired of listening, Wu Jin thought Qian's claims were outrageous and almost too ridiculous to be taken seriously. It was then that Qian revealed his true interest. Now that he was older, his curiosity had grown, and he wished to learn the Heavenly Demon's martial arts that Wu Jin had mastered. He proposed a trade, offering to teach the Blood Demon's martial arts, although he felt he would be at a disadvantage in the deal. At that moment, Wu Jin's expression turned serious. He stated that he understood all that nonsense and that Qi's ultimate goal was the Heavenly Demon's martial arts. Wu Jin acknowledged that the desire to obtain his techniques was understandable, as it was something everyone in the Central Plains would covet. However, he accused Qian of deceiving himself with lies and romanticizing the past, a habit he should abandon. Then, Wu Jin stood up and a dark aura began to emanate from him, making the atmosphere heavy. Qian was terrified by the immensity of the power he felt. Finally, Wu Jin revealed that he knew the director as Guok Qian, causing him to tremble in fear as he recognized the sect leader before him. Wu Jin initiated the hostility by accusing Qian of having claimed that the demonic blood arts were superior to the celestial arts, a lie that not even he himself believed. Terrified, Qian began to apologize, insisting that he had never thought that way, and begging the leader to believe him. However, Wu Jin pressed him, reiterating that those had been his exact words. In desperation, Qian tried to justify himself, claiming he had been tempted by the rumor of a book and deceived by a fool, declaring himself ready to receive his punishment and pleading for the sect master's forgiveness. Faced with his submission, Wu Jin calmed down, stating that acknowledging the mistake was enough and that he would let the matter slide this time. Qian thanked him, but Wu Jin warned him about his disrespectful behavior from earlier. He then instructed the director to sit down so they could finish their conversation more calmly. Wu Jin then mentioned that the Blood Demon had declared he would ascend and disappear, to which Qi Yun confirmed, explaining that he had been rejected by the immortals out of sheer bad luck. Wu Jin recalled that the celestial deities had attributed 30% of his sins to the demonic cult and the rest to his crimes against cuisine. The memory left Wu Jin so lost in thought that Chi Ian had to call him back to reality, making him wonder what that memory was. Wu Jin reiterated that if it hadn't been for the lie, he wouldn't have revealed his identity. Chi Ian apologized once more, admitting that greed had blinded him, and Wu Jin ended the matter, stating that he didn't want to discuss it anymore. The director noticed that his master seemed very pleased with the current world, which made him fear that he might dream of a future dominated by demons. Then, Wu Jin broke the silence and asked Chi Ian if he was free to have a meal together, adding that he would cook himself. The offer left Chi Ian in a state of shock, unable to respond. When he found his voice, he argued that the master's dishes should only be served to those who had made great contributions to the sect, and that his sins made him unworthy. Wu Jin dismissed the objection, explaining that was a rule of the sect, but here they were at the Hunter Academy. Enthusiastically, he declared that his culinary skills had greatly improved and that Chi Yen should look forward to it. Internally, Chi Yen despaired, remembering that he had tried to ascend precisely to avoid Wu Jin's cooking, and now he would be forced to taste it again. He wished his old companions, Guang Ma or Chang Ma, were present so he wouldn't have to face this alone, but he soon realized that everyone who used to eat with the master had disappeared. The terrible conclusion was that he would have to face his leader's cooking without help, reflecting that if his skills had improved, it probably meant the food had become even stranger and more terrible. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure was informed by his servant Park Sung-jin that the bosses they were hunting, the killer bee and the boar, had been defeated by a B-rank hunter named Kim Chiguk. The man questioned his subordinate whether he believed Kim Chiguk was skilled enough for such a feat. Park Sung-jin replied that although the hunter had some talent, he did not consider him capable of it, being at best a mere B rank. The man agreed, adding that Kim Chiguk had only reached that level with the support of the Zhu clan and was not strong enough to attract their organization's attention, the servant added. Pondering that, even if he had gotten lucky to defeat the boss, he wouldn't have had the necessary information to track it. Faced with this, the man ordered Kim Ji-guk to be placed on the watch list and monitored closely, demanding an immediate report on any new developments. He declared that it was all part of the Great Eclipse plan, and then suddenly vanished from the room, leaving Park Sung-jin tense and sweating as he added the name to his list. Back at the Hunter Academy, Beck was lamenting that she couldn't go anywhere due to the recent killer bee incident. Her father insisted that the outside was dangerous, but she considered his concern excessive. In fact, she revealed that the main reason she had entered the academy was precisely to escape her overprotective father. He would make a huge fuss over any minor injury, going as far as to call every available hunter doctor for a simple scraped knee and forcing her to spend the rest of the day at home to recover. While reflecting on her situation, Baek was reading a news article about Kim Ji-guk, impressed by the report that speculated he was actually an A-rank hunter in disguise. Baek discovered that Ji-guk and Wu Jin had explored low-level dungeons over the weekend, and she was annoyed that they hadn't told her. She felt upset as she considered them a team and they hadn't even bothered to invite her. She began to wonder why Shiguk was so focused on Wu Jin, who to her seemed like just an ordinary and very hard-working hunter. She wondered if Wu Jin was really his disciple or if Shiguk's interest was actually in his cooking. The hypothesis seemed plausible, as Shiguk might have been so moved after tasting Wu Jin's food that he now sought it out constantly. Beck remembered how unique that meal had been, completely reviving her palate. The sensation was like an electric current running through her tongue, something she associated with what people described as delicious. Despite having tried various dishes since then, she had never felt anything like it again. Determined to confirm this impression, she decided she needed to find Wu Jin to taste his food once more, concluding that he was, in fact, special. During class, as the professor explained that mana increased the more one ventured into dungeons, Seo Beck watched Wu Jin, noticing his extreme concentration on his studies. Soon after, she rushed out, realizing she was 20 minutes late for lunch. She reflected that since her return from the Killer Bee dungeon, the constant questioning she was subjected to had delayed her considerably. Her search for Wu Jin continued in the cafeteria, where students were whispering about Ji-guk's presence beside him, confirming the rumors. Many wondered about the reason for their closeness. Although it wasn't surprising they were together since Wu Jin was his disciple, the situation was strange considering Kim Shiguk's personality. Oblivious to the comments, Shiguk reluctantly ate Wu Jin's meal, thinking about how horrible it tasted. The steak tasted bitter and spicy, giving him a stomachache. Nearby, other students commented that it was better to keep their distance from the table because of the bad smell. Finally, Baek Seol found Wu Jin. He greeted her and asked if she was feeling better, and she said yes, thanking him. Pleased, Wu Jin promptly offered her a piece of his meal, which she gladly accepted. Ji-guk, already fed up with the situation, just watched, questioning Beck's sanity for being about to eat that. All the students around watched in anticipation, waiting for her reaction. Upon tasting the food, she went into ecstasy, declaring it was exactly as she had expected, and that Wu Jin's cooking was simply delicious. The reaction left Shiguk in a complete state of shock, unable to understand what was happening. Baek Seol noted that the food was different this time, a bit weaker or, to put it better, milder. She explained that the meal prepared in the Killer Bee dungeon had felt like it was stinging her tongue, while this one was like a pig gently scratching it with its paws. Seeing Shiguk eating, she assumed he was enjoying it and that therefore it was just a matter of personal taste. As she stood up, Baek Seol thanked Wu Jin for the food and asked if he could cook for her again, receiving an affirmative answer. The other students watched the scene, confused, wondering if Wu Jin's food was really good as its appearance was not at all inviting. However, upon seeing Kim Ji-guk devouring the dish, they assumed it couldn't be that bad. The spirit girl commented that her master now had more people who appreciated his cooking, and Wu Jin said that it made him very happy. He remembered that in his past, many had loved his food, but no one had ever asked to eat it again. It was unfortunate because even if they liked the dishes, they were too intimidated by the heavenly demon's reputation to say anything. He liked that this reality was different, but suddenly he felt an unusual aura. Wu realized the person was hiding their aura very well. An ordinary person would not have noticed. Inside the gym, he found Song Jun training with a wooden sword. Wu Jin was impressed to see him once again fighting against virtual enemies. Watching closely, he noticed that the opponents used a variety of weapons such as spears, swords, and bows, and that among them were also beasts and monsters. As he watched the scene, Wu Jin compared Song Jun's training to preparing for war, as he faced countless enemies alone. He reflected that, in the tutorial tower, he had only seen the end of the fight, but witnessing Song Jun giving it his all now made things much clearer. Wu Jin finally understood that his peers' martial arts were truly incredible and impressive. Considering it rude to watch someone train for too long, he decided to leave and head to the dormitory. However, before he could leave, the spirit girl asked him to wait as there was something interesting she wanted to show him. She pointed to a poster announcing the hunter tournament. Wu Jin had the impression he had heard about the event before, guessing it was during a class, but he couldn't remember the details. The tournament was an annual competition exclusively for rookie hunters with less than a year of experience, held in different formats each year, which made it quite popular among the general public. For the participants, the event was a great opportunity. Hunters who stood out could increase their market value and gain fame. The ultimate reward, however, was the chance to become eligible to compete in the World Hunter Tournament, an honor granted only to the top 4 competitors in Korea. Wu Jin was impressed by the prizes, but felt no interest in participating. That's when the spirit girl noticed that among the rewards was something called mandragora, which immediately captured Wu Jin's attention. He remembered hearing that it was a rare and highly reputed plant, and the spirit girl confirmed it was a mystical plant. She enthusiastically described that a 10-year-old mandragora was a delicacy even when eaten raw, making Wu Jin wonder about its possible flavor. According to her, the plant was incredible in every aspect, from its scent to its taste, and no other could compare. With a slightly bitter taste that stimulated the palate, it was perfect for any dish and could be grilled or even serve as a main course. Despite the tempting description, Wu Jin stated that he would not participate in the tournament. The spirit girl questioned him, arguing that he had enough skill to reach the top. He, in turn, explained that being at the top came with responsibilities and that he was not willing to sacrifice his cooking time. Besides, the tournament was a huge event that would attract unwanted attention, and he preferred to keep cooking without any hassles. The spirit girl was moved by his solemn dedication to cooking, commenting that he seemed like a monk, something she already knew deep down. Suddenly, Wu Jin's phone rang. It was Guok Chaein who asked if the sect leader was available for a talk. Wu Jin wanted to know what was wrong, and Guok explained that he had important matters to discuss, offering to come to his room. Annoyed by Chaein's lack of understanding of the rules of this world, Wu Jin scolded him, saying that his visit to the dormitory would be very strange for the others. Instead, Wu Jin decided he would meet Guok himself. He informed him that he would bring food around dinner time and find him on his own. Guok Qian seemed to freak out at the news, but Wu Jin hung up before he could say anything. Shortly after, he heard Guok's shouts coming from the next building and assumed he was just very excited at the prospect of his food. That night during dinner, Wu Jin explained to Chi Yun that after much thought, he had managed to balance the flavor of the dish he had obtained from the bee dungeon by adding mint. As he tasted the meal, Guok Qian commented that the flavor reminded him of the times when blood and flesh were spilled on the ground. Wu Jin asked if he was enjoying it, and Guok confirmed it was delicious, a flavor worthy of the sect leader. Once the meal was over, Wu Jin got straight to the point and asked what Guok wanted to tell him. Guok Qian wanted to know if he had seen the bulletin boards around the academy, and Wu Jin immediately guessed he was referring to the tournament. Guok confirmed and explained that the academy hadn't gotten decent results in the competition for a decade. Anticipating what was coming next, Wu Jin watched as Qian bowed and humbly asked him to participate in the tournament to raise the institution's status. Wu Jin quickly refused the request, leaving Guok confused. He then reiterated that he was dedicating his life exclusively to cooking. Guok, in turn, didn't understand the refusal, as he thought the mandragora offered as a prize would be more than enough incentive to pique Wu Jin's interest. Faced with the refusal, Wu Jin informed him that if their conversation was over, he would take his leave. Guok, however, insisted he couldn't just give up like that, arguing that Kenshiguk's mere presence at the academy had already significantly raised its status. He reflected that a good performance in the championship would ensure the bureaucrats wouldn't interfere with his management until his retirement. Although Bakeseal's participation could bring good results, any slip-up would be risky. Guok was convinced that, with the sect master in the tournament, victory would be certain. Therefore, he needed to find a way to convince him, since not even the mandragora had piqued his interest. With a new strategy in mind, Guok claimed to have an offer he couldn't refuse and asked if Wu Jin was willing to hear it. He mentioned that the dormitory had a shared old and cramped kitchen, a situation Wu Jin surely must find inconvenient. Already losing his patience, Wu Jin asked him to get straight to the point. Guok then promised that if Wu Jin participated in the tournament and secured a good result, he would build a private kitchen for his exclusive use within the academy. Surprised, Wu Jin admitted that the offer was indeed intriguing, but declared that it still wasn't enough. At that moment, a news report on the television caught their attention. A guild had cleared a dungeon and retrieved an artifact that would be auctioned. Upon seeing the item called the Hammer of Fire, Wu Jin commented that he would also like to own it. Guok was horrified by the request, explaining that an artifact from a rank dungeon was worth hundreds of millions, and that it made no sense for someone as unambitious as Wu Jin to desire something so valuable. Wu Jin's real reason, however, was that he thought the hammer would be perfect for cracking nuts. The next morning, the academy students were gathered in the gymnasium without any explanation, causing general confusion. Guok appeared on stage and ordered silence. The presence of Wu Jin and his team right behind the director only increased the students' doubts. Guok began his speech by reminding everyone that they were aspiring hunters and that the annual tournament would begin in 2 months. The teachers around them wondered about the reason for his unusually good mood. He explained that although the academy always held a rigorous selection process to choose the 4 participants, that year, 2 students had been selected without the need for trials, Bakeseal and Cheon Wu Jin. The justification was that Bakeseal had proven herself in the Killer Bee dungeon, while Wu Jin had left his mark in both that one and the Wild Boar dungeon. To corroborate his words, Guok called Kim Ji-guk to the stage. Shortly before, Ji-guk was lamenting his situation, wondering what he had done to deserve this. In a previous conversation in the director's office, Guok had revealed he knew Wu Jin was the one truly responsible for Chiguk's achievements. He offered his silence on the condition that Chiguk would publicly support the choice of Bakeseal and Wu Jin for the tournament. On stage, Chiguk introduced himself, and although admitting he didn't know the academy well, he vouched for the skills of both students. As the students questioned the decision, Chiguk thought that if Bakeseal hadn't enrolled in the academy, he wouldn't be there for all the money in the world. He also remembered noticing something strange in the director's office. Guok used honorifics when referring to Wu Jin, an unthinkable treatment for a mere student. After his testimony, Chiguk was surprised by a reporter who apologized for startling him and introduced himself as Kwanjong Jin from the Hunter Division. Chiguk recognized him as the same reporter he had met at the Wild Boar portal, and who seemed to be in a terrible mood that day. Annoyed by the unannounced approach, Chiguk listened as the reporter said he had something very important to ask. He then directly asked if Chiguk had really recommended Cheon Wu Jin to represent the academy in the tournament. Surprised, Chiguk asked the reporter where he had heard about the recommendation and was told that the news had already spread through the academy's Hunter social network. In the posts, They accused Chiguk of abusing his power to favor his disciple, although he didn't consider Wu Jin as such. Annoyed to learn the matter was already public, Chiguk realized he couldn't ignore the situation as the recommendation had been made officially. However, a detail made him change his perspective. He remembered that one of the tournament prizes was a mandrake. He then concluded that Wu Jin's interest was purely culinary. Relieved by this realization, Chiguk presumed that to get the ingredient, Wu Jin would surely reach at least the top 4. With this newfound confidence, he openly admitted to the reporter that he had, in fact, recommended Wu Jin, adding in a threatening tone that his entry into the tournament was not due to his patronage. The news went on air, announcing the participation of Kim Ji-guk's disciple, which generated a wave of negative comments questioning Wu Jin's identity and ability. In response, other news stories emerged speculating that he might be a hunter strong enough to reach the finals and that master and disciple were focused on training. Meanwhile, Wu Jin was being shown the space that would become his new kitchen. Kawaki asked if he liked the place and Wu Jin answered affirmatively, thinking it would be impossible to refuse to participate in the tournament after receiving such an offer. When asked what he would like done with the interior, Wu Jin said he would think about it and answer later. Kawaki reflected that all that investment was justified, considering the glory the sect leader would bring to the academy. He was convinced that no one would be a match for Wu Jin, seeing the other competitors as mere beginners. His only concern was a hammer being auctioned, an item he considered essential for his reformation. Determined, Kawaki promised Wu Jin he would get the fire hammer no matter the cost. Wu Jin agreed and said his goodbyes, explaining that he needed to attend a class. Around campus, some students commented skeptically about Wu Jin's cooking, doubting that it could really increase the stats of those who consumed it. The spirit girl overheard the conversation and got upset, retorting furiously that people were being rude and should have more respect for the chef's food as the taste was the most important thing. Afterward, she and Wu Jin headed to the gym. When they arrived, the professor informed them that after the previous theory class, that day would be dedicated to weapons practice. He recommended they use weapons they were already familiar with. Otherwise, he suggested using spears or blunt weapons. Seo Hyun announced he would use his fists practicing boxing, and the professor encouraged him, noting that his physical build had changed. Wu Jin, in turn, picked up a spear, which led the professor to comment that this was to be expected from Kim Ji-guk's disciple. Observing the scene, Shang found it strange that a swordsman capable of defeating bosses with a single blow was training with a spear. He reflected that despite having observed Wu Jin from the beginning, he still couldn't figure out his true identity. The only certainty he had was Wu Jin's dedication to cooking, always using ingredients from dungeon monsters. Song noted that the spirit girl, being from a grimoire and likely picky, ate Wu Jin's dishes with pleasure, which suggested talent. However, the terrible memory of the last meal Wu Jin had prepared for him made him conclude the opposite. He thought that compared to that, anything else he had ever eaten to survive seemed delicious. Song also wondered about Wu Jin's reasons for becoming Ji-guk's disciple. He had known Ji-guk's reputation since before his regression, a B-rank hunter who, though recognized by the public, did not have the respect of high-ranking hunters. He knew it was Wu Jin who was eliminating the bosses Chiguk encountered and didn't understand why the latter received all the credit. Initially, Seong thought Wu Jin was trying to avoid the attention of the powerful, but he soon realized he had the strength to subdue most of them. This led him to conclude that Wu Jin was, at the very least, an A-rank hunter and most likely S-rank or higher. He decided he needed to keep observing him, but acknowledged that he had more urgent matters to deal with at the moment. The stern auction was scheduled to take place in 2 days, and if events unfolded as they had before his regression, a great tragedy would occur at the venue. He knew he had to prevent it at all costs. Meanwhile, Song Joon reflected on the incident. He had initially thought it was a simple bandit attack, but over time, he realized the involvement of a group called Eclipse. The victims at the auction had been mummified by a spell they used. Now recovered from his injuries from the battle against the Slime King, Seongjuan concluded he could no longer stand by and wait. Beside him, Wu Jin was training with a spear, and the sight of the weapon reminded him of an old comrade, the spear demon, Zhang Yang, a man completely dedicated to his craft. Wu Jin recalled trying to help Zhang Yang overcome his stubborn habits, but he was as unyielding as the spear itself. As he practiced the 7 techniques of the demon dragon on a dummy, he also remembered that Shangyin could have become a true dragon if not for his bad habits. The students watching the training commented that despite the exaggerated movements, Wu Jin didn't seem to be doing anything special, looking just like an ordinary person. Xiangjuan, however, thought the students were foolish for not seeing the truth. To them, Wu Jin might just be making random strikes. But Xiangjun was certain that he wielded the spear with all his heart. He realized that Wu Jin's strike was so powerful, it could even pierce dimensions, concluding that he was not only a master swordsman, but also a spear master. This made him question once again who Wu Jin was. In another corner of the training ground, a teacher scolded Song Jun for dozing off, expressing his disappointment. The Stern Guild was the 5th largest in South Korea alongside Samjeongo and Cha Unik. While the latter two symbolized the country's military power, Stern represented its monetary power. Its business ventures span manufacturing, support, security, and even entertainment, using famous hunters to promote its activities. It was said that the easiest way to make money in Korea was to go through Stern, whose most representative venture was its famous auction house. Despite the irregular hours and the 500 million won entrance fee, hunters frequented the venue for the high reliability of the auctioned items. Due to the multi-million won transactions, security was reinforced by B-rank and A-rank hunters. That night, Wu Jin and his servant Guak stood in front of the venue. Guak assured him that everything would go smoothly, commenting that auctions could be surprisingly tedious. Wu Jin replied that opportunities to see rare items weren't common and that he enjoyed watching auctions from time to time. Guak then asked him to put on a mask, explaining that the rule had been implemented after a hunter lost a bid and murdered the winner. Since then, entry was only permitted anonymously. Wu Jin understood, noting that the measure only proved the organization couldn't guarantee the safety of its members. The two entered the auction house. At the entrance, a security guard asked Guak to show his identification bracelet. After confirming it, the guard informed them that the auction would be conducted via tablets and asked if they needed any assistance, which they declined. The doors opened, and the guards wished them an enjoyable event. Inside, Wu Jin noticed that everyone was wearing a mask. As they took their seats, the announcer on stage thanked the guests for their attendance and announced the start of the auction. The first item was revealed, a lock of hair from the snow giant, the Yeti, with a starting bid of 100 million and won. Guak asked Wu Jin if he remembered the instructions for the tablet, explaining that the current item's information was displayed on the screen and that bids could be placed through the device. He mentioned that Yeti hair could be used as bait to hunt others of its kind or mixed into potions to stimulate hair growth. Realizing the item's incredible effects, Guak placed his own bid. Shortly after, the announcer announced that the lock of Yeti hair had been sold for 7,800 million won, as there were no further bids. While the next item was being prepared, Guak lamented that his bid had only been 500 million. Wu Jin, on the other hand, was excited observing the vast number of tempting items. The auctioneer then announced the next lot, the wing bone of a wyvern, an extremely rare item to find in good condition. Wu Jin reflected that adamantium would be an excellent material for divine kitchen knives, while sandalwood would make a great cutting board. Soon after, he realized he was being greedy and that if he continued like this, he might end up losing what he already had. At that moment, the next item was announced, the Hammer of Ignis Nest, an unidentified artifact from an A-rank dungeon with an initial bid of 1 billion and won. The announcement piqued the interest of Guak and Wu Jin. The latter commented that seeing the hammer in person made his heart race. The two exchanged a nod and Guak made the opening bid of 1 billion, assuming the bidding might end there. He pondered that most unidentified items, about 80%, had poor stats. These items were unpopular precisely because they couldn't be appraised, and there had been absurd cases where a cursed item caused its user's death. However, on rare occasions they could contain incredible abilities, which was why guilds kept appraisers to research them. To his surprise, the announcer declared that the bids had already reached 2,250 million won. Guak imagined that this item, which Korea couldn't identify, might be a divine weapon of extraordinary power. His astonishment grew upon hearing that the offer was already at $68 billion. With great reluctance, he made his final bid of 10,200 million, and the announcer declared the hammer sold. Dejected by the high cost of the acquisition, Guak had the idea to ask Wu Jin if he would consider going to a dungeon together, as it would be very profitable. Wu Jin, however, refused the proposal, arguing that it would make his name known to the public and he wished to dedicate his life exclusively to cooking. At that instant, the announcer revealed the main item of the auction, awaited by most of those present. It was an epic weapon called Prison of Fire, obtained from an A-rank boss. Guak noted that the weapon was imbued with mana and fire resistance, and it also possessed a special ability that converted mana into flames, allowing the user to control them freely. It was an item worthy of its title whose value would surely surpass hundreds of billions. The bidding started with an offer of 10,500,000,000, quickly rising to 11 billion. After a succession of bids, the weapon was sold for 56 billion. Guak consoled himself thinking that, in the end, he was lucky to have gotten the hammer. The auctioneer then announced the final item, a scroll found in Ignis' nest with an opening bid of 100 million won. Guak found the price strangely low considering that the hammer from the same location was made of mithril, which justified its value. As he was reflecting, he felt something strange from behind which he assumed was the wind. But a sudden explosion shook the hall. Two mysterious figures emerged in the midst of the chaos. One of them instructed the other to remember which people were permitted as sacrifices. Her companion acknowledged the order from Nehemoth, and both declared they would begin. Terrified, the announcer called for the guards while Guak understood they were under attack. One of the figures cast a spell in an unknown tongue, forcing the people on stage to kneel. The man reported that the spell was ready, and the girl asked if he remembered what they had come for. The two advanced toward the stage, stating that they only needed to take the scroll. The girl added that it was the scroll and one other item. Suddenly, the hunter Park Daegian charged at the intruders, attacking with his fists. The woman dodged with ease and observed that, judging by his movements, the hunter possessed a strong resistance to magic, but everything else about him was pathetic. Then she counter-attacked him. The invaders commented that sacrifices were better when in good condition, and that he would make an excellent one in his current state. The girl replied that she understood, and that for that reason, she had only touched the hunter's head. Observing the scene, Wu Jin found the invaders' techniques interesting and expressed a desire to watch more. Guak noticed his companion's interest but thought the best thing to do was to stay still as the security guards would arrive soon. The male invader questioned the need for so many sacrifices, but his partner told him to focus on the mission. At that moment, several guards wielding katanas surrounded them, ordering them not to move. The man accused the girl of being foolish for not being able to stop, to which she retorted that she would kill him when they returned. The girl advanced, attacking the guards with great speed, while her partner used dark magic to subdue them. Wu Jin watched, noticing that the invaders' level was completely different from the academy students. They seemed to draw mana directly from their hearts. He also realized that the dark aura was distinct from the absorption technique he knew, which had clear limitations. Looking at the woman, Wu Jin thought he had never seen so much malevolent energy emanating from someone, describing her as sadness itself in human form. The man of darkness reprimanded the girl, saying she should have held back so as not to diminish the quality of the sacrifices. But she retorted that he had been no different. He then concluded they just needed to get the scroll and the hammer. Upon hearing that the items were the target, Guak became agitated. Wu Jin rose from his seat and stated that he would handle the situation. Surprised by the sect leader's intervention, Guak simply said he understood and ordered a staff member to gather the people for a swift evacuation. As Wu Jin walked toward the invaders, Guak thought they were the unluckiest people in the world for having provoked the sect leader's wrath. Annoyed, Wu Jin reflected that he didn't want to bother with this, but it had been a while since a fool had coveted what was his. He added that he lamented the lost lives, but that in the end, it was all due to the victim's lack of strength. The man of darkness, Harap, was surprised to see Wu Jin moving without any detectable energy and commented on his overconfidence in running to his own death. The girl told Harap to focus on preparing the ritual as she would take care of Wu Jin. The two opponents faced each other, and in the blink of an eye, the girl teleported behind Wu Jin ready to strike. However, he defended himself with ease. The girl was terrified as she couldn't feel any aura coming from him, which left her completely confused. Wu Jin exclaimed that the attack had been unpleasant as he stopped it with his bare hands, forcing her to retreat. Harap mocked the girl, saying her strength lay in her lack of mercy. She explained that Wu Jin was stronger than she had imagined and went on the attack again, but he continued to block all her strikes. Terrified, the invader wondered where he could have come from given his skill and concluded she would need to use the impurity. Suddenly, the woman's body began to emanate a dark aura, and her eyes were engulfed in black flames. Watching the scene, Harap realized she wasn't playing around by using that power and decided to join the fight. He cast a dark spell at Wu Jin's back, who had no trouble at all defending himself using only his hands. Harap was horrified to see his attack stopped so easily, leaving Wu Jin unharmed even after taking hits that drew power from negative emotions. The girl explained that among the powers of impurity, she possessed that of despair, which corrupted the opponent's body and mind. As Harap watched in a panic, unable to comprehend the situation, Wu Jin commented that their attacks were on another level compared to Nahamat's. Having lost his patience, Wu Jin delivered a full-force blow to the woman's abdomen, sending her flying, breaking into a cold sweat. Harap thought that according to the information he had, there shouldn't be a master of that level at the auction, and this could become a huge problem. He began to conjure a dark spell in an unknown language, wondering why Wu Jin wasn't attacking him. Wu Jin reflected that he would have liked to see more of his opponent's abilities, but it wouldn't be possible as contact with that energy disgusted him. Harap remained full of doubts about him until he panicked when Wu Jin decided to act. He had wielded the fire prisoner's spear, saying he saw no problem in borrowing it for a while. Wu Jin was impressed to see the spear actually transform into flames just as they had said, concluding it was an incredible weapon. Astonished, Harap noticed that the spear's flames were supposed to be red, but in Wu Jin's hands, they had turned crimson. Seeing the scene, Guok was satisfied, commenting that it now seemed his leader was getting serious. In a threatening stance, Wu Jin announced he was going to attack. As fast as the wind, he dashed forward ignoring Harap and going straight for Niamat. While striking her frantically using the Kiguk techniques, Wu Jin reflected that he should go easy on her as he had much to ask her. Niamat in turn recognized the technique and wondered what a member of the Jujong Mayong family was doing there. As he continued to press her, Wu Jin ordered her to be quiet, stating that he was the one asking the questions and immediately demanded to know her objectives. Suddenly, Nehemiah pulled away declaring she was fed up with this and demanding that Wu Jin stop playing around. She had realized that he was effortlessly blocking all her attacks while his spear strikes were becoming increasingly sharp. Meanwhile, Harap was preparing another spell, warning Wu Jin not to dare challenge them and accusing him of just trying to act tough. Nehemiah reflected that although she had thought the spiral spear had several flaws due to Kiguk's flashy style, its true nature was a series of dozens of solemn cuts designed to eliminate the opponent. Before she could react to this realization, she was struck by multiple blows from the spear. Despite the attacks, she remained standing. Harab asked if she was all right, and Nehemiah instructed him to prepare the bottomless pit, assuring him she would buy him time. The mage argued it would be better to retreat and reassess the situation, but she retorted, stating that the organization would not forgive them if they retreated after failing the mission. Convinced, Harap agreed and began to cast a new spell, causing Nehemiah's body to be imbued with darkness. Wu Jin watched the scene without showing any fear, commenting that they had finally decided to get serious. Niamat began to transform, becoming one with the shadows and taking on a new form with 6 arms. With that, she promised Wu Jin he would not have a pleasant death. He understood that she had enveloped her body in a black aura of protection. And when she rushed toward him attacking with her shadowy fists, he parried the blows with his spear without much difficulty. He reflected that although her physical abilities had increased considerably, she was just moving recklessly like a bull. Then, Wu Jin kicked her away, declaring that her attacks were meaningless. Enraged, Nehemiah expressed her frustration at not being able to land a single clean hit on him, even after using all her power and activating the Yaksha temple. Wu Jin commented that her fundamentals were weak, but admitted her energy control was very good, giving her credit for that. The comment, however, only infuriated her deeply. She declared that his arrogance knew no bounds and that she would tear him to pieces. Quickly, she charged at him once more using her wild dance technique, but Wu Jin continued to parry all her attacks. Then, without any effort, he ran her through with a clean strike, leaving her in disbelief. Wu Jin stated that her power was pathetic and that with energy control alone, she would never be able to defeat him. At that moment, however, Harap shouted to Nehemiah telling her it was enough and that everything was ready to activate the bottomless pit. Black walls rose up surrounding Wu Jin, while Nehemiah with a wicked smile said he would regret being so arrogant. In an instant, he was trapped in total darkness. Harap declared that this was his unique technique, the result of a lifetime of refinement, capable of draining his opponent's power and confusing their senses. He was certain that no matter how strong the hunter was, he wouldn't stand a chance in there. Niamat appeared behind Wu Jin and whispered in his ear, asking if he was in trouble for suddenly going quiet. Then she attacked him with all her fury, but Wu Jin dodged calmly, commenting that this new power was worse than the impurity. He realized that even with his senses sealed, it was easy to detect the enemies by their strong energy. The real problem was the space itself. That place had been created to drain the life force of anyone inside and was already sucking his energy like a voracious ghost. He concluded that the spell was so malicious that not even highly skilled individuals would be able to handle it, but his train of thought was interrupted when he took a hit. Namat argued that he had acted arrogantly before, but now he had started to react. She added that the longer one spent in the bottomless pit, the more exhausted the opponent became, and then she asked him whether he would yield to the pit or to her hands. Before Nehemiah could continue, Wu Jin, who had already lost his patience, suddenly appeared in front of her, calling her a madwoman. In one swift move, he ran her body through with the spear of flames, telling her to shut up. Seeing Nehemiah defeated with a single blow, even while fortified by the bottomless pit, Harap fell into complete despair, unable to believe what he was seeing. Harap couldn't understand why Wu Jin wasn't affected by the bottomless pit, wondering why he hadn't turned into a mummy yet. Realizing that Wu Jin still possessed a vast reserve of energy, he finally understood that his opponent's goal was to destroy the technique itself. Enraged, Harap declared that it was impossible as it was his unique ability, the result of a lifetime of research. As he wielded the spear, Wu Jin remembered his companion, Zhang Hyung, who had always been by his side, holding that very same weapon to protect him. Returning to reality, he thought that although Zhang Hyung was gone, his spear remained with him. Faced with Harap's growing desperation, who began to launch reckless attacks with his shadows, Wu Jin took an attack stance and announced he would use the 7th form, First Palm, Demon Dragon. He then summoned a gigantic fire dragon that shattered all the darkness of the bottomless pit. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jin was in front of Harap asking if he had anything left to show. Otherwise, he would be eliminated. Too frightened to answer, Harap only heard Wu Jin decree that this was his end and demand that he reveal his identity and purpose. In a surge of panic, Harap began to pray, crying out to the god of chaos and asking his master to lend him power to be saved. He continued to recite incantations in a strange language until a dark power began to emanate from his body. Thanking his god for answering his call, he declared that he would offer his entire soul. Before he could do anything, the power began to take over his body, causing him to lose control. Wu Jin, who was watching the scene, noticed that unlike Nehematha's transformation, this had completely changed the atmosphere. The ritual was complete and the god of chaos, now in control of Harap's body, declared that he had been watching the mortal's efforts. Consumed by darkness, the Lord of Chaos introduced himself and announced that he would fulfill the great plan for this world. While Wu Jin just wondered what had happened to Harap, the Lord of Chaos noted Wu Jin's calmness in his presence and commented that it had been worth coming there personally. He then proposed that if Wu Jin swore loyalty to the eclipse, he would grant him power personally. Wu Jin promptly refused, stating he had no interest in that sort of thing in his current life. Enraged, the Lord of Chaos declared he would make him submit by force and prepared an attack with his darkness. However, before he could act, Wu Jin drove the spear into his chest with the tremendous power of crimson flames. The Lord of Chaos understood that Wu Jin had chosen to reject his grace with his mortal body. As his life faded away, he said he wanted to see if Wu Jin would still be so calm when they met again. With his last words, all the evil in the place dissipated. Guok began to offer his prayers, proclaiming that the heavenly demon should reign for years and that all should submit to him. Then Wu Jin asked Guok if he had ever heard of the Lord of Chaos. Guok denied it and offered to investigate, but Wu Jin preferred to handle it personally. He lamented having encountered the Lord of Chaos without discovering his true objectives, reflecting that they had invaded the auction to use people in some kind of sacrifice, but the origin of their power and their grand plan remained a mystery. Wu Jin decided he needed to get out of there before more people arrived, planning to investigate the matter calmly. The incident at the auction house became a popular topic on social media for several days. The news reported the death of the indestructible Park Dae-gaeun of Hangyam and speculated about the identity of the auction's hero, the masked spearman. Reading the news, Xiang concluded that the future had been changed again. The auction had been attacked by Nyamith and the lifestealer Harap, both key figures in the mystery of the eclipse. Xiang reflected that even before his regression, they were already powerful enemies against whom he would have stood no chance. And now he wondered who could have been capable of defeating them. He himself had infiltrated the auction disguised as a guard to minimize the damage. While patrolling, he planted artifacts to interfere with the opponent's magic, eliminated several enemies who could become formidable in the future, and swapped the auction scroll for a fake. Although he was pleased with his achievements, Song-joon couldn't accept that someone had managed to eliminate the two strongest opponents from the auction. The cameras had captured a masked lancer using the spiral spear, which led the media to identify him as Kiguk. However, Song-joon knew that the Kiguk he knew wouldn't last even 2 minutes against those adversaries. He continued to ponder the identity of the man who had stolen the spotlight, even considering that it might be Woo Jin. However, he dismissed the idea, as Woo Jin's obsession with cooking would have kept him from being there. And he would have had no reason to use a technique like the spiral spear, being far more powerful than that. Suddenly, Song-joon realized a crucial detail. Before the regression, Kim Ji-guk had never surpassed rank B, but now he seemed different. He was preemptively defeating the Eclipse's bosses, acting as if he knew the organization's every move before it happened. With this realization, Song-joon reached the only possible conclusion. Kiguk was also a regressor. Meanwhile, Woo Jin was busy cooking for the spiritist girl. She commented that the meat dish had a rich aroma and was much better than she had expected. When Woo Jin transferred the broth to another pot, she asked if he was finished, but he explained that there was still an important step left. He then wielded the hammer he had acquired at the auction, stating that it was all he needed for the next stage. He praised the tool's weight and grip, noting that with a longer handle, it could even be used as a rice cake hammer. However, he clarified that for that day's dish, the focus would be only on the bones. He was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of status windows. The notification stated that the conditions had been met, that an unidentified spirit was awakening, and that the item had begun to resonate. Both he and the girl were confused by the notifications until an irritated voice emerged from the hammer shouting, "No." The spirit accused Woo Jin of being an ignoramus for boiling material suitable for bone powder and then grinding it, demanding an immediate apology. Woo Jin in turn was completely lost by the situation. The spiritist girl took offense when the hammer spirit called them ignoramuses for enhancing the flavor, while Woo Jin simply asked who he was. The spirit was shocked that they would call that cooking, but Woo Jin insisted on knowing his identity. Finally, he introduced himself as Schmidt, the emperor who led the Black Hammer Empire and a genius blacksmith. Indifferent to the revelation, Woo Jin simply went back to hammering the bones, which drove Schmidt to despair. Arguing that moments like these required more dialogue, the spiritist girl disagreed, calling him a weirdo and continuing to insult him, to which Schmidt retorted that she was nothing but a tiny insect. Suddenly, a sinister aura emanated from Woo Jin, who told them both to shut up. Overwhelmed, Schmidt felt that any opposition would result in his annihilation. The blacksmith then explained that 700 years ago, he had died while creating a supreme weapon that would go down in history, and his soul had been reincarnated into the hammer. He wept as he recounted that he saw in Woo Jin the potential to surpass him as a blacksmith, and that they needed to start down that path immediately. Woo Jin refused the offer without hesitation, stating that he would only live as a chef. Schmidt despaired at seeing him waste his innate talent and smash bones that could have been used to make at least a suit of dwarven armor. The spiritist girl intervened, claiming that uneaten food was more pitiful than unfulfilled dreams. And so, Woo Jin finished his equality crushed bone soup. Shortly after, Woo Jin opened his inventory, intending to store the blacksmith, which sent him into a total panic. Seol Baek tasted the food and commented that it was delicious as always. The system then alerted Woo Jin that because he had completed his daily quest for a week straight, the main quest had been unlocked. Later, he got on a bus reflecting that it had been a long time since he had been home. The spirit girl commented that she thought they would go straight to the main quest, but Woo Jin explained that he hadn't been home since entering the academy. He reflected that even after recovering the memories of his past life, certain things were deeply rooted in his current body, and family was as precious to him as cooking. Now, they could finally focus on the main quest, whose objective was to create a B-grade or higher dish. Woo Jin wondered what the dungeon pepper listed in the rewards was. The spirit girl clarified that it was a pepper from a legendary dungeon that specialized in cooking and housed various types of peppers. She added that the dungeon was created by the same person who created her, an unparalleled chef who had recorded countless exceptional recipes in the grimoire. Excited by the prospect of improving his skills, Woo Jin asked what a dish's grade meant. The girl explained that the grade was determined by the effort dedicated to its preparation and the rarity of the ingredients used. Woo pondered that the highest quality dish he had ever managed to make was dompa pork, and no matter how hard he tried, it never went beyond a C+ grade. Upon arriving home, Woo Jin was greeted by his mother and brother. Shortly after, his mother offered him some food and they gathered for a meal. The spirit girl, who was also eating, commented frankly that the flavor was weak and the cooking showed no skill, criticizing the lack of uniform flavors and the prioritization of precise measurements. Wu Jin's mother asked if he had missed her home cooking after so long, and he confirmed that he had. Embarrassed, the spirit girl retracted her statement, saying that food made with a mother's love was the best. Then Wu Jin's mother asked how he was doing in school. When the meal was over, they gave their thanks, and Wu Jin told his mother to rest as he would make dinner himself. He announced to his brother that he had created and refined a new dish at the academy, which made the young man break out in a cold sweat and claim he would rather go to hell than eat it. His mother congratulated Wu Jin on the initiative, but informed him that she had a doctor's appointment and, therefore, he would have to have dinner with just his brother. She reassured them, saying it was just a routine checkup, but Wu Jin's brother begged her to stay. Even so, she said her goodbyes and left, claiming it was getting late. Wu Jin said he would start preparing dinner, but his brother, Xian Ho, intervened, suggesting he cook instead. He criticized Wu Jin for already thinking about food right after they had finished eating, stating they should use the time to talk. Xian Ho added that Wu Jin's obsession with cooking had made him lose all the human warmth he once had. Xian Ho observed that his brother hadn't been so indifferent before and considered that it might be an effect of his awakening, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He then remembered that Wu Jin had always liked to cook ever since he was a child, perhaps due to their mother's influence. For Xian Ho, everything had changed completely on the day Wu Jin awakened. He compared his brother's passion for cooking to his own desire to become a hunter, speculating that perhaps cooking was Wu Jin's way of overcoming their father's death. Approaching him, Xian mentioned seeing on the news that Wu Jin had become Chiguk's disciple and asked what was going on. Wu Jin's response suggested the news was false, leading Xian Ho to assume that the information about his participation in the hunter tournament was also a lie. However, Wu Jin clarified that this specific part was true as he had made a promise to someone. Faced with more questions, he simply fell silent. Furious at being ignored, Xian Ho questioned if his brother acted that way at the academy and recalled the rumors about his strange meals. Confidently, Wu Jin stated that many people liked his food, which left Xian Ho shocked, considering it impossible. As he started to cook, Wu Jin said that Xian Ho needed to see it to believe it and that he would understand everything once he tasted the new meal. Terrified, Xian Ho asked what kind of meat he was using. Wu Jin replied that it was a koji fermented steak and began to cook it frantically with great style. When the dish was ready, Xian Ho dreaded the smell, but he knew he had to eat at least one piece so his brother wouldn't complain. However, as soon as he put the first piece in his mouth, he felt completely defeated by the extraordinary flavor. Wu Jin wished he could have used the hammer to prepare the meal, but he concluded it would be too complicated to explain the tool's origin to Xian Ho. Furious, his brother asked what the hell he had put in the food. Assuming that after becoming a hunter, Wu Jin had started using dungeon items in his recipes. Wu Jin confirmed that he was asking the obvious, which left Xian Ho mentally devastated. Suddenly, their mother arrived, commenting that she could hear Xian Ho's voice from every floor and that he was still immature. Xian Ho, however, noticed that his mother seemed more serious than usual and asked if she had received any bad news at her appointment. She replied that it was nothing serious, but her wrist was strained, forcing her to close the restaurant for a few days to rest. Xian Ho agreed, stating that she deserved a break after so many years of working non-stop. Even so, she seemed apprehensive because of the regular customers. Unexpectedly, Wu Jin intervened and said they didn't need to worry as he would take care of the restaurant. Their mother seemed happy with the decision while Xian Ho was in a state of shock. In front of the establishment, Xian Ho asked if Wu Jin remembered the promise he had made to their mother to watch over the restaurant but never enter the kitchen. Wu Jin reflected that Xian Ho's cooking was regrettably similar to their mother's. Realizing it had been a while since he had helped, Xian Ho asked his brother to prepare the ingredients while he did the cleaning. The two began their respective tasks with Wu Jin chopping the food and Xian Ho tidying up the place. Shortly after, their uncles arrived and asked about their mother, and Xian Ho explained that they were covering for her while she recovered from her wrist injury. The orders started coming in. Wu Jin wrote down what the customers wanted, and Xian Ho was in charge of the food. After serving everyone, Xian Ho was already exhausted and asked if they would have any free time before dinner, and Wu Jin thought so. The older brother thought about how tiring it was to run a restaurant and didn't understand how his mother managed. Fortunately, with the good money he was earning, he wouldn't have to manage the business in the future. Suddenly, Xiano felt something strange in his stomach, told Wu Jin he needed to go to the bathroom and pleaded with him not to touch the kitchen, repeating the warning one more time before he left. Meanwhile, the guild leader, Li Zhonggil, known as Erang, was walking and reflecting that he hadn't expected Dijin to die that way, and that he would now need to fill his position. He remembered the shock he felt watching the auction footage where the indestructible Dijin had vanished in an instant. Erang complained of aches all over his body, especially his back, a discomfort he hadn't felt when he was young but that age had brought on. Even so, he maintained his routine of visiting local restaurants, a habit he had picked up after his old favorite spot was destroyed in the gate incident. Upon entering Wu Jin's family restaurant, he noticed the interior was old but well kept, observing that it was the kind of classic place that usually has good food. Wu Jin greeted him normally, but Erang, seeing that the owner was younger than he had imagined, doubted the quality of the food and decided to order something. After placing his order, Wu Jin just stared at him and walked away, making Erang question the service. The spirit girl saw this as a chance to show off the chef's skills. Despite the promise to Xianho, Wu Jin thought it was wrong to keep a customer waiting and decided to cook, believing that serving a waiting customer was the most important thing for a chef. He faced a dilemma: stick to his mother's traditional flavors or cook using his full potential. In the end, he couldn't resist and mixed dungeon items into the food, resulting in an equality dish. He had enhanced the flavor using cactus and fennel seeds, finishing it with lemon juice for a refreshing touch. Wu Jin explained to himself that he had coated the meat with viscous fluids that melted with the heat, creating a complex flavor. He then served the dish to Erang, thinking that he had broken his promise and would have to apologize to Xianho later. Upon tasting the meal, Erang noticed that something was wrong. The meat was extremely tough and bitter. He thought that if the ingredients were spoiled, the smell would be bad, but the dish's aroma was good. He felt extremely uncomfortable as he ate and wondered what Wu Jin had done to the food. As he was expressing his dissatisfaction, a system screen appeared before him, informing him that by consuming the meal, his health had been increased by 3 points for 24 hours. Erang was surprised to discover the food contained dungeon energy, as it had not only increased his health but also improved his back. At that moment, Xianho finally came out of the bathroom feeling relieved and noticed there was a customer in the restaurant. He was furious to see that Wu Jin had served a dish, but his anger dissipated when he recognized the customer as Erang, the leader of the Jianzhou Guild. Xianho tried to explain the situation with the dish, but he noticed that Erang was smiling. The guild leader approached Wu Jin, formally introduced himself, and got straight to the point. He wanted to hire Wu Jin as the guild's exclusive chef and by restaurant, assuring him that he would be treated very well. Upon hearing the proposal, Xianho was stunned. Aang reflected on the fact that he had never heard of food that granted status bonuses and concluded that the Chaonic Guild could not find out about it. Therefore, he decided to act before they found Wu Jin. But first, he needed to verify if the magic came from the restaurant or the chef himself. Although Wu Jin liked the offer, his desire was to share his food with more people. The spirit girl in turn lamented that someone had finally recognized his worth. Wu Jin explained that the restaurant belonged to his mother, so the decision wasn't his to make, and added that he needed to focus on his main mission. He pondered that the mission required a B-grade dish, and the spirit girl had already informed him that the grade was linked to the rarity of the ingredients. Later in the classroom, the professor commented that 2 weeks had passed since the students enrolled in the academy, and that they should be settled in by now. He then announced that there would be an exam on August 20th, explaining that since it was the first one, it wouldn't be too difficult. The assessment would consist of a 10% written test, 30% mana manipulation, and 60% an E-rank monster hunt. To reassure the students, he added that the hunt would be against 3D images created by magic. The news caused a stir among the students, especially because hunting an E-rank monster was something only Wu Jin had ever done. Meanwhile, Wu Jin reflected that to obtain high-quality dishes, he would need to dedicate himself to more time-consuming recipes. That was when Baek Seol approached him to talk, asking how his preparation for the exam was going and suggesting they seek Ji Guk's help to train in mana manipulation and hunting. Then, a little embarrassed, she invited him to study together over the weekend. Wu Jin thought he would like to return her kindness, but he replied that he already had plans and preferred to focus only on cooking. Baek Seol understood and invited him to have lunch together that day. Wu Jin accepted, saying he was grateful that she appreciated his food, while the other students listened to the conversation in a state of shock. Back in class, the professor recalled that during the previous practice with holograms, the students had shown very poor awareness of traps. In light of this, He revealed that he had decided to take a drastic measure. He explained that while traps were common in dungeons, there was something even more typical: poisons. Therefore, he announced that the students would have a practical lesson on the subject in which they would consume poisonous herbs directly with the goal of improving their awareness of poisons and consequently of traps. The students were wary of the idea of eating poison herbs, thinking the class was unnecessary. The professor tried to calm them down, explaining that these were herbs from low-level dungeons, which were not very toxic and could even be ingested in survival situations. He explained that after ingestion, they would feel their tongue and fingers swell with symptoms lasting 3 to 5 minutes. Even so, a student questioned him, arguing that even if the symptoms were mild, it was still poison and could cause death in severe cases. The professor, with a serious expression, encouraged him to continue, and the student concluded by stating that everyone already knew about poisons and that the class was a waste of time. With disdain, the professor replied that the same student had set off 11 traps in the last test and that most of the class had triggered at least 10. He asked if the student really believed what he was saying, exclaiming that in a real situation, they would all be dead. Tired of the discussion, the professor asked if there were any more objections and, faced with silence, proceeded with the class. While eating one of the herbs, Song-Jun commented that he had already had a bad experience ingesting it by mistake in the past. Baek Seol, upon trying hers, observed that although it was poisonous, she couldn't taste anything, saying it was like chewing grass. As for Woo Jin, upon tasting the arca saffron, he noticed the herb had a pleasant smell and thought it could be used in his recipes. Woo Jin reflected that he had been postponing his plans to search for new ingredients in dungeons due to a series of unexpected events. Impulsively, he asked the professor if he could take some arca saffron with him, but the request was denied on the grounds that it was against the academy's rules. Noticing the student's disappointed expression, the professor even wondered how he had managed to pass the tower. Suddenly, Woo Jin's system displayed a list of dungeons that contained the herb, as if it were reading his thoughts. He searched for an E-rank one and found one located in the same tropical forest where, on another occasion, he had captured a golden frog. Once inside the dungeon, Ji-guk remarked that after a difficult week, they would finally have a golden weekend, though he questioned why he was there since he had other plans. He thought about how Woo Jin always dragged him to these places and wondered if his classmate had nothing better to do. Shiguk noticed that Woo Jin had been doing nothing but collecting saffron since they arrived and recalled that the plant, if prepared correctly, could be used as a painkiller. Even so, he felt uneasy as Woo Jin was the only one gathering the herb, and he feared it would be used in one of his crazy recipes. Confused by the situation, Ji-guk feared that another dungeon boss would appear, and he would end up taking all the credit again. On the other hand, this could be advantageous as the public might forget the case of the mysterious Lancer, but something still felt strange. His greatest fear, however, was the possibility of having to eat Woo Jin's food once again. Baek Seol, who was also with them, was reflecting on the situation. Initially, she thought Shiguk was trying to get close to her because she was Dujang's daughter, but she realized he seemed more interested in Woo Jin. This led her to conclude that Shiguk had truly accepted Woo Jin as his disciple despite the rumors about him not being so great. The media articles gave the impression that Shiguk genuinely cared about the young man, which she found acceptable. Suddenly, a giant frog surprised her. She landed a precise blow, but she felt that something was wrong. The next instant, the frog was swallowed by an even larger monster that appeared behind her. Shiguk appeared quickly and eliminated the creature. He then advised Baek Seol to focus on her rhythm and to swing her sword more. Baek thanked him for the instructions, and he added that she should take the opportunity to catch her breath. Observing the scene, Woo Jin thought that Baek lacked conviction, noticing a hesitation in her sword that betrayed a lack of self-confidence. He concluded that this couldn't be corrected with words or advice, and that as soon as she developed the necessary confidence, her natural talent would allow her to overcome this barrier. Therefore, he decided to just watch her. Meanwhile, Shiguk wondered how much longer they would stay there, sensing that a boss could appear at any moment. He feared that Woo Jin would probably cook again that day, but considered that if the food boosted his stats, he would be willing to endure it. He reflected that he had never heard of boosting stats with food, and that if Woo Jin possessed a unique skill that allowed it, it would be something incredible. From that perspective, he could endure the sacrifice. But upon remembering the previous meals, he changed his mind. As he pondered Woo Jin's obsession with cooking, he saw him drinking something directly from a vial and warned him not to ingest poison like that. To his surprise, Woo Jin replied that it tasted very good. Shortly after, the system notified him that he had successfully extracted snake venom. At that moment, Ji-guk realized he was completely wrong to expect good food from someone who drank poison. Enthusiastically, Wu Jin commented that the venom's flavor was incredible, salty, and lingering, completely different from that of the killer bee. With that, he already had his next dish in mind, which he was confident would be B-rank, and decided it was time to leave the dungeon. Beck and Ji-guk were astonished by the sudden decision, wondering if he wasn't going to cook right there. Anxiously, Beck Seol asked how long the dish would take to be ready. Wu Jin replied that he would finish it the following night and that he would call her. Still confused by the early departure, Ji-guk lamented the planned meeting until he realized he would be spending the rest of the weekend with him. On the night of the dinner, they met in the academy's cafeteria. Ji-guk looked at the meal, which seemed strange in every way, and wondered if he shouldn't just leave as quickly as possible. To his surprise, Beck Seol asked if he was also excited about it, which made him question her sanity. Ji-guk finally understood that Wu Jin had ventured into the dungeon just to collect the saffron on his plate. He looked around and noticed that other people were in the same situation, awaiting the cruel fate of tasting Wu Jin's cooking. Beck Seol started eating, and remembering she had liked the previous dish, Ki-guk questioned the resilience of her stomach before asking for her opinion. She replied that it was delicious and that the noodles caused a tingling sensation, which made him afraid to try it. Motivated by the possibility of a status increase, Ki-guk convinced himself to eat, thinking that many dishes smelled bad but tasted good. However, as soon as he put the food in his mouth, he felt as if his entire body had been shocked. He described each sip of the broth as feeling like lightning striking his tongue, comparing the experience to torture. Curious, Beck Seol asked Wu Jin how he had prepared it. He explained that he was inspired by Japanese tantan noodles, and to balance the acidity, he added saffron and various spices, as well as ground boar meat to improve the texture. Beck Seol agreed, stating that she could really taste sparks, to which Wu Jin added that he had refined snake venom to add a salty touch. He seemed surprised by their interest in his cooking, and declared that eating a dish was to appreciate the deep mystery surrounding it. Ji-guk was astonished to see the two of them acting as if everything were normal and concluded they were a perfect match. What bothered him most, however, was the need to eat everything to receive the status window. Determined, he swallowed the rest all at once, trying not to focus on the taste. After finishing, he felt like he had survived an electrocution and had only done it for the status increase. However, the seconds passed and the window didn't appear, making him think it had happened just like last time. Wu Jin noticed he had finished, and beside him, Beck Seol thanked him for the food, saying it was delicious. Meanwhile, Ki-guk was lamenting the lack of a reward, and it was then revealed that only a grade or higher dishes guaranteed a status increase. With that, Wu Jin completed his first main quest, unlocking the second, which consisted of searching for ingredients at the bottom of a submerged cave. Wu Jin lamented that even after refining snake venom and spending the whole day preparing it, the dish didn't reach a grade. The spirit girl commented that it was a shame, as she believed adding the dungeon peppers would have secured the rating. He reflected that the pepper clashed with the saffron, diminishing the noodle's flavor, but its power still surprised him. He concluded that he didn't fully understand the ingredient and that using it that way hurt his pride, which was why he hadn't added it to the dish. Determined, Wu Jin resolved not to use the dungeon pepper until he understood it completely, as he felt that relying on it would make the dish less his own. The spirit girl didn't doubt his ability, but she warned him that the pepper was made from extremely rare ingredients and that understanding it would take a very long time. Wu Jin, however, stated that he had plenty of time and would learn through trial and error. Upon checking his new quest, he noticed that the reward for collecting the ingredients was a fermentation storage. The spirit girl explained that it wasn't an ordinary item as it worked even inside the inventory, automatically adjusting the ingredients' temperature and humidity and eliminating the need for a physical location for the process. Wu Jin was thrilled with the idea that the items would maintain their original size and could be fermented right there, deciding to leave immediately. Suddenly, Ki-guk appeared, asking Wu Jin if he knew the meaning of the word rest, since he had called them out for 3 days in a row. He complained that they hadn't found the final boss and that the previous meal had made him spend the day in the bathroom expressing his desire to get some rest. Ki-guk remembered that his boss had postponed the conversation about taking on a disciple, ordering him to use Wu Jin to cover up the auction event for the time being. He understood the order was referring to the masked lancer and confessed he didn't understand why people believed it was him. After reviewing the security camera footage, Ki-guk admitted he was shocked as the Lancer's movements were very similar to his own, which led him to remain silent on the matter. He concluded that his boss genuinely didn't know the individual's identity, but he himself couldn't imagine who else could use those spear techniques. Sighing, Chi-guk resigned himself to the fact that he had no choice, admitting to himself that even he had suspected his own involvement. In an attempt to delay the inevitable, he asked Beck if she was tired, commenting that overexertion could be harmful to her health, but she assured him she was fine. Her answer infuriated him internally, but he hid it, suggesting they head to the cave Wu Jin had mentioned. As he walked, he reflected on how abnormal his team was and their exotic tastes, concluding that only the status rewards made him put up with the situation. He remembered that the last time, the experience had been even worse than the food and consoled himself with the idea that with so many people in the underwater cave, it was unlikely a hidden boss would appear. He then decided to focus only on improving his image, and shortly after, Wu Jin gave the signal to leave. At the bottom of the sea, a group of hunters was struggling against a long-legged crab. The monster's pressure and the lack of healing left them in a tight spot until the creature was suddenly pierced through the middle, announcing the arrival of Wu Jin and his team. The knight from the other group apologized for losing the monster's focus, but Chi-guk calmly replied that the attack would have been inevitable. Although he had received apologies from lower-level hunters before, Chi-guk found this specific interaction somewhat strange. To his surprise, the knight then asked for his autograph. With that, Chi-guk understood that his reputation had skyrocketed. He replied to the knight that he didn't have any paper with him, but that he would remember next time. The other hunters were discussing the low probability of a boss appearing, but expressed confidence that if one did appear, Kim Ji-guk would know how to handle the situation. They were also surprised to see Beck and Ji-guk's disciple commenting with some envy that Wu Jin seemed to be very well treated. Oblivious to the conversation, Wu Jin was only thinking about his next dish and how he would cook it to make it delicious. Chi-guk was pleased to be recognized by the clan and to have improved his image, but he felt uneasy as he knew it was all thanks to Wu Jin. He feared that his disciple could change his mind at any moment and reveal to everyone that he was the one who had defeated the hidden bosses. He imagined his life being ruined in an instant and his immediate expulsion from the clan. If only he were stronger than Wu Jin, he thought everything would be resolved. For that, however, he would need his clan leader's secret skill, the galactic meteor spear. With no other option, he decided that the best thing to do was to cooperate, which meant continuing to eat Wu Jin's terrible cooking without being able to tell the truth. Suddenly, Wu Jin and Beck, who were walking ahead, stopped. Chi-guk asked if something was wrong. Beck, also not understanding, said that Wu Jin had just stopped suddenly. In silence, Wu Jin was observing a set of rocks where a notification from his system indicated that the dungeon was just ahead. He presumed that the boss's location would be in the dungeon's log and concluded that the entrance must be within those rocks. As he got closer, he noticed that the access was covered by a magical barrier, the first he had ever encountered. Fascinated, Wu Jin observed that although the barrier's nature was different, it was similar to illusions and formations. He considered using brute force to break through it, but he feared that would make him miss the encounter with the boss. He decided then to analyze its structure first. Confirming his suspicions, he realized that the barriers had a fine weave, as complex as a formation, yet more refined. With surgical precision, he pulled a part of the barrier with his fingers, stating that it was easy to destroy everything from a single flaw. As soon as he did, the entrance to the dungeon was revealed, leaving everyone surprised. Chi-guk was astonished, believing the portal had appeared out of nowhere and reflecting that simply standing still couldn't be the trigger to unlock it. Without hesitation, Wu Jin hurried and entered the portal. The others shouted for him to wait as they didn't know what might be on the other side. Ji-guk and Beck ran to catch up with him, but as they tried to cross the portal, they were repelled backward. A warning appeared, informing them that the number of people in the dungeon had already been exceeded. Ji-guk wondered who else could have entered until he realized that only Wu Jin had managed to get through. Already inside the dungeon, Wu Jin was amazed by the place. He noticed that even though he was underwater, he could breathe normally and move as if he were on dry land. It was then that he realized it was the first time he had ever seen the ocean, as in his past life he had only ever stayed in the mountains. As he looked around, Wu Jin remarked that the underwater scenery, with its countless fish and sea creatures, looked like a mysterious and beautiful painting. He wondered about Beck and Chi-guk's whereabouts, but the spirit girls suggested they were probably tired, as they had mentioned before. Wu Jin remembered that only 2 days had passed since the last dungeon, so they must be exhausted. To make up for it, he decided he would put his all into the next dish he prepared. The spirit girl shared his fascination, finding the landscape and the fish extraordinary. During his exploration, Wu Jin found scorpius seaweed, which could be used as armor, and the arachnia shell, which granted temporary fire resistance. He noticed there was an abundance of seafood that could serve as ingredients, but he found no sign of his target, the limitless fisherman. To locate him, Wu Jin used a spell that allowed him to see for miles until he finally sensed a familiar energy about 10 miles ahead and decided to run in that direction. His run was interrupted when a figure suddenly appeared, attacking him and asking who he was. Observing the man's movements, Wu Jin noticed that he could disguise himself very skillfully even without using advanced techniques. After a moment, Wu Jin recognized the determined figure of Zhou Songjun. Songjun, in turn, was astonished and questioned what Wu Jin was doing there. Wu Jin apologized for startling him and made the excuse that he had gotten lost. Incredulous that someone like Wu Jin could get lost in a hidden dungeon, Songjun concluded that he must also be after the Jewel of the Sea. He revealed that he needed the jewel to break the scroll he had stolen at the auction. Songjun had already considered that to use the artifact without suffering side effects, he would first need to create a spirit stone. He had even used an item to change his appearance as he hadn't expected to find Wu Jin there. Now he thought it was better to have met him in disguise than as himself. Keeping his composure, he expressed false pity for the young man having lost his way, determined not to let him escape as he had in the Slime King's dungeon. Songjun remembered that the limitless fisherman had a 500-meter territory and that a sect called Eclipse had already tried to capture it but failed by getting too close. Noticing that the dungeon was untouched, he presumed that the members of Eclipse had died. This worried him as he knew Wu Jin's skills would be enough to capture the creature easily. While Young Jun pondered how to lure the fisherman, Wu Jin announced he would be on his way. They said their goodbyes and Young Jun watched, satisfied as Wu Jin headed straight for the creature's territory, thinking that everything was going more easily than he had expected. Shortly after, a system notification appeared informing him that someone had entered the fish's territory. Wu Jin in turn sensed an aura that rivaled that of a divine creature and thought it would be interesting to see what would happen. The next moment, the same notification appeared for him, and before he could react, he came face to face with the limitless fisherman, a rank B boss. Wu Jin was impressed as he had never seen a fish of that size and thought the name suited it well. He noticed pieces of clothing in the creature's teeth and presumed that the others who had been there had fought and lost. The spirit girl, however, grew excited upon seeing the fish's spikes, claiming they were a true delicacy. Wu Jin was surprised, saying he thought she was more timid, but she declared that she loved seafood. He then asked what kind of dishes she liked, and the girl replied that she would eat anything he made. Wu Jin began to think that sushi or sashimi would be good options, not forgetting about steamed dishes. Suddenly, the gigantic fish became enraged and charged forward to attack. Wu Jin felt a surprising aura, but he dodged with ease. He reflected that although the aura was weak compared to others he had faced, he felt the same corrupted energy in it that he had sensed at the auction. Then, Wu Jin realized the aura was coming only from the fish's mouth and concluded that it must have devoured the members of Eclipse. He realized that not even a high-level hunter like Qian knew about this sect, which meant they concealed their identities while killing others in pursuit of power. As the fish shot beams from its mouth, Wu Jin, filled with fury, mentally condemned the cult as a disgusting organization, lamenting that its victims would never get the chance to enjoy a good meal again. While dodging the attacks, he reflected that he had underestimated the group at the auction and decided that if he ever encountered them in the future, he would show no mercy. In a sudden move, Wu Jin counterattacked, combining his modified spiral spear and celestial net skills to slice the monster into several pieces. After the victory, he noticed that the power of the celestial net had been weaker than expected and concluded that he would need to refine the technique later. However, just when it seemed the danger had passed, a strong earthquake shook the area. Wu was terrified as he knew that tremors like that were not common after defeating a dungeon boss. He began to prepare a large-scale spell, generating waves of energy throughout the area, while the spirit girl watched the scene completely confused. Wu Jin realized that the fish's energy was dissipating, but for some reason, that didn't stop the earthquake. With the monster's defeat, an item appeared in its place, something Wu Jin considered a natural process in that world. However, he noticed that unlike usual, he felt a strange energy emanating from the object, which led him to assume that something or someone was interfering with the process, though he didn't know who or why. Curious about his new item transformation ability, he decided to test it immediately. Before he could act, the system notified him of a dialogue request. As soon as Wu Jin accepted it, a white portal materialized in front of him. The spirit girl was astonished, commenting that she had never seen anything like it. A system message informed him that entry was restricted to authorized individuals and that the fish's core would be consumed as soon as someone entered. Wu realized that the evil energy had vanished with the portal's appearance. The girl advised him not to enter, arguing that she knew nothing about the portal and that the unknown was the most dangerous element in a dungeon. Ignoring the warning, Wu Jin stated that he would enter anyway. The moment he approached, the girl was suddenly repelled far from the entrance. He then told her to wait, as he had already understood that only those authorized could pass. Arriving there, he is completely astounded by the view. In the vastness of that space, he notices a white light. A being of light was watching him. Suddenly, it introduces itself as the system administrator. Our hero immediately compares the entity's energy to that of the Master of Chaos. The entity begins to speak about the item transformation process. But before that, it wants to know why he is so curious about it. The protagonist explains that it's because the dungeon energy went out of control. And since it was his first time seeing it happen, it sparked his curiosity. The entity explains that what he witnessed was the process of a monster transforming into an item. However, no living being should be able to observe this phenomenon. Because of this, the entity suspects there is some inexplicable error in the system. Remembering his past, Wu Jin admits that this is true. Since he has given his explanations, Wu Jin now wants to know about the transformation process. The entity agrees and says it will be faster to just demonstrate it. It explains that each area is managed by an entity and divided into sectors. The environment and the creatures living in each sector are called causalities, which the administrators oversee. Both Wu and the entity comment on how beautiful these sectors are. The entity then says he is about to see what happens when a causality goes out of control, revealing that the sector it's about to show is the very one where Wu Jin currently lives. Right away, our hero notices how unstable the energy in that sector is. The entity confirms this, warning that if nothing is done, the instability caused by certain individuals will lead to the collapse of everything. One way to deal with this is by summoning entities from other sectors and transferring the causalities to them. These summoned entities are the monsters, and when they are defeated, the causalities disappear with them. To prevent this essence from causing further problems, it is then transformed into an item, and that is exactly what Wu Jin witnessed. You defeat a monster and receive an item as a reward to help you deal with even stronger causalities. Wu Jin praises the entity, saying it's doing a good job handling the process. But what truly bothers our hero is that the administrator's aura feels exactly like that of the Master of Chaos. He recalls the entity mentioning that someone has been interfering. Since causalities are transferred to monsters to stabilize the system, he concludes there are two opposing sides. One trying to stabilize things, and another actively creating interference. With that realization, he asks to make one more question, but the entity states it cannot give any more answers. Realizing the guy is no longer willing to talk, Wu Jin feels a bit disappointed, but notes that other opportunities will arise. He thanks the entity, who thanks him back, warning that their meeting might have caused new causalities. Before pulling him out of that space, the entity asks to check one last thing. Suddenly, something alarms the administrator. Perplexed, it asks how Wu Jin is even in this sector. The scene shifts outside of that space. His companion is already calling out to him, questioning why he came back so fast from the portal when only 1 minute had passed. Wu Jin is intrigued to learn that time flows differently inside. The entity's last words echo in his mind, questioning how he is in that sector and stating that he shouldn't be there. Wu Jin theorizes that this is due to abnormalities caused during his ascension. He remembers God throwing it in his face that actions have consequences and that he would not accept him into the celestial world unless he cleansed his sins. Our boy was indignant back then. That was the moment Wu Jin was about to show off his cooking skills to God, but ended up being flooded with memories of the past. There was nothing to be done about it right now, so Wu Jin accepts that he will have to deal with his ascension later. Wu Jin shifts his focus back to the massive fish he had just defeated. Wasting no time, our hero begins to prep the fish. His assistant could barely wait to see the results. The preparations are soon complete. Wu Jin had sliced the fish with a dexterity never before seen in human history. His assistant eagerly wants to know the outcome. He notes that the texture is incredibly tender. The rich oil melting on the tongue and the intense aroma are simply fantastic. Wu Jin says that if he manages to improve the flavor, this could be his best dish yet. With that, our hero completes his quest. His companion immediately steps up to hand him his rewards, the dungeon fermentation storage. Remembering his last acquisition, Wu Jin is almost certain that this item is going to be great as well. For his next quest, he must reach level 25. The little girl quickly points out that this situation is very similar to the tower's tutorial. Wu Jin wonders if that's really the case, remembering that he completed his main mission extremely early. He concludes that leveling up will be a breeze if he just focuses on cooking dishes. However, at the moment, he cannot complete the quest due to his insufficient level. Wu Jin says he'll keep busy with other quests, which cheers his companion up. He mentions that he'll eventually manage to finish that quest just by cooking his way through. The scene then shifts to the final area, the Deep Sea Shrine. Sung Jun observed that a battle seemed to have taken place there. He reflected that thanks to Cheon Wu Jin drawing attention to himself, he had been able to acquire the siege jewel with ease. To prepare for its activation, he had added control and stabilization formulas, believing he would now be able to handle the artifact's power properly. Although Cheon Wu Jin didn't seem like the type of person who would covet the jewel, there was also no benefit in revealing it to him. With everything ready, Sung Jun announced that he was about to begin. An intense light radiated from the sphere, and Sung Jun confirmed his suspicions about the enormous amount of mana it contained. He had expected great power, but not something so overwhelming. Still, he felt he could control the energy, noticing that the bamboo scroll was reacting to the jewel's mana. Suddenly, an excruciating pain took over his body, but he knew he was almost at the end and just needed to hold on a little longer before letting out a scream of agony. After the process was complete, he commented that he had barely managed to break the seal and wondered if he would ever find something similar again. A voice spoke up, finding the situation unusual. With all conditions met, the voice compared the achievement to a castle built on the clouds whose foundation still rested on the peak. Thus, the seal of the bamboo scroll was released. Jungjin recognized the item as his companion, which had shared its life with him before his regression. The artifact began to resonate, and he obtained the recordings of the martial god who questioned him about the kind of training he had been doing. The spirit of the martial god had chosen Jo Sung Jun as its master, and the man commented that it had been a while. Finally, he awakened the master of all combat class. Elsewhere in the sanctuary, Wu Jin reflected that even after defeating the boss, a rule prohibited him from leaving for 6 hours, something he suspected stemmed from causality. He felt he could force the portal open, but he didn't know what kind of consequences that might bring. His spirit informed him that the 6 hours had passed, and Wu Jin decided to leave. The spirit, however, lamented that it had been thinking about a meal, but the lack of squid ink was disappointing. Wu Jin replied that it wasn't an ingredient he normally used, but he would make sure to prepare it next time. As he stepped through the portal, a voice called out to him, asking how many times they had to repeat the same thing. Wu Jin claimed to know nothing about the hidden dungeon, while a girl beside him asked everyone to calm down. It was then that Wu Jin spotted the instructor and shouted Jiguk's name. Everyone recognized that he had just returned from the portal, and the reporters went into a frenzy with the news that Kim Jiguk's disciple had emerged from a secret dungeon. Wu Jin just sighed at the commotion. Facing the press, he claimed that the discovery of the hidden dungeon was entirely to Kim Jiguk's credit, which made the instructor's reputation grow even more. A week later, at home, Wu Jin thought that he had finally overcome the rank quality barrier with his own cooking. He had prepared an angler fishback patty fish burger, a limit-breaking meal imbued with dungeon energy, and with the special effect of granting Plush 3 strength. He presented the dish to Chi Yun, who panicked as he ate it, wondering if he would continue to be subjected to such monstrosities. The experience reminded him of his fight against the master of the flowery sword sect, whose technique was an abomination that rivaled his own swordsmanship. While their technique spread the scent of plum blossoms for miles, now the prevailing smell was of fish. Wu Jin noticed he had finished and asked what he thought of the meal. Qian replied that the aroma was captivating. The system then confirmed a 3-point increase in his strength for having consumed the food. Qian reflected that the status increase wasn't so abnormal. As in the past, his sect leader had even used elixirs as ingredients. A permanent status increase cost billions of won, but this favor made him want to forget the monetary value. Since Wu Jin used ingredients he obtained himself, there wasn't much he could say. He then commented that time was passing quickly, and there were only 5 days left until the exam. Wu Jin asked what he was talking about, and Chi-yun explained that there would be an exam on August 20th, asking if he had forgotten. Wu Jin repeated the information, remembering he had heard about it before. Beck Seola had invited him to prepare together, but he had been so focused on cooking since his return that he had lost track of time. Chi-yun stated he was sure the SEC leader would get the highest score, but pointed out that for the sake of fairness, not even he could know the exam's content in advance. He recalled that right after Wu Jin's recommendation from the tournament, an article had attacked him. And if he performed poorly, the media would criticize him. Wu Jin agreed that ensuring fairness in the exam was important and that there was no reason to apologize. Ji-yun thanked him for his understanding. With dinner finished, Wu Jin stood up and said he was going out. Ji-yun bowed, thanking him for the meal and wishing him a good night, thinking that with the exam to worry about, he might be free from the culinary monstrosities. However, as he opened the door, Wu Jin stopped and said that on second thought, Chi-yun seemed to have a headache. He understood the man was busy, but as the one responsible for the cadets, he couldn't get sick, and so he would bring him more food. Ji-yun was left completely bewildered by the offer. In another room, Park Sung-jin was kneeling before his leader. He apologized, reporting that the mission in the deep-sea sanctuary had been a failure and that all the agents sent had lost their lives. According to the media, the one responsible for the deaths of the Eclipse members inside the sanctuary was Kim Ji-guk, who was suspected of having eliminated them. Suddenly, shadows in the room moved and broke Park Sung-jin's fingers, who bowed begging for forgiveness. His leader then ordered Kim Ji-guk to be added to level 1 of the watch list. This list contained the most important individuals in Korea, including hunters and mages who could interfere with Eclipse's grand plan. Such targets were to be eliminated or persuaded to join the organization. Park Sung-jin confirmed he understood the order, but was warned that this would be his last chance. Mentally, he repeated Kim Ji-guk's name in anger. At the academy, the students were talking about the difficulty of the upcoming test. Seol was determined, stating that she needed to secure first place, so her father would acknowledge her. Wu Jin, on the other hand, felt his preparation for the exam had been perfect. He had studied the special hunter law and the rules of conduct in dungeons. And even if some parts didn't make sense, he felt ready. With everything prepared, the wait was tedious. He wanted to finish the exam quickly so he could think about how to cook the adult anglerfish meat. It was then that he felt a different energy coming from Jo Sung-jun, who had just walked through the door. The other students commented that they hadn't seen him in a week and supposed he had joined another guild. Wu Jin realized his energy had changed completely. Compared to the last time he saw him in the sanctuary, Sung-jun had grown immensely, making Wu Jin wonder what kind of luck he had found to evolve so quickly. It wasn't just a pure, unadulterated energy. He seemed to have become a completely different person. Wu Jin also noticed there was no energy coming from his right shoulder and wondered why. He projected a bit of his own energy to investigate and quickly understood the situation. Beside Jo Sung-jun, there was a spirit from a different recording. Jo Sung-jun wondered if the spirit was related to martial arts as its energy was pure and its skills seemed excellent. The similarity between the spirit's energy and his own confirmed that he had assimilated a master's memory. He considered this uncommon, and since his own cooking skills were poor, perhaps he should take on a spirit as a teacher as well. The martial god commented that something felt strange. Sung-jun asked what it was and if something was wrong, but the martial god denied it, though he admitted to feeling like he was being watched. Jo Sung-jun reflected that the god was finally starting to relax in his presence, probably because he had followed the hellish training without complaining and had insisted on telling him that he was a regressor and that they had been partners. He explained that he had returned from a destroyed future where they both fought together against the beings who annihilated everything. However, the martial god showed no reaction upon hearing about the ghost fire, seeming to remember nothing. Deciding to set the matter aside for now, Sung-jun said he needed a favor from the martial god. He explained that for certain reasons, he needed his presence to be sealed while he was at the academy and asked the god to observe a few individuals to determine if they were allies or enemies, noting that Cheon Woo-jin didn't seem to have noticed his presence. The first target was Lee Chong-ji, someone he had never heard of before regressing. Good grades would increase his chances of participating in the Hunter tournament as entry priority was granted to the top 10 students, and he needed them to protect the world. The professor announced the start of the exam, informing the students they would have 60 minutes. Any answer marked after the time limit would be considered cheating, and they should raise their hand if they had questions or found any mistakes. Wu Jin thought he would rather be cooking, but he needed to take Qian's situation seriously and focus. The exam covered a wide range of topics taught at the academy, from dungeon exploration and combat techniques to hunter laws and current events. The first question asked what the correct action would be upon discovering a hidden dungeon. The theoretically correct answer was to report it to a hunter from the management agency due to the potential dangers. However, based on his recent experience where he had confirmed the dungeon was not dangerous, he knew the right move would be to explore it, and so he marked the answer considered wrong. For the law and history sections, he simply wrote what he had memorized. But for the questions about dungeons and monsters, he answered based on his own experiences. The last question about dungeon survival was set in the Red Feather Rainforest, a place he had recently visited. He knew that if he described the correct way to cook an Arcus saffron, a magical-tasting herb, his answer would be perfect. However, he realized he was making a basic mistake by answering purely from his perspective. The others wouldn't have cooking materials or knowledge about the ingredients, so he wrote that they would have consumed the herb incorrectly, which would lead them to collapse instead of escape. At the end of the 60 minutes, the professor announced the end of the exam and instructed everyone to head to the gym for the practical test, warning them not to be late. As the students began to talk about the test, Wu Jin thought there was no point in waiting and that he should just go. Seol approached and asked how he had done. Wu Jin replied that he thought he did well, and she suggested they check their answers together. He refused, reminding her that the practical exam would start soon and they should hurry, which made her comment that he seemed like the type to follow the rules to the letter. On the way, Wu Jin overheard two students discussing the first question and thought that they clearly hadn't studied enough. A week later, the exam results were released. While some students celebrated their grades, others were disappointed. The professor informed them that the monitors would display the scores and that any objections should be submitted to him by the following Monday. Wu Jin noticed he had received only 45 points on the written test. He understood the low score on the practical tests as he had done poorly on purpose, but the written test result was unacceptable and felt like unfair treatment. When the professor concluded the meeting, Wu Jin raised his hand. The professor was surprised as the student was always quiet and wondered what was going on. Wu Jin asked if the written test was worth 50 points. The professor corrected him, saying it was worth 100, to which Wu Jin replied that he would like to request a grade correction. A student behind him glanced at his panel and, seeing the extremely low scores, concluded that he was making a scene over it. Wu Jin in turn considered them fools, thinking it wasn't their fault but the academy's for providing a flawed education. The professor, reflecting that the grade had already been generous, told Wu Jin to see him later in the staff room to explain the reason for that score. Meanwhile, Seol was commenting that she had expected first place but ended up second. Jo Sung-jun, who had taken first place, thought this would finally attract Lee Chong-ji's attention. The way Lee Chong-gi treated Baek Seol made it clear that he valued top students, and Sung-jun was determined to secure his spot in the tournament. Now, he needed to prepare for the Eclipse's attacks. With Harib and Nyamath dead, events would unfold differently than what he had seen before regressing. Cheon Woojin's help could speed up his strategies, but he couldn't fully trust the boy whose actions were random and whose presence at the academy, which had nothing to do with cooking, seemed pointless. The martial god noticed Sung-jun pale and asked if he was alright, but he replied that it was nothing. Then he had an idea. He could use the martial god's unique observation skill, which quantified the martial strength of others, though it didn't work on the extremely rare people who were stronger than him. He pointed at Wu Jin and asked the god to assess his strength. The martial god activated his skill and, after observing, declared that the boy wasn't very strong, just a normal guy. He added that although the young man's body was optimized for martial arts, there was nothing special about it, calling it a waste of potential that could be trained to become the greatest of all. Sung-jun was in disbelief. He had witnessed Cheon Woojin's strength with his own eyes. If the martial god's skill couldn't measure Woojin's power, there could only be one explanation. Cheon Woojin was stronger than the martial god himself. He then looked at the boy, who continued to calmly stare at the floor. Elsewhere, Park Sung-jin approached Lord Sathariel. Manifesting from the shadows, the entity ordered him to give his report. Sung-jin confirmed that Kim Jiguk had cancelled all his activities and remained confined within the Ju clan's territory. Sathariel questioned if their surveillance had been detected, but Sung-jin denied it, explaining that it seemed to be Ju Jongmyung himself who was restricting Jiguk's movements. Sathariel concluded they were trying to suppress the rumors about the masked spearmaster and using Chiguk to locate the lost piece. He lamented that, if it weren't for the Jew clan's intervention, they would have already failed to acquire it. The Lord stated that their adversaries must have figured out the plan and therefore, they needed to lure Chiguk out. When Sung Jin asked how they would do that, Sathariel revealed he had heard that Chiguk's disciple would participate in the upcoming tournament, which would guarantee his master's presence at the event. Sung Jin reflected that he himself had recommended his disciple for the tournament, a suggestion approved by Ju Jong Myung. He agreed that the chance of Chiguk showing up was high, but expressed concern about the difficulty of an ambush during the competition, even with the presence of many of Eclipse's combat members. Furthermore, he recalled that the main objective was to capture South Korea's strongest hunter, the Mage Kong Sunwoo, and that facing both at the same time would be impossible under the current circumstances. Sathariel dismissed his concerns, stating that an item he possessed would be sufficient and presented him with an orb of dark energy. Impressed, Sung Jin thought that with the power granted by his lord, he would be able to handle both Kong Seon-woo and Kim Ji-guk. He promised to ensure the mission's success with results worthy of the support he received, stating that it would all be for the sake of the great plan. Meanwhile, in the Hunter Academy's cafeteria, Seol was staring at Song Joon, who was looking away. She thought annoyed that he had managed to get first place this time. Sung Joon in turn wondered why she looked so scary. Seol admitted to herself that his performance had been incredible and deserving of a perfect score. Even so, she congratulated him angrily, making him barely able to breathe. After taking a deep breath, she tried to console herself with the fact that second place was still an excellent result, but she couldn't hide her disappointment. The martial god commented that her gaze seemed to be digging a hole in the floor. Song Joon found the situation strange. He had hoped to use this meal with Chaeyeon Woo Jin to build a connection with Seola, who would in the future become the S-rank hunter known as the Moon Lady, but now he could barely speak to her. To break the silence, he decided to comment on Woo Jin's food, remembering the King's Slime ice cream that tasted like underwear and hoping that today's dish would be different. Just then, Woo Jin arrived, apologizing for the wait. As he added the finishing touches of fish sauce, even the martial god questioned what kind of atrocity it was. Song Joon thought the fish on the plate looked like it was screaming. Surprisingly, Seol cheerfully asked what kind of meal it was. Woo Jin explained that it was a fish head curry inspired by a famous Singaporean dish, prepared in his personal style with spices he had mixed himself. Song Joon noticed something moving and asked about it. Woo Jin praised his sharp eyes and confirmed that he had added pieces of an angler fish he found in a hidden dungeon, specifically the bladder and tentacles which had a soft texture. Song Joon, who was already prepared for something unusual, felt that it looked like a resurrection spell gone wrong, and wondered why the curry was purple. After Woo Jin invited them to eat, Seol devoured a piece and declared that the dish had surpassed her expectations, saying it was the first time she had eaten something that exploded in her mouth with every bite. The martial god, confused, asked if that could even be considered a flavor, to which Song Joon replied he had no idea. The divine being concluded that just eating that meal was a form of training in itself. Song Joon reflected that the normally quiet Woo Jin only opened up in the cafeteria, and to understand him, he would have to eat it. He then prayed for the taste to be normal. That day, the two of them felt their lives flash before their eyes. The next day, Professor Choi Min-sung welcomed the cadets and announced he would be presenting the Academy's representatives for the Hunter Tournament. He informed them that 4 students would participate and should come up to the stage when called. The other students commented among themselves that the selection should be based on results, but that at least 2 of the spots were already decided. The professor thought the students were right and that the director's recommendation would cause controversy. He then called out Cha-eun Woo Jin, Baek Seol-hee, Kim Jeol, and Jo Song-joon. Min-sung justified that Woo Jin and Seol-hee had demonstrated exceptional skill by eliminating bosses in unexpected situations, while Jail and Song-joon had proven their capabilities during the exams. Although most agreed with the choices, the problem was Chaeyeon Woo Jin, who many considered undeserving. The professor admitted to himself that announcing his name had been the hardest part, and that the class's cold reaction was expected. Even so, he declared that this was the most talented group the Academy had had in years. Woo Jin, meanwhile, was thinking about the absurd rewards from his missions, like a pepper that amplified flavor and a fermentation item that worked at any temperature. He planned to use these items to create meals that would satisfy anyone, but he knew he needed to be cautious. The professor continued, informing them that the participants would receive special training conducted personally by director Lee Cheung-gi. Before giving more details, he expressed his gratitude to everyone for joining the Academy. Song Joon was surprised by the director's kindness and thought he would meet him sooner than expected, which would allow him to analyze him more quickly, plus he'd get to spend more time with Woo Jin as a bonus. The martial god questioned if it was really necessary to get close to that man, to which Song Joon confirmed it was. The entity then warned him, saying that Lee Chong-ki was not an easy target, as he was absurdly dangerous and possessed a terrifying aura. Song Joon was completely shocked to hear such a serious warning coming from the martial god. The martial god warned that Lee Chong-ji's aura was immense and his ferocity extreme, indicating the confrontation wouldn't be easy. Despite this, Song Joon felt confident he could defend himself from an attack as long as Cheon Woo Jin didn't catch him by surprise. For now, he decided to just wait and see what would happen, turning his attention back to the kitchen. Later, back at home, he sighed, realizing the tournament was the next day and he needed to make the final preparations. The martial god commented ironically that only someone as special as him would get injured like that on the eve of the competition. Song Joon complained about the rough treatment he received, but the martial god retorted that it hadn't been that bad. Recalling that his own training with the bald guy had been so brutal, he thought he would die a dozen times. He explained that while the other apprentices received unique and adapted teachings, needing to land just one hit to pass, Song Joon's case was special. He then understood that the martial god must have noticed his training with the martial recording. Song Joon reflected on Lee Kyo-youngi's mastery. Every one of his movements was profound and skillful, with attacks as sharp as an eagle's and a defense as solid as an iron wall. His combat skills were so versatile it seemed like he was living a second life. Faced with so much power, Song Joon wondered why he acted so strangely in front of Cheon Woo Jin. Especially since Woo Jin, who had received special treatment during training, focused only on cooking, even forcing others to eat dishes like zombie vomit. Sung Joon wondered if Lee Chong-ji was using Woo Jin's cooking to enhance his own skills, but he dismissed the idea as he would have been more proactive if that were the case. Lying in bed, he concluded that the more he discovered about the two of them, the less he understood their true nature. He knew that according to the events of the terrorist attack on the tournament, the eclipse would begin to seriously take over Korea. And if that happened, everything would be over. Song Joon felt he had already done everything he could and was determined to prevent the catastrophe this time. On the day of the Hunters tournament in a packed coliseum, JL commented on the large number of people present. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted Baek Seola's name and soon everyone started chanting it. JL asked what was happening and she explained that her face had appeared during a Chaeyonek promotion, which led to the creation of a fan club. She asked them not to mind it and to hurry up. Cheon Woo Jin also noticed Kim Seon-ho's presence at the venue. Seon-ho was swarmed by fans asking for autographs and by reporters with cameras who were asking him dozens of questions. He asked for calm, thanked them for their interest, and promised to do his best to meet their expectations. Although he thought that despite having become a hunter to fight, all this attention was tedious. A reporter questioned him about a rumor that his brother, Cheon Woo Jin, was a disciple of Kim Ji-guk. Sino replied that Woo Jin had been very busy and that he hadn't even seen him, so he wasn't sure. In his thoughts, he found the idea nonsensical and felt his pride was wounded. A man capable of defeating a rank monster with a single blow being the disciple of a B rank hunter was absurd. He lamented that his brother would be perfect if he hadn't started cooking. Determined to find him, Sino excused himself and entered the arena. Walking down a hallway, he finally found his brother's room. As he approached, he heard Baek Seola's voice, which to his surprise, didn't sound monotonous as usual, but rather excited. She was asking Woo the name of a meal she had seen before. Just as Woo Jin was about to answer, he noticed the presence at the door. Seon-ho introduced himself, saying he had come to see him before the tournament. Feeling uneasy, he thought about leaving, but he had already been invited in. Upon entering, Seon-ho was completely horrified by the scene. Woo Jin welcomed him, pointing to the table where there were anglerfish tentacle canapes which were still moving. He explained that it was a type of appetizer good for snacks. Seolha recognized the tentacles from the curry dish last time, while Seon-ho thought, horrified, that canapes weren't supposed to move. To his astonishment, the girl ate a piece and declared it was amazing, praising the wonderful texture the tentacles provided. She lamented that Jeol, who had gone to the bathroom, was missing out. Seon-ho was shocked to see that Woo Jin's food could make someone as stoic as her happy. At that moment, Seon-ho commented that he hadn't won that time and had been unlucky, which made Seon-ho wonder if that meant there were winners. Woo Jin asked Seon-ho if the dish was to his liking, and he confirmed it was. Seon-ho realized his brother wasn't lying about many people liking his food. When Seon-ho invited him to sit and eat with them, Seon-ho made up an excuse that he had remembered something urgent and needed to leave. Outside, he muttered that he had almost missed the preliminaries because of that. He heard Seol-ho say she was envious of Song-joon for being able to eat those things all the time. Seon-ho concluded that the academy cadets this time all seemed insane, and that he would investigate the matter later. On a training field, as the crowd cheered, the coach of the three-legged crow team instructed his students to place at least third. The scene brought back memories for Woo Jin, who remembered similar celebrations on Mount Cheon after his achievements in Zhongyuan. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura and saw a man approaching, immediately recognizing his strength. The man thanked everyone who had worked hard to participate in the event and introduced himself as Kang Sun-woo, the director of the Hunter Management Department and the country's #1 hunter. The crowd acclaimed Kang Su-woo, calling him the hero of Korea. At 40, he was still the country's #1 hunter, having awakened his abilities at 18. Before officially starting the tournament, Su-woo addressed the audience with a brief warning. He reminded everyone that although the Hunter Tournament was a platform to select talented individuals since the portal incident, respect should never be forgotten. He then announced they would proceed with the Ceremony of Light, a symbolic moment that reinforced the belief that without him, Korea would not have survived that catastrophe. Su-woo then drew an S-rank artifact, the Tears of a Star, and flames began to grow around the object. The sight was so incredible that everyone in the audience hurried to make wishes for their futures. After moving the artifact, he declared that the preliminary matches would begin. Woo Jin watched the drawings and commented that Jail would be the first to fight, followed by Seol, and he would be the last. His opponent would be Seokjun, and his friends considered him lucky. A spirit accompanying him questioned how they dared to mock their boss. Woo Jin's attention, however, turned to the battle between Song-joon and Seong-go, which promised to be interesting. The first fight began with a young man named Park Ji-hoon charging at Baek Sela with his sword, but he missed the attack. To his surprise, Sela defeated him instantly. With a minimal movement, she dodged his charge and knocked him down with a blow to the back of his neck without even needing to draw her own sword. The display of speed and swordsmanship was impressive, serving as a reminder to those who saw her only as Baek Du-jang's daughter. Shortly after, Jae-hyo congratulated Seolha on a job well done. She walked past him thanking him briefly. He asked if there was any secret to her success, and she replied that it was just training. Attention then turned to the next match, announced as a showdown between two of the tournament's best. Kim Seong-go from the Chongho Guild entered the arena to face Jo Seong-hojin from the academy. Expectations were high to see if Seong-go could pull off another surprising victory. Watching from the audience, Sela commented that he was unlucky as Song-ho was one of the strongest fighters. Woo Jin agreed, thinking that the outcome would depend on Song-joon showing his true abilities. The match began with Song-joon advancing quickly, but Song-joon blocked his gauntlet's attack with his sword. Song-ho continued the offensive with a series of blows, finishing with a feinted punch that turned into a kick, believing he had caught his opponent by surprise. However, Song-joon dodged it with a backward leap. The audience, who had expected a quick fight, shouted for him to take the fight seriously. Seong-go was impressed by the dodge. He had undergone extensive training for the championship, which included fighting veteran hunters, and he was confident. He didn't understand how Jo Seong-go moved with such superiority, smoothly blocking all his attacks. Seong-go realized that if he continued like this, he would fall into his opponent's rhythm and needed to retreat. However, before he could pull back, Seong-go charged forward at full speed. Seong-go thought it was too late to dodge and considered counter-attacking after being hit, but he quickly dismissed the idea knowing he wouldn't stand a chance against his opponent's skills. He resigned himself to defeat. However, Song-joon's attack resulted in only a small cut. Confused and angry, Song-ho called him a bastard and lunged forward with a punch from his gauntlet asking what his problem was. Song-joon remained silent. Song-ho, furious, declared that his opponent's blade was now filled with conviction and that he wasn't a fool who wouldn't notice the change. In his thoughts, Song-joon apologized. He needed to conserve as much energy as possible to be able to stop a terrifying attack that would occur during the finals. No one knew the variables that could arise, and his mission was to protect Kang Su-woo. Deciding not to speak anymore, Seong-go released his aura and declared he would show his reaction, charging forward with full force. Song-joon recognized that feeling, but before the confrontation could continue, something strange happened. People in the arena began to wonder if this was part of some event, not understanding what was happening. It was Song Ho who first looked up, questioning what that was as the sky began to fill with darkness. A dark energy filled the arena. Song Joon cursed the situation, realizing that the attack he had expected for the finals was perhaps beginning right at that moment. In the audience, panic set in. People felt the temperature drop and noticed the internet was down. Soon, some began to faint, and cries of despair echoed as friends and family collapsed. The confusion was interrupted by a massive explosion. A security guard reported that the detonation was detected at Exit B and that an unidentified group was carrying out a terrorist attack. Orders were given to evacuate the civilians and send reinforcements. In the center of the arena, a sphere of energy was launched at Kang Soo-woo, who promptly blocked it. The attackers, who revealed themselves to be cultists, commented that he was already there and that his response was faster than they had expected. They called him by name and Soo-woo replied that, unfortunately for them, they wouldn't be able to take his life as he first needed to discover the identity of their group. In another corner of the arena, Jiguk was sitting, yawning from exhaustion. He felt suffocated by the situation as he didn't consider himself a senior member of the Ju clan enough to warrant an escort of elite hunters from the security force. Besides, it seemed the intense surveillance was meant to prevent him from leaking information about the hidden piece. His thoughts were interrupted when someone called his name. The man introduced himself as Kwon Jong-jin and commented that it had been a while since Jiguk was last seen in public, asking if he had come to see Cheon Woo-jin. Soon after, Young Jin-sung, the leader of the Three-Legged Crow Guild, mentioned that Ji-guk's reputation was riding high but was dismissed. Another man approached and asked for an autograph, but Ji-guk apologized, explaining that due to certain circumstances, he would sign it on another occasion, thinking to himself that all of this would drive him crazy. A voice announced the start of Song Ho's fight. Ji-guk considered the fighter a strong contender for victory and thought it would be worth watching. His opponent was Jo Song-joon, the academy's ace. Chiguk noticed that Song Joon, a swordsman, was fighting dangerously close to his opponent, a fighter, nullifying the long-range advantage of his equipment. Suddenly, a voice called Kim Chiguk's name again. An unknown man said he really wanted to ask him a question. Chiguk was startled, wondering how someone could have gotten so close without his escort noticing or leaving any trace. The stranger claimed to be a fan and expressed curiosity about how Chiguk was so good at finding the hidden pieces. Suspicious, Chiguk asked who he was and stated that he couldn't share that information, mentally scolding his guards for their ineffectiveness. The man insisted, asking for at least a small hint. Annoyed, Chiguk called for security, thinking the intruder needed to get out of there immediately. The guards, however, were confused as they assured him that no one had approached from that side and that they hadn't seen anyone. They then warned the stranger, who was actually Sung Jin, that the area was restricted and he needed to leave. Sung Jin just commented that it was exactly as he thought. At that moment, the sky above the arena darkened unnaturally. Jiguk looked up, wondering what the hell was happening. Sung Jin burst out laughing, saying it was a beautiful sky and that Jiguk should think so too. An explosion echoed through the place. Sung Jin admitted he didn't expect an answer as he already knew he wouldn't talk. The guards finally grabbed Sung Jin, but he declared it was too late. Absolute darkness engulfed the place, and screams of panic echoed as people cried for help. Sung Jin warned that they shouldn't compare this to the abyss of Harib as the magic belonged to Lord Sathriel. Jiguk didn't understand anything he was saying. One of the hunters from his escort told him to take cover as it was very dangerous, but was immediately struck in the neck by a dark arrow. Chaos erupted. Sung Jin questioned aloud if those fools really thought they could get out of there alive, stating that the time for denial had passed and that the hunter who was hit was already lifeless. The barrier, called denial, symbolized an eclipse, completely isolating the area and draining the life force of those inside through negative energy. The most frightening aspect of the technique, however, was the ability to summon monsters that obeyed the caster's commands. Observing the situation, Song Joon concluded that the summoning would take some time and that he should eliminate the summoner before that happened. He had faced denial numerous times before and judging by the flow of energy, he deduced that the one responsible was near the parking lot. Meanwhile, Soo-woo emerged amidst the cultists stating that he wouldn't take their lives as he needed to find out who they were. The attackers recognized him as Kang Soo-woo and a bodyguard on the ground thanked him for his help. Soo-woo ordered all agents to prioritize the rescue and evacuation of civilians while he would deal with the invaders. He realized the cultists had skills of at least a rank, which made them impossible opponents for the local security. Furthermore, they emitted a strange mana he had never encountered before, indicating the fight would not be easy. The summoner told Su Wu to surrender, promising to spare his life. Su Wu retorted, saying that he should be the one saying that. He knew the cultists had created a defensive barrier to spread denial throughout the arena. The enemies praised his insight but taunted him, asking if he really believed he could maintain his own barrier and deal with all of them at the same time. Su Wu considered the question unworthy of a response. The cultist leader then ordered his men to advance, declaring that it was all for the great plan. Su Wu moved his hand and used his fire magic, creating an immense barrier of flames that repelled some of the attackers. One of them, however, managed to push forward, shouting for him to die. Su Wu moved toward him, shattering the cultist's sword with a barrier while dealing with another. One of the enemies imbued his blade with negative energy, but Su Wu used elemental compression in his hand, firing a beam that struck several cultists in a line, leaving them unconscious on the ground. He noted to himself that he had adjusted his power just to knock them out, wondering if they were holding back, if their magic resistance was naturally high, or if the strange mana was the cause. Suddenly, an orb of energy was launched in his direction. Su Wu noticed his barrier had been corroded, and suspected the man with the red blindfold was responsible, deciding he needed to deal with him first. A cultist charged forward using an obsession spell, but Su Wu teleported away. He noticed a tentacle of dark magic approaching and created a barrier, which was immediately enveloped by the dark energy. Su Wu quickly dispelled it, thinking that a moment's delay would have cost him his life. The situation was worse than he had imagined. As people evacuated wondering what was happening and why there were monsters in the arena, Su Wu understood that the cultists were trying to wear him down. The enemy leader prepared another orb of dark energy. Su Wu concluded that he couldn't waste any more time and needed to end this as quickly as possible. Elsewhere, Song Jun struck a man with his sword, believing he had neutralized the barrier mage in the parking lot. However, the martial god reprimanded him, calling him a disobedient bastard and questioning how he could have known the mage would use a perfect barrier spell before dying. Song Jun reflected that he should have cut off the mage's head. Thanks to the spell cast at the last moment, the negation was complete. Even with the mage dead, the negation wouldn't disappear immediately. And although there was a way to break the barrier, it would take a long time. Song Jun knew he couldn't focus solely on that, for if Kong Wu died, all would be lost. His main objective was to keep Sun Wu alive. He had failed in his initial plan, which was to stop the negation of the finished being, resulting in the monster's summoning and the worst-case scenario. He had no choice but to fight alongside Kong Sun Wu. The monster advanced, and Song Jun used his martial spirit art. With the first form, a gentle breeze, he the creature. The martial god questioned what the hell was going on, pointing out that Song Jun had also gone straight for the barrier mage and demanding an explanation. Song Jun replied that the situation was too urgent for explanations. He recalled that before his regression, Kong Sun Wu had died in that place and the star's tear had fallen into the hands of the eclipse, leading to Korea's collapse. Although he was prepared to prevent it from happening again, the eclipse was acting faster than expected due to the effects of the regression. He admitted to himself that it was his fault and that he had been complacent, thinking he could easily save Sun Wu because he had formed a contract with the martial god earlier this time. To minimize the damage, he needed to make a choice. The civilians were being evacuated. The academy would be protected by Chianuk, and Baek Seol was also present. Above all, he knew that Cheon Woo Jin would not die. However, if Kong Sun Wu, the pillar of Korea, lost his life, everything would turn to mist. The martial god warned him, saying he was letting his emotions cloud his sword and that he should stay focused. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiguk wielded his spear and cursed the man before him. He thought about how the opponent had defeated the Ju clan's escort hunters as if they were children and wondered who this guy was. One of the fallen hunters asked what brought him there. Sung Jin replied that he wanted to know how Kim Jiguk had discovered the hidden piece. The wounded man began to say that, in that case, if he took care of Jiguk, Sung Jin would spare him, but he was killed before he could finish the sentence. Sung Jin then turned to Chiguk and asked if he would tell him how he found the lost piece, promising to spare his life in return. Chiguk considered the offer a blatant lie as the man's eyes screamed that he wanted to kill him right then and there. He knew he was facing a mage capable of dealing with the Ju clan's elite in a single blow, and his only option was to strike first. Advancing with absurd speed, he unleashed his spiral chain spear using the first form, the chain strike, and attack with multiple adjacent blades. In response, Sung Jin uttered words in a runic language. Chiguk's vision was engulfed in darkness, and pink blades emerged, striking various spots on the ground as he dodged. Sung Jin commented that it was a good show, but without the abyssal flame that was all Chiguk could do, and that he had worried for nothing. Some people screamed asking the hunter to save them, but Chiguk just told them to run away quickly. Sung Jin, finding them too noisy, dissolved them all with his pink magic. Chiguk cursed him, calling him a crazy bastard. Sung Jin insisted, asking if he really wouldn't tell, and stated that fighting him in negation, and without the abyssal flame's beak, was beyond Chiguk's ability. Realizing he needed to stay calm and buy time to escape, Chiguk asked if he would really be spared if he told him. The young man confirmed, saying it was a promise. Chiguk, thinking that Kang Sunwoo and the other hunters at the stadium would come to his aid, said it was a long story and asked if Sungjin was ready to listen. Sungjin assured him that he wouldn't let a single detail slip by and that he would listen carefully. Believing he could buy time, Chiguk began to tell him about the day he awakened his mana, about clearing the tutorial tower, and about his first mission as a hunter. He continued the narrative until he reached his 6th mission, describing how dangerous it was and the defeats they suffered before the boss room. He was about to panic when Sung Jin interrupted him, saying that was enough. Chiguk protested, claiming he was almost at the part where he found the hidden piece. But Sung Jin retorted that he had already repeated that part 6 times and had seen through his tactic. Desperate, Chiguk insisted he was being serious and asked why Sung Jin didn't believe him, fearing this was his end. Sung Jin released his energy, questioning how he dared to mock his grand plans. Amidst Chiguk's confusion, Sung Jin summoned a monster, and a rank minotaur appeared before him. Chiguk was bewildered, wondering if minotaurs could have a zombie form. Sung Jin declared that although he had promised to spare him, he had now changed his mind and would make his defeat as painful as possible. Chiguk parried the pink blades with his spear, but a fist approached his face. He managed to dodge, throwing himself to the side, but he noted the attack speed and the need for a quick response. However, he ended up being pierced by blades of darkness and then struck by the minotaur, getting thrown against a wall. Fine. Chiguk heard Sung Jin comment that it was pathetic to think this guy had defeated Harib and Nehemeth, concluding that the Jade of Destruction Flame was truly incredible. In any case, he said that Chiguk should just die. Chiguk wondered if it would all end like this with such a meaningless execution. Far away, Su Wu's battle continued. Suddenly, the cultists were struck by lightning. Observing the scenes, Song Jun was impressed, recognizing Kang Su Wu's power. He understood why the eclipse was so desperate to kill him. The eclipse's foundation was based on negativity and magic, and someone like Su Wu, who had reached such a level of power on his own, was a great threat to them. However, he noticed that Su Wu's left arm was completely corrupted by negativity, and that it was only a matter of time until he was fully consumed. Song Jun wondered if that was the mage causing Su Wu trouble, and decided he needed to join the fight. However, as he shifted his focus, he noticed a second barrier spell, Cetherial's Purgatory. The execution seemed poorly done, suggesting it hadn't been cast personally by the demon, but its presence there was unexpected. Song Jun questioned if the future had changed again. Despite not wanting to fight with such uncertainty, he concluded that he had no choice and that helping Kang Su Wu was the priority. It was then that he looked up toward a specific building. There, Chai, still alive, fallen, and looking at the ground. He noticed Chai Yun Wu Jin with his back to him. Chai Yun Wu warned him to get out of there as the place was dangerous, but Chai Yun Wu Jin just told him to rest. With a single blow, Wu Jin eliminated the Minotaur. With a furious expression, he warned that this would be over very soon. Unable to sense any trace of life in those monsters, he suspected they were being controlled by necromancy. He decided he needed to deal with the situation first, as it seemed someone was commanding the creatures nearby, and mentally apologized to Kim Jiguk. The strongest energy was coming from the arena where, as expected, he found Kim Jiguk already fighting the controller, whom he considered filthy scum. Seeing him injured awakened his fury, thinking how that man had dared to attack not only the arena, but also one of the few people who appreciated his food. Kim Jiguk's wounds were worse than they looked, and the bleeding needed to be stopped quickly. Surprised, Kim Jiguk wanted to know how he had gotten there. However, Sung Jin recognized the opponent, identifying him as Chaeyeon Wu Jin. He remembered that Wu Jin was Kim Jiguk's disciple, the one who had appeared like a comet and defeated a minotaur that even his master couldn't beat with a single blow. The situation seemed impossible, as he could only feel a small amount of mana coming from the young man. However, a closer look made him realize the true meaning of it. If a man who had defeated a minotaur emitted so little mana, it meant his power was so vast that he couldn't even sense it completely. Cheon Woo-jin was much more powerful than he appeared. Sung Jin wondered if this was really Kim Jiguk's disciple and decided to wait and see. He started connecting the dots. Woo-jin had gained fame a month earlier by defeating a hidden monster with a single blow exactly around the same time he himself had started working with the young man. He concluded that it was Woo-jin who had defeated the bosses they were hunting. Perhaps Kim Jiguk found the hidden pieces, but it was Cheon Woo-jin who finished off the bosses, helping him in his hunts. Sung Jin wondered what Woo-jin would gain from this, speculating that he might be helping the Ju clan and could be Young Myung's secret weapon. Although he didn't have enough proof, he determined that Cheon Woo-jin was a dangerous individual and needed to be eliminated. The protagonist advanced toward him with impressive speed. Sung Jin retreated and launched an attack with the Blade of Irritation, but Cheon Woo-jin easily blocked every strike with his spear. Woo-jin taunted him, asking if that was all he had or if he didn't have any other tricks. Irritated, Sung Jin called him an arrogant bastard and gathered even more energy, which surprised his opponent. That man, however, questioned how he dared to act that way and declared he would show him true despair, then summoned a bone dragon. Cheon Woo-jin commented that the barrier was more advanced than he expected, while Sung Jin noted that his adversary's summoning ability was on a completely different level. The bone dragon advanced, and Sung Jin shouted that for the sake of his grand plan, Cheon Woo-jin should go to hell. However, the blast was easily blocked by the protagonist's spear, who admitted it wasn't a bad attack, but again wanted to know if he had any more tricks. Sung Jin was shocked to see his bone dragon defeated with a single blow and wondered who the hell that man was. Cheon Woo-jin observed that all he did was shout and insisted on knowing if there was nothing else to see. In response, Sung continued to fire blasts of atomic wrath. Woo-jin analyzed the tactic, realizing that he combined summoning with long-range magic, which wasn't a bad strategy. However, he concluded that Sung couldn't maintain the barrier alone while using spells of that caliber. He must be getting help from someone. Deciding to deal with him first, Woo-jin prepared his combat stance. Sung Jin recognized the technique immediately. The protagonist used the Spear of Spiraling Chains in its first form, the Chain Strike. Blood flew backward as Sung Jin was pierced through the chest. He fell to the ground screaming in pain and trembling as he repeated Cheon Woo-jin's name. He realized the technique was different from Chiguk's, which attacked from all directions. This one was designed to hit vital points and take the opponent's life. It was then that he understood. That was the masked lancer from the Stern auction house. Sung Jin realized it was he who had killed Harib and Nehemeth, delaying his grand plan. He couldn't let him live no matter the cost. Although he was reluctant to summon that monster, aware that the creature would probably kill him the moment it was conjured, he knew he would die anyway if the fight continued like this. For the sake of the grand plan, he would ensure Cheon Woo-jin accompanied him. Approaching a huge transmutation circle, he shouted for Bestia to hear his call. A powerful energy radiated from the circle, but the protagonist remained unfazed, commenting that Sung Jin's effort was commendable. He didn't know what had been summoned, but he thought it best to crush quickly, as it would be easier to interrogate him afterward. Bestia let out a grunt, observing that it had been a while since its last summoning. Sung Jin declared that he was the one who had summoned it, mentally explaining that the creature was a human who had almost become an apostle, but failed at the final stage and turned into a monster driven by endless wrath. Noticing that the creature seemed neither displeased nor elated, Sung pointed at the protagonist and shouted that this was the traitor who had ruined his Grand Eclipse plan and that he should be killed. Bestia, however, turned its back. Sungjin shouted for it to hurry, but the monster called him an insolent fool before tearing off his head, leaving his lifeless body on the ground. Cheon Woo-jin remarked that the creature before him was a larva that hadn't even been given a name, yet it dared to give him orders. Looking up, the monster began to absorb all the negative energy into its body. Woo-jin realized it was draining the power that maintained the barrier, concluding that the creature was truly greedy. Besides absorbing an energy its shell could barely withstand, the flow was reversed, which could only mean one thing. It was in the process of defying the heavens. Defying the heavens was a method to obtain immense power, just as the name suggested. However, the fate of those who sought strength by scorning the divine will was always the same. The deterioration of their minds and bodies until they became non-human beings. The current situation, however, was different. Normally, the process was initiated by the being's own will, but it seemed someone had forced the defiance to begin for this creature. Jin wondered who it could have been since almost no one knew of such a method. Bestia declared that the power was surging, and that he loved this feeling with all his might. Moving with renewed rage, he struck the ground violently, hitting Sung Jin's already lifeless body even more. The monster scolded him, saying he had failed to deal with a mere pest and was a useless insect for having to summon it. Then it turned to Wu and asked how he would like to die, stating that it would let him choose. Wu Jin, however, simply replied that the monster was in a pitiful state and asked how it had ended up that way. Furious, Bestia shouted that Wu Jin was too reckless for speaking that way and accused him of mocking it for not being able to withstand its master's will. With that, it charged toward him, attempting a strike that was easily dodged. Monster threatened to smash his mouth to pieces, but Wu Jin continued to evade. He thought about the creature's explosive strength, recognizing that the power gained from defying the heavens was on a level that normal people could not face. The monster turned, questioning how an insect with no mana could dodge so skillfully. Wu Jin continued to dodge the attacks as if they were in slow motion. He agreed it was annoying to watch, but stated that more importantly, he had some questions to ask. In response, Bestia slammed both its arms on the ground and told him to shut up. Realizing he wouldn't get any answers, Wu Jin decided to attack and use the first form of the spiral chain spear, delivering 2 slashes that severed both of Bestia's arms from its shoulders. However, Wu Jin noticed something strange. He remarked that he hadn't imagined the monster could regenerate its arms using the power of corruption, finding it incredible. Bestia called him an arrogant brat and told him to stop with the foolish tricks. Wu Jin then closed in at an insane speed and delivered another strike. Watching the scene, Chiguk thought it was impossible as he hadn't expected him to be so strong. That monster had dealt in an instant with someone who had left him on the brink of death, yet he couldn't even see the traces of Wu Jin's attacks. Chiguk concluded that Wu Jin was an absolute monster beyond ordinary. He knew his companion was hiding his strength, but he never imagined it was to this extent. His spear techniques were simple and fatal, precisely targeting vital points, and they seemed strangely familiar. He then remembered the auction house where Wu Jin's movements were identical to those of the masked man from the Ju clan who used the same technique. Furthermore, Wu Jin wasn't fully utilizing the spiral spear's chain and was aiming for the same spots as the masked spearman. Chiguk wondered who the hell he was. Kneeling on the ground, Bestia groaned in pain from the flurry of blows. Cheon Wu Jin said he would give it credit for its persistence, but asked why it kept this up. The monster thought that it hadn't known its opponent was so strong and that if it kept fighting up close, it would lose. Needing another plan, it decided it couldn't let him gain distance and would finish him with a long-range attack. Thus, it gathered all its energy in its mouth and unleashed a breath of negative energy, telling the protagonist to go to hell. Cheon Wu Jin observed that the monster was hiding a second attack behind the first, which wasn't bad as it showed it was using its head. However, he easily defended himself with his spear, stating that it wouldn't be enough to even scratch him. It was then that he noticed the tip of his weapon was covered in poison. Wu Jin remarked that for someone who had gone so far as to defy the heavens, its methods were disgusting, and he cleansed the energy from the spear using only his aura. Bestia exclaimed in disbelief that it was mana untouched by corruption, and that it was impossible. Wu Jin declared that was enough and that after seeing its actions, he no longer wished to ask anything, sentencing the monster to die there. He reflected that fighting this creature had made the nature of overcorruption clear, a negative energy that served as a source for those who defied the heavens. He concluded that no normal person would follow this path, and that they were fools for trying to withstand a power that challenged the natural order with human methods. In any case, it was fascinating as they seemed like humans trying to overcome the laws of heaven. Frightened, Bestia begged the protagonist not to come any closer. Wu Jin did not answer. Desperate, the monster released its energy, repeating for him to stay back as a purple smoke emanated from its body. It then fired its hell dragon. Wu Jin stated that it was nothing more than an empty blow. As the dragon approached, he replied that before the claws of the true dragon, the attack would be completely destroyed. With unusual seriousness, he used the second of the 7 forms of the demonic dragon, the dragon's claw, and Bestia's body was completely torn to pieces. Immediately, the barrier of negative energy began to shatter, freeing them from that dark prison. Wu Jin looked up as the system notified him. The message informed him that the dungeon boss, Cheon Wu Jin, had achieved the feat of acting in accordance with the heavens and that his reward would be calculated in about a month. The protagonist stood still looking at the arena. The media reported on the developments of the tournament incident, which resulted in 730 casualties among the 1,300 participants, but which fortunately culminated in the dismantling of the terrorist group. The reports also highlighted that the hero of Korea, Kang Soo-woo, had been severely injured during the confrontation. Soo-woo, in his recovery bed, reflected that even his injuries were being exaggerated by the media, which was exactly why he preferred not to have been hospitalized. The bigger problem wasn't the physical pain, but the headache the sensationalist articles were causing him. He wondered how he would manage the situation, as his attempts to convince the public he was fine had not been enough. He pondered the motives for the attack. The terrorists had claimed their target was his life, but Soo-woo knew the real objective was the Tear of the Stars. The legendary artifact capable of altering the user's mana attribute at will was a much more valuable prize. However, where and how they intended to use it remained a mystery. Amid the chaos, it was a relief that elite guilds like Xionic had acted quickly to protect civilians and that skilled rookie hunters like Jo Sung-joon were emerging. This gave him hope that the country's future wasn't completely lost. A burly man entered the room and asked if the director was feeling better, but immediately warned him not to move as he needed to rest. He reminded him that the doctor had warned it could be life-threatening if he wasn't careful. Soo-woo replied that he knew his own body and there was no reason to worry, then asked if the man had brought what he had requested. The assistant confirmed that since it was the director's request, he had brought the documents, but he showed curiosity about the reason. Soo-woo explained that certain people had been in the spotlight and he wanted to know more. Before leaving, the man asked the director to take care of himself and Soo-woo assured him he would. Alone, Soo-woo immersed himself in his thoughts, considering the many suspicious aspects of the incident. He questioned how the terrorists had managed to breach the tournament security and barriers where such well-equipped individuals had come from, and how they had tried to steal the artifact. Furthermore, the strange mana they emanated was particularly dangerous, seeming to devour all life around it. He admitted to himself that if Jo Sung-joon hadn't helped him, he would have certainly died. His eyes fixed on the papers the assistant had handed him. They were about Cadet Chaeyeon Woo-jin. Soo-woo had thought he was just Kim Ji-guk's disciple, but the story was much more complex. He remembered seeing Woo-jin, after subduing the terrorists, approach the arena's black barrier to try and dispel it. Suspecting he was trapped, Soo-woo used his magic detection to examine the area and witnessed an unbelievable scene. Woo-jin defeating Bestia with a strength he had never seen before. He connected the dots. The moment Kim Ji-guk supposedly took Chaeyeon Woo-jin in as his disciple coincided with the discovery of a hidden piece. The conclusion was clear. All of Kim Ji-guk's publicly known achievements were in fact Chaeyeon Woo-jin's deeds. This raised another, even more intriguing question. Why would Woo-jin serve as someone's disciple, allowing another person to take credit for his accomplishments? It didn't make sense. For now, Soo-woo decided he needed to investigate Chaeyeon Woo-jin separately as the information he had was limited. It would be incredible to have him working for the administration, but it wasn't the right time and his identity should not be revealed. The fact that Woo-jin was absurdly strong but known to the media only as Kim Ji-guk's disciple indicated that he was intentionally hiding his true identity. Soo-woo decided to respect that, realizing that anonymity gave him a powerful advantage. He began to consider the possibility of turning Chaeyeon Woo-jin into his secret weapon to take down the terrorist group. Sitting up in bed, he concluded that it wasn't time for that yet. His immediate priorities were to deal with the aftermath of the tournament incident and to meet with Jo Sung-joon. Additionally, he needed to ensure that Chaeyeon Woo-jin's existence remained a secret while he prepared to contact him discreetly. He predicted he would be very busy. A short time later, a news report announced that Kang Soo-woo had publicly declared Kim Ji-guk to be the hidden hero of the tournament incident. Upon hearing the news, Chaeyeon Woo-jin felt relieved. He had been worried that someone might have seen him fight in the arena, but fortunately, his worry proved to be unfounded. After the incident, however, one thing changed drastically for him. The cadets at the Hunter Academy started to crave his food. The spirit accompanying him commented enthusiastically that those foolish humans were finally recognizing its master's greatness, stating that it had been a long and arduous journey to this moment of recognition. Woo-jin replied calmly that when you walk the right path, people come on their own, and there was no need to make a fuss. Nearby, other students commented that the rumors were true. They mentioned that Baek Seol and Jo Sung-joon trained intensely thanks to Woo-jin's food. One of them even said he would rather eat Professor Youngdoo's poisonous herbs, imagining that Kim Chuguk must eat even worse things. A red-haired girl brought a piece of Woo Jin's food to her mouth, swallowed, and declared that she had managed to finish it. From a distance, Seola watched her, wondering who she was, as she didn't look like a freshman. Seola had always thought Woo Jin's cooking was underrated and felt it was a taste she should keep all to herself. The red-haired girl told Woo Jin the food wasn't that bad and suggested they eat together next time. She offered to help clean up, but he refused, saying he would take care of it. The dish she had tried was his fried cactus. Suddenly, a series of system notifications appeared. His achievements were unlocked. He received experience based on his results. He leveled up and a new quest appeared. Surprised, he wondered what was happening. The system informed him that the daily quests had been removed because he had reached a certain chef level. The spirit congratulated him, explaining that daily quests were only for beginners and disappeared upon reaching level 25. Woo Jin nodded in understanding. His new main quest was to receive 10 delicious acknowledgements with the reward of a smoker. Woo Jin thought that meat infused with the deep aroma of wood was something captivating for anyone and deduced that this must not be an ordinary smoker. The spirit confirmed this, explaining that normal smokers couldn't handle dungeon wood breaking easily because some trees were acidic or rich in mana. The dungeon smoker, however, was different and also had a function that shortened the preparation time. Woo Jin concluded that the item would be a great help. When thinking of smoked meals, the first thing that came to his mind was Peking duck. He remembered that according to the legendary Dungeon Chef's book, a smoker had also been created by him. Woo Jin had never considered himself a bad cook, but the more he learned about the legendary chef through the spirit, the more he admired his skills. He voiced his wish to one day meet him. In that same instant, a new system message appeared informing him that hints about the legendary chef whose name was redacted would be revealed when he reached level 50. The system concluded with the observation that the path of a chef might just be a blessed one. Woo Jin reflected that with his current culinary skills, he wouldn't even be able to hold a proper conversation if he met the legendary chef. To advance on his path, he needed 10 people to declare his food delicious, but the system had only registered 3 recognitions. He wondered what was happening as it was already Wednesday morning, and despite having served his food to many people, only 3 had praised it. Whenever he tried to ask others about the dish, they would simply change the subject and walk away. He thought that although he believed he knew what he was doing, it seemed he still had a long way to go. The spirit advised him not to be disappointed because of those fools, reminding him that there were people who truly appreciated a good meal, like Kim Jiguk. The mention of Jiguk, who had eaten with such gusto at the hospital, motivated Woo Jin not to stand still. However, the recent incident had left his mother worried, so he decided he would go home first. Upon arriving, he found his mother scolding Seongo. His brother tried to argue that he was fine and that his scars had disappeared, but she told him to stop talking and sit down, expressing her concern. She lamented that even after losing their father, he insisted on being a hunter and tormenting her like that. Woo Jin's arrival interrupted the argument. His mother commented that he had arrived quickly and asked if he was hurt, to which he denied. She scolded him for not sending any messages, saying that Seongo had contacted her and that she had been very worried when she saw the news. Despite the scolding, she expressed her relief that he was safe. Woo Jin promised he would call more often and asked how she was. His mother replied that in recent days, members of the Orang Guild had been frequenting her shop constantly, leaving her so busy she barely had time to go to the bathroom. Woo Jin commented that this was good and added that things at the Hunter Academy were also going well, mentioning that there were people who appreciated his cooking. The statement left his mother perplexed, and she wondered if not even working in a restaurant had solved that problem. To prove his point, Woo Jin announced that he would make dinner that night to show how much his skills had improved. The idea was met with silent dread by his mother and brother, who thought that this absolutely could not happen. His mother, suspicious, asked Shungho if it was true that Woo Jin's cooking was being recognized. Shungho turned his face away but ended up confirming it, admitting it was hard to believe. His mother reflected that she never imagined it would get better, and considered it a miracle that Woo Jin was finally cooking normal things. She then asked for more details about the academy, but Woo Jin said there was nothing more to add. Turning to Seongo, she asked if he knew anything else since the two of them talked all the time. Seongo denied it, but remembered that during the tournament he had seen other students eating his food. He thought that he had never seen Baekseilha make an expression like that and wondered if the food was actually delicious. The bulgogi his brother had made last time had looked good, but it had made him nauseous, and he felt he needed to check for himself. His suspicion grew when he noticed Wu Jin mixing coffee and pineapple. He asked his mother if she was just going to let that happen. She, in turn, wondered if that wasn't the style of food that had been appreciated at the tournament. Xiango was horrified at the idea of coffee and pineapple in the same meal, but his mother asked them to trust Wu Jin, arguing that if his own family didn't believe in him, no one else would. She felt that this time it would be different. With no other choice, Young Ho mentally pleaded for his brother to get it right just once. When Wu Jin served the food at the table, announcing it was ready, his mother commented that it looked delicious. Young Ho himself wondered why everything looked so normal and prepared to eat. However, the first bite shattered any hope. He wondered what the hell Wu Jin had put in the food and asked him if there was pineapple in the fish. Wu Jin confirmed, explaining that the fruit helped remove the smell and tenderized the meat, and asked if it wasn't good. To Xiango, the fish simply tasted like fruit. Wu Jin continued his explanation, stating that in cooking, even a single gram made a big difference. Xiango then asked about the coffee, wanting to know if his brother had put it in the cake. Wu Jin praised his perception and confirmed it, saying it created a sweeter flavor. At that moment, his mother stood up abruptly from the table. She apologized, saying that although he had tried hard, she was on a diet and things weren't going as expected. Ignoring Xiango's protests about what weight she needed to lose, she simply fled the room. Back at the academy, Wu Jin interpreted Xiango's intense reaction as proof that his culinary skills had improved. He concluded that his family was just too shy to admit the food was delicious. Still, he needed more recognitions. His thoughts were interrupted by the conversation of two students who were commenting that both the mage and Jiguk would be coming to the school to receive their awards. One of them mentioned that Jiguk had been discharged the day before. At that very moment, Jiguk was walking across campus, reflecting on the terrorists who had attacked him during the tournament. They were after him because of a hidden piece, and he knew the attack wasn't over yet. To survive, he needed to get stronger, and he felt that staying close to Wu Jin was the solution, although the food was a major problem. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from Wu Jin, who had heard about his discharge. A short time later, Wu Jin had already reached 9 out of 10 recognitions. Chiguk, who could hardly believe he was eating that food right after getting out of the hospital, and his two companions provided the necessary praise. The spirit congratulated him, informing him that only one person was left. As Wu Jin was thinking he could complete the mission that very night, a red-haired girl approached. She was one of the cadets who never failed to eat his meals. The young woman apologized for being late, explaining that her class had run long, and asked if there was any food left. Wu Jin, who for a moment thought the system had sent someone for him, felt foolish but seized the opportunity. He asked if she would have dinner with him, and the girl joyfully replied that she would love to.